all that coffee. So I still need to get that subscription bar on the stream. I was doing this handbook. I realized I wrote the wrong tournament in my title. Fix that. Looks like Vivi Schwinn-Lu's getting started a bit early. I don't know if anyone's going to cast that, but I'm going to be casting Sudden Disaster. Maybe I'll cast that and it will jump into it in between sets. We'll try to cover this as much as I can. And we do have... where is it? We have Emu playing 3 minutes. I'm supposed to stream a set in 2 minutes, but the player is in a game of Rage Forest right now. Hello, Wise Turtle. Should make announcements on Discord that I'm live. Copy and paste this link. Make sure I get this done correctly. Oh, no zombie, hello. Emu the fine British warrior, yes. So we're supposed to have Dog9U against Emu Warrior, but I just looked on Discord. Apparently Dog9U is streaming his point of view in a Rage Forest game. He's in the game with Viper currently. They're 24 minutes in. And the set's supposed to start in 1 minute. And this is a Universal Handbook Nilly tournament where they're going to get an admin loss for every 10 minutes they're late. It is indeed Sunday at 13 GMT. Oh, and his chat is sub only, so he can't even type there. To warn him. Maybe we just cast the Lingy One Cup then. Hello, Atomic. I was gonna cast this guy versus Emu, Dog9U against Emu, but I don't know if this is gonna happen. So I think what I'll do, I'm just gonna swap over. I'm gonna cast the Lingy One Cup then, because that is happening right now. Oh, I have to swap game versions though. We can DE. Hello, Vanilla Donut. Viper got an admin win. His opponent, in what I can only describe as a very DE situation, had his internet go down, and was going to play on mobile data, but unfortunately had to swap to the old patch and was unable to do that with the speed of the mobile data. This 27.1 megabyte per second download I just had, not possible apparently. Hello, Tiger Lord. So Viper got the admin win. You remember Emu Warrior for MBL's video against Frostro? We need to bring back Hamachi. I remember Hamachi. Alright, so now that I'm on the right version of the game, back to Seychelles. Or was this? Oh wait, no, this is on the previous version too? What? Oh gosh, I do have to go back. Ah, freaking DE. I mean, maybe they're both late, in which case they both get admin lost. Oh my gosh, the warning that I was on the wrong version was just a warning that was on the previous version when I was already on the previous version. Both late means 1-to-1, yes. Alright, I'll get the logos and everything sorted once we launch the game. Right, 11 minutes. This time, we're doing it. This time with feeling. Is this guy gonna like alt tab during his game and draft maybe? Right. Launch into this game, please. Why is it named after a desert? After a dessert? Sudden disaster? It just has extra S's in it, if you pronounce it that way. Alright, well, here we are then. Hello, Vinigor. Yeah, so we'll just get this set up. This is the best. Is this best of 5 or best of 7? This is the LY qualifier, China mainland version. Who is who? Winlu is in the red. This is Vivi in the blue. Great. This is not the final, no. This is the qualifier. This is the qualifier. Although these are maybe the two best players left since Lix got disqualified. For not having the spec delay while streaming. Alright, so Vivi's getting in on the wood line. And Vil on the berries goes down. Hello, Dans. Qualifier? Yes, final of the qualifier, yes. Yes. On Elix, he streamed without a spec delay, 1-3-0, and then got disqualified for streaming with a spec with a spec delay by Nilly. I don't even know if it led to chat backseating. I think it was just for streaming without the delay. Castle Age here, and Redanon, thank you for the follow. Welcome, everyone. So this is game number 1, so we didn't miss anything. If my sudden disaster admins do note that Emu and his opponent are around, let me know. See, that's the thing. The handbook very clearly laid out that it was the tournament admin's decision, but it still was overruled by Nilly. That means we're just going to have them replay the set. It was quite the controversy because it was Licks against Stray Dog, and that was a pretty big mismatch that there was very little chance Stray Dog was going to win. And so much so that Stray Dog anticipated losing and scheduled, I don't know, it's like a travel or a vacation or whatever later in the week, so he was not available to play the next round. So Xuanlu just got an admin win past the double not being able to play of Stray Dog and Licks. So it was definitely not an ideal setup. Yes, the general rule, yep, of all the tournaments in the calendar. And I have to say, it has not been smooth using the handbook so far for Sudden Disaster either. Well, Yo's not even in the qualifier. He's auto going. He's like the scout in the farms. He is auto qualified. Xuanlu up to the Castle Age. As Wilbur and Wargalley on the way for Vivi. Pretty good score lead for Vivi. He's been raiding with his archers the entire time, and he has kept his forward back here with the workshop. He's ready to start pressuring that TC. Get an armored elephant. He's not even going for the mangonel. He's going straight for the kill with the elephant. Inefficient gold mining camp? Where? No, yeah, that is an inefficient gold mining camp. Don't build your mining camp adjacent to the gold like this. Although, to be fair, if you have literally only one villager forward, then yeah, absolutely do this. You'll be adjacent to it mining. That's the most efficient way you can place it. This one farther up? Oh, this is a great mining camp. Unless you mean this one? I guess maybe it's fine. So he's trying to raid with the Jian swordsman. That palisade? Was there a palisade there earlier? Oh, okay. It says I like math. That would be the truth. I like the elephant for pushing the ram. So Vivi on 1 TC, but still has a massive eco lead, and there's the GG from Xuanlu. Vivi will go up 1-0. They started this game slightly early too. But yeah, Vivi kept the fish alive, looked like he was fishing in the middle too. Had the very effective forward. And well, this map is so large, the forwards can really catch you off guard. You're super far apart, but that just maybe means you have your guard down. Hello, our base. What did I study? Yes, exactly that. Well, that's the thing, Roy Boy, that the handbook very clearly says it is admin discretion, and that is where some of the annoyances come in, because apparently that is not the case. Oh yeah, this is the scoreboard for the other event I was going to cast. Let's see, did the players show up? We don't have Emu around. I studied German as a minor, yes. I spent a semester living in Berlin when I was in college. Wie ist dein Deutsch jetzt? Around 10 years ago. More than that now. I was probably close to a B2 level, but I've not lived in Germany for a long time now. Not currently, but I was. There's the Berlin LAN in December I will be going to. Not the best German city. It's a very English-speaking city. You can get around without speaking German. And hello, Sir Mayonnaise. For a map that often makes... I feel like Seychelles never really made a long game, at least not that I've casted. Maybe I've missed it, though. Oh, I forgot to turn the logo on. Hold on, I have a logo somewhere. I'll like up logo and capture age. There we go. And then on this scoreboard, I'll swap it over. I have this LY cup. There we are. And up the players. These will be qualifier, final. I'm assuming it's a best of 7. This will be Vivi against Schwinlu. There's the QR code. Whoosh. There. Brother-in-law has been living here for 15 years, still doesn't speak German. Have I heard the German Abracadabra song? I have not. Right, drafts. This is a tournament set. We have drafts, maps, and civs. Alright, we have drafts that are not in the right position. Oh gosh, what happened there? This is the best of 7 draft. Oh, that is a mess. We don't need the drafts, right? I was not planning on casting this today. Where is Emu? We'll just have a scoreboard between the games. That's all we need, right, chat? Take extra long to look at the achievements between games. Well, this is the irony. Well, a player who is playing Black Forest is the one who actually has arrived because he'd managed to type in the chat. And technically that counts as his being there when his opponent isn't there, so he's winning the admin wins. He's up 1-0 now. Play by play for Emu. Losing his set to admin losses. Alright, so we'll have Schwinlu here as the red Mongols and Vivi as the blue Cumans. You think it's going to be easy for Vivi? I don't know, I mean, Schwinlu's been playing really well. And it did even manage to beat Lix legitimately. I mean, that's the downside of Lix being disqualified. A third set in the past couple weeks between Lix and Schwinlu would have been interesting to see. But here we have Bedouins, both players TCing the fish. You have a nice woodline and lake. Yeah, if only Lix, if only Lix had casted your set, our base. He would have won 3-0. 4-0 even. Imagine that. If Lix had casted your set without delay, you could have won 4-0 in a best of 5. On Nomad? All of them. I mean, the faster your TC goes up, the faster you get the vills production. Now, the thing is, on this version, you have your vills spread out in 3 groups of 3. So usually what happens is you place one of your groups of villagers to make a mill, and that way you have the food income already to keep the TC running. And you even don't have to TC the little ponds here, if you don't want to. Because you have that mill. Even though it usually is still a good idea. It's if all of your 3 groups do spawn together, though, maybe it's good to do the TC all at once. 100% efficiency. Well, 100% efficiency, but a very late TC. It seems like 13 GMT. That's what it says in the scheduling Discord. Yeah, that looks like a confirmation to me. Oh, Dog9U is even posting his ping. Well, it was game 1. Game 1 was Seychelles. If he went for a forward and sold seashells by the Schwinlu Seychelles seashore. Cuman's is an interesting choice here. Yeah, so Cuman's, you're going to be feudal booming. And Kipchak's Hussars will be great with how open this map is late game. Good siege too with onagers and rams. Go for an aggressive push if you want to get to that point too. I miss Bracer though, so Mingadai I feel kills pretty much everything that the Cumans can do. Best answer is maybe Speedy Paladins, which maybe you can get to on Bedouins. You need a lot of gold for it. Oh, and I forgot to run the ads. Yeah, so reminder, if you're watching on Twitch, you can also watch on YouTube if you don't want to get any of the ads that Twitch forces me to run. Or get the pre-roll ads. So we'll have Feudal for both players, but faster Feudal as you'd expect from Vivi as the Cumans. Doing a barrack, so he might even try to go for a stable and a few scouts while Cuman booming. And you have so many sheep on this map, and so much shorefish, that you are never going to need to build a farm. Or not never, but at least not soon. Stable going up after the barracks. Is the income you get from YouTube without the ads better than Twitch with ads? Well, on YouTube, the memberships are at a 70-30 split. As Twitch I'm at 60-40, so that by itself is just even better. YouTube memberships are nice. Patreon's better though, because that gets like 88-12. But the trade-off is that Twitch usually you get more subs and bits and whatnot, and I think it's easier to monetize. It's a trade-off in where you kind of invest in building. Yeah, there's no Prime sub for YouTube, but Prime subs on Twitch are awful now. They're not on like the 60-40 tier, it's just a fixed amount per country. And if you're not in the US or Germany or Canada, there's a list of countries, but if you're outside of those, it's not much at all. It's not the same as a normal sub. And those don't count for getting up to the 60-40 or 70-30 tiers anyway. So, scouts will be going for the villager. Archer going for the spear. Spear getting some pokes on the scouts. And the spear goes down. So it's going to be scouts versus... Well, scouts versus nothing. It's a fast castle here. And Vivi, even as the Cumans, he's not going for the second TC. He didn't even know loom yet. Just going fast scouts and archers with the cheaper military buildings in the feudal age. A 75 wood stable and range. So forcing some very defensive play from Schwinlu, who's going up to the castle age, but as we've seen from Fospro, he can be very defensive. And even as the Mongols can make a stable and just go steppies, or maybe we can just do a range and go cav archers. Yeah, using the Cuman's pick as bait a bit. That's what I think is one of the hardest things about the second TC, is that there are so many things they can do on the fast feudal build, and not so much on Bedouins, but even on other maps where the scout is faster, you cannot scout what they do because you'll just lose the scout fight if they're up faster and have an extra speedy scout. And hello Ruben, how are you doing on this fun Sunday? So here's the padded archer armor. Need full feudal to punish the SC. The FC? I think that's true, but then you also can do the second TC eventually. It's like you can do some damage and then swap to the TC once you have enough army out. Because here it's kind of interesting, right? It's like the army, they ran into a tower, they ran into a TC, and they kind of hit the point where they're not really doing any more damage. And if you stay feudal too long, eventually the Castle Age units will be something you can't deal with. The scouts will go hit the vills. Watch an AoE while it's raining. I hope you're staying dry. As dry as Arabia without pawns. Now, these archers will still be hoovering around here. No outdoor AoE watching today. Now, that's what we did at Red Bull. We were lucky we had good weather for those days in the castle, since we were all outdoors. I wonder what would have happened were it to have rained those days. Would have needed some shelter somewhere. There wasn't even anywhere in the castle to go. Huge tent? Did they have the possibility of putting up a tent? Could they quick wall out the rain? Scouts go down. Archers have to run away. Skirms, still effective. Taking out those archers, even in the old patch. Now, Shunlu coming forward with his archers. His turn to do damage now. Now that Vivi is indeed back here in the feudal age still. Doesn't have many towers up. And is just trying to go skirms himself. Forward workshop though from Shunlu. Now trying to punish the Cumans. So Vivi did a lot of damage early on, but with the tower and the Phosphoro-esque eco management, staying under the TC, under the tower, and that's all he needed to stay safe. I think Vivi's got this. See, 28 vills to 48 vills. So 20 vil lead for Vivi. But still in the feudal age. I never know how to read these Cuman games. Maybe it's a mistake to go for a Mangonel instead of a ram here. He could be ramming through the range and taking out the skirm production and then going for the TC. Expo for Red cannot afford it. Shunlu cannot afford crossbow here. And honestly, the siege is more important at this point than the crossbow, as Vivi clicks up to the castle age, and we'll put it in the back TC. And you know, gonna come forward and pressure. He does at least have Bodkin. And is he going to guess that Vivi put castle in this TC and bring the Mangonel over here? One Mangonel won't take it out when there are that many vills repairing. Okay, and second stable for Vivi, he's just going to be able to go Steppe Lancers. Mongols still have camels, right? They still have camels, so they weren't removed. I mean, if Mongols go camels, that could be a countermeasure to Steppe Lancers. They could do their own Steppe Lancers, but just nowhere near the economy. Got 31 vills to 49. It does look like a good 2-0 lead for Vivi after this. He managed to survive, did enough damage, and survived. Had a lot of archers hoovering around his eco, but with the second TC with a few towers up. Ashwin could never afford the siege early enough to deal with it. Let's go horsies. And a lot of skirms coming over here, as long as he doesn't run into the mangonel, he's fine. Yeah, Arbase, we played quite an interesting Nomad game earlier today. You were on 19 vills for a long time. I thought we had it when it was like the boon players were goths on our team and Maya on the other team, but Maya just too strong. Move all army to one spot. I feel like AoE 2 has passed, like, there are a lot of civ people who say like there are too many civs and they kind of bloat the game. I think it's kind of getting bloated with quality of life features. Like, you can add bloat to the game in many ways, and I think too much QOL is a way too. So here we have a win for Vivi. 22 to 15 KD. And a much better eco. Cuman's out booming. 8-minute difference to the castle age, but because of all that forward pressure, Winlu was not able to do much about it. And the option of Vivi anticipating the FC opening stable range worked out perfectly for him. Yeah. Now that's the thing, when I played Age of Mythology, the auto queue was really annoying, honestly. Like, it felt like there was much, I don't know, like I felt so much less in tuned with managing my eco because of the auto queue. It's just like you click one button and you have the vills, and that wasn't great. Like stuff like pre-queuing the technologies was great, but I wish that they would have just not had the auto queue in Age of Mythology. I think it would have been a lot more fun when I was playing it not to have had the auto queue. Yeah. It's a weird thing. So like it's such a fundamental part to be able to swap between your army and your eco, and have to swap back and manage both. And yeah, you still have to assign your vills to different stuff and set your TC gather point. But the auto queue takes out just, as much as it is just pressing a couple of buttons, it takes out an important part of managing the eco away from you and just kind of puts it on autopilot in a way that, I don't know, I just felt like disconnected from what my economy was doing so much, and I think it was because of that button. Works in games that aren't as focused on macro. Yeah, that too, right? It's a weird thing, right? Because AoE2 has always had that great combination between the macro of needing to of needing to manage your economy and deciding where to send your army, and also the micro of controlling it. And then it's important that there are like mechanics for both. As much as it's nice to have micro when you're dancing with the archers and the mangonels and everything, there also needs to be micro in managing your economy. And it's both aspects of the game that need micro as a part of them. Especially for those games like when you're just booming away, like if you're on Black Forest and you're doing a huge boom as the pocket, you need stuff to do with your economy. And if you just have all your TCs auto-queuing vills, like what's the point? It's too APM heavy? I don't think that at all. I don't think that at all. And I think that APM is an important part of the game because you take the you take the APM away, and then you end up like, what do you do? Every so often I'll see one of those comments that pops up and it's like, why isn't the game played on fast speed? And well, if you're booming on BF, I think you're pushing your APM enough that you're not worried about fast speed. You have enough to do. So the next map will be Lookout. Let me just get the ads out of the way on Twitch as we load in. I need to write my thoughts and make a video. Volcano map, that is Meltdown. We'll play some commie games on it one day. Yeah, and apologies, I don't have the drafts. I wasn't planning on casting this, so I didn't set my overlays up properly. He has way more options for what you can do with Vils. I think that's true, and I think it's important that what you do with the Vils is part of the... You know, it's not just that... It's not like Rise of Nations where you build the camp and then you assign Vils to it and they kind of like auto-collect resources. It's important that actually managing the Vils is part of what you're doing. Are the rescripted ES maps any good? I didn't play them. I did take a brief look at them. I saw there was probably a couple bug fixes, but I have not actually played them. There is a mod with the old ES maps if you want to look at that. I always say the old custom maps from Ensemble Studios are great examples if you want to learn map scripting, because they're nice and simple, much simpler than many of the DE maps. So it's good that they're still there. Aqua Arena in the next map pool. As long as we have that and normal arena, oh, that's going to be great. I haven't actually played that map, but it gives me memories of the Mangrove Shallows Cup. Alright, here we are, game number 3. The map is Lookout, and it'll be the Vivi as the blue Wei and Schwinlu as the red Shu, both play in these 3 kingdom civs. And we'll have outposts everywhere, along with a barracks tower, army tent, mule cart, villager combo out here. So 3 vills out there, 6 under the TC. Nice composition between the 2 of them. Starting with that free mule cart, you can collect both the deer from it and also the hunt from it. And I guess chickens are hunts, so you can probably collect from them at the mule cart too. Yeah, you can, definitely. We saw that a lot in Chicken Arabia on Cartographers. Aesthetically pleasing map. It is. Oh, yeah, did you see that chickens are pushable now? I think that's a bug, but you can actually just push chickens into the TC with your scout straight away. I saw Phosphor had a video on, like, he used a scout and a villager and just pushed, like, a group of 8 chickens all at once. That was impressive. No way they shoot into 3 kingdom civs. Who would have thought? Barbay's trying to go for the puns. Yeah. Chickens were weird things. I feel like they were already... Like the fun thing about the boar and the sheep and the wolves is that there are all different ways of interacting with them. You lure the boar, you push the deer, you scout with the sheep, and there's... You know, it's not just like... Again, it's not that Rise of Nations economy where you place down the building and you send the vills to it and that's it. It's actual gameplay that you're doing with each of the different animals. And chickens, as they're intended, just sitting in one spot, are basically just a different form of berries, where there's no actual gameplay with them, you're just milling them. The only real difference is in quick walling, that you can't use the chickens as part of a quick wall against a drush. And you're slightly more vulnerable because of that. The funnels actually are kind of fun because it actually creates gameplay with the chickens. So I wouldn't mind seeing new different types of animals or getting creative with them, but I think the funnels were actually a lot of fun to build and set up, and you kind of use them as part of your base to push the chickens, but they're also kind of like silly and ridiculous. But I actually kind of like that. Yep, this is still old patch, our base indeed. And if you were here earlier, I had to swap back and forth like 2 or 3 times before I actually realized that. Because I was on the old patch for Sudden Disaster. I clicked the join button on the spectator dashboard and it gave me a warning that was on the old patch. And I was like, when I saw that warning, I thought, oh, maybe I'm getting that warning because I'm on the old patch and it's actually on the new patch and it's just an incompatibility. So then I swapped. But then I couldn't spectate because it was indeed the old patch and I swapped back. Waiting for dogs you send out to grab sheep. They're off the hunting wolves. But yeah, that could be cute. That could be a cute addition to a Dark Age. I don't know if I'd want to see that in AoE 2, but that could be a new, like, I don't know, if you were going to make your own Age of Empires 5, some type of dog unit in the Dark Age to interact. Actual land will be the new patch? I do not know for sure. I would guess so, but I do not know for sure. I've heard there's also supposed to be a hotfix coming soon. How about a Cobra unit? Like a Cobra car? Like a Lego Cobra car? That's going to be the dream, if Lego can sponsor Legos for the stream one day. So we have Vivi, who is coming for a forward. That forward will be spotted, there's no hiding this. But the mule cart is there along with the vills, so this is getting creative. So you have the mule cart, you can scout with it, and you can also use it just to collect resources with your vills who are going for the forward. So he took his vills from the forward lookout post, and came now to the back of the back, and that tower will be seen, but, or no, maybe it won't be seen. Shenlu has to know there's a tower going up. Well, he's not reacting to it. Will the tower... It doesn't cover the wood yet, but if fletching comes in and another line of trees are chopped, then it will. So, preemptive tower, I guess. Only took years of complaining for maps to get added and updated. I mean, they've finally made some good changes to the map scripting engine. If I ever finish this video I've been editing, that I need to edit again because of this patch, it'll be glorious. Yeah, you get the dog for your AoE 3 explorer, who quoted Hamlet when it died. An investment tower, yep. I remember Vivi back in King of the Desert 2, building towers all over the place back in the Willowlook Kingdoms meta. I think he was, what, top 4 in that tournament. He was really good at that meta. Yeah, exactly. Bring the mule cart with the tower. And you know, if you think about it, it's like if you send Vils to try to fight the tower, then you can use the mule cart to block, and that gives you extra time to react through your quick walls. Maybe that's actually room that can be explored in the future, some type of forward with Armenians, Georgians, using the mule cart along with the tower rush. It seems to be working out very well for Vivi so far here. He's going to try to jump a couple of Vils with the scouts. Only 2 scouts, so probably won't kill anything. Especially with the spear coming over. And Bloodless, hello. We'll kill the low HP scout. How are you doing, Bloodless? They don't have a reason to go forward since they're OP. Fair enough. Do I like mule carts as a thing? I don't think they're horrible. I'm not the biggest fan of them. I feel like it's just taking the ox cart from Age of Mythology and shoving it into AoE 2 rather than coming up with a new AoE 2 thing. Oh, those spears maybe not poking the scouts as well as they could have. Scouts going for a Vil, they'll get one there, but at the expense of taking quite a few pokes. Now they're poking away. I prefer oxes over mules. I prefer Age of Mythology features in Age of Mythology. When is Sudden Disaster? Next set will be at 15 GMT. I was going to cast a set at 13 GMT, but one of the players didn't show up, so that looks to be an admin win. Want aircraft carriers? Play Rise of Nations. One day I'll have to play Rise of Nations, just to show it off. That's something my dad always did. My dad always played Rise of Nations. He would pick, like, he would do like an 8-player free-for-all on an islands map against the AIs. Who didn't show up? Emu. And Bird doesn't exist. It was quite the situation. His opponent was playing Black Forest, but alt-tabbed and typed in the chat at the right time. And so, Emu didn't. Here comes a spear over, scouts will run away. It was fun to play, but definitely not as complex. I think there's a lot of complexity to Rise of Nations, but it was definitely not as complex in terms of eco-micromanagement. I think there are a ton more things in Rise of Nations and different elements to it, but I never played it competitively. I don't know if there ever was a competitive scene for it. I mean, there was multiplayer, but I don't know if ever at the same level as like AoE 2 or StarCraft. Yeah, Cav versus advanced tanks. Yep. Dave Hunt, was he good at it? I'll have to talk to him about it then someday. That'd actually be really interesting just to cast a Rise of Nations game. Ooh, walls. Oh, not quite in time. So Vivi, doing some damage with the forward, gets the tower established on the wood line. But after that, Schwinlu manages to defend at least decently. Down by 5 Vils, though. And no Horse Collar either. Vivi does have Horse Collar behind this. So it feels like Vivi's in a pretty darn good spot here. But not an insurmountable lead by any stretch of the imagination. Her grand strategy? I guess the only grand strategy I ever played would have been Rome Total War. Which is kind of like that mixture, right? As you can still do the battles. And I had a lot of fun with that. I never was able to get into any other Total Wars. Otter took a game from Dark? Oh gosh, will I have to cast that? Okay, we'll cast that after this if we need to kill some more time. If there are any upsets, I'll have to cast the upsets. Archers take out that scout. Both players up to castle, Vivi up a bit faster, as you'd probably expect from all those res collected. And, well, not much going on here, just the hoovering around the economy. And this is one of those games where I think that the queuing Vils thing is important. Because you get to that stage, and as much as we have this stage in high elo games, we get this stage a lot more in low elo games where both players just get, if you just add 3 TCs and boom, that is the gameplay. Queuing Vils is the gameplay for a while you're booming up. How many game additions in the last years have been original, not taken from another game? That is a good question, Paradox. And well, maybe I'll have to make a video about that too. Because I feel like everything that they've done that is very directly from another game has been stepped back. Like the Flemish Revolution, or if you remember Scootage when the Sicilians had that tech. Or even the original Burgundian vineyards that turned all of your food into half of the gold. Can you imagine that? Literally taking all of your food away in Age of Empires 2? And Machine Gober, thank you for the follow. That was the thing. Then you have the Sicilians with the sergeants from the Age of Mythology Norse. So here we have the Huiguang Cavalry, which I guess this is a very AoE2 unit, just with different stats. And from that perspective, it does actually feel kind of interesting to have a different knight. With different situations, less HP but more armor, and has a nice amount of HP that these Huiguang Cavalry have. Alright, I mean, you know, hitting the Vils. Yeah, the Schwenlu path to the finals was something special. And the walls are open, and the cav are in. I mean, to be fair to Schwenlu, though, as much as he did benefit from some of Nili's decisions, other than Lix, he's probably the 3rd best player right now in this qualifier. Right, after Vivi and Lix, so he did even win a set against Lix earlier. So who knows? Not even necessarily surprising to see him here, even if he's not one of the favorites. Let's see. Oh, the Vils were out here by Schwenlu, so great map awareness from Vivi to notice the Vils on this gold. And less good map awareness to attack the mule cart instead of the Vil underneath the tower. But he gets a Vil. And that's the important part. And he's also still in. He's also still in, has that Scorpion. And this is one of the things that back in that Will of the Kingdoms meta that was so... that I picked up on that was so important with the tower rush, is that even if you don't do much with the tower, if you keep it alive, you have forward Vils. You can garrison them in the tower and protect them, so it's difficult to kill the Vils unless you're committing to rush down the tower in feudal. And that's what we see Vivi's benefited from over here. He's got the workshop, he has the monastery, and they're both in the back, and he was able to do that right away thanks to having those Vils forward. Probably not going to have that immediately into a castle drop these days, like you might have seen in the past. But just having the Vils, 3 Vils right in your opponent's woodline is so annoying for your opponent not to be able to clean them up. and ironically above Tato and MBL on the Will of Kingdoms meta. I think his success in some of those tournaments definitely showed it. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Top 4 in King of the Desert 2 in the Tower Rush meta. And that's saying something, considering Tato is definitely a Tower Rush type of player. Does anyone else remember that game against Spring where Tato made all those towers? That's a classic. Oh, nice monk conversion there. Again, forward Vils repairing the siege. More towers for them to hide in so they never die, so they can heal. On HD? Was that HD? That might have been Will of the Kingdoms, wherever it was. So, volley of arrows hits the monk. Hello, siestas. It's always North American styled cities you're building. I guess kind of a bias that some of the I guess the original SimCity would have been very American influenced. That type of effect can even last on the genre. Oh, what the heck? That bear attacked the skirm, then gave up. Whoa, what? The bear stopped chasing? Bear, what are you doing? Oh, that's weird. He's too old for this. Oh, you say he's hungry though. He's got to eat something. He took one bite and it was unbearable. I guess skirmishers just aren't that tasty. You'd pay for an expansion that's just various cities that Philadelphia has designed. I've been thinking, I kind of want to do that one day. On AOK Heaven, every so often, I guess they haven't done it in a little while now, but there is the Pretty Town competition. I'd love to sponsor another one of those, maybe make it a bit larger. And hello, Dr. Socks on YouTube. Now there's the GG, and Vivi goes up 3-0, and just kind of all started by getting that mule cart forward for the tower rush, keeping the tower alive, being slightly more efficient, and turning that into castle age pressure with the forward vills. So this is exactly the type of meta where Vivi excels. Even going back to those Will of the Kingdoms days. So what's that, 29 to 18 KD? Much better economy. Better castle time. And let me just look at the eco. I wish we could, can I zoom in on the eco chart? Is there a way I can do that in Capture Age? Can I zoom, control click? Stacked line? Stacked. Or is one of these better than another? I don't know, I'd love to kind of like zoom in a bit. I don't know if resources is collected is the best thing. Maybe actually instead of res collected, there could be like a res gathered stat too. Giving the total amount of res that have been collected by Vils, even if they're not dropped off yet. And thank you XRealFear929 for the follow. Oh, also Machine Go Burr. I think I didn't read that earlier. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're closing in on 14k followers. We're more than halfway through the 13ks. Yeah, I haven't played City Skylines in a while. There's a second one now. I want to play Planet Coaster 2. I played the first one a very tiny bit. The original Roller Coaster Tycoon was a lot of fun because not just like the building aspect, but the park managing aspect. And I feel like a lot of the new theme park games that have come out, and when I say a lot of them, I guess it's just the 2 Planet Coasters. But and I haven't really recaptured that same management aspect, or the kind of the simplicity of it from the 2D game. Some medieval cities. That could be fun, designing a medieval city builder. Never played Transport Tycoon, no. Learn to code by decompiling Roller Coaster Tycoon. Feel free to go Parkitect. I do have Parkitect, yes. Parkitect is wonderful because it runs natively on Linux. You don't even need Proton or anything. So 100% Parkitect is good. Never really got into it though, but it is wonderful. Alright, so let's go back to my unupdated. Yeah, I have seen Murder Lords too. I think I have it. I've never really played it though. It's on my, maybe it's just on my wish list. It's one of my Steam things that are there, but I haven't played. Anyway, so that is 3-0 for Vivi. And as I said, apologies I didn't get my overlay set up for this. Wasn't planning on casting it because of the sudden disaster, but we had a sudden disaster when a player didn't show up. So we're casting some Blingy 1 Cup instead. Having time for other games, I know. Yeah, Parkitect's the follow-up to Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Planet Coaster is more like the follow-up to Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. I've never heard of Planco. Unless that's an abbreviation for Planet Coaster. Which maybe it is. Okay. For a second, I wasn't sure if that was an L or an I, and you got me confused. Emu had GMT issues. Oh, no. Oh, no. Seems I have misconverted my GMTs. Oh, no. That's, yeah. That happens to us, Americans. I'd leave it up to Dog9 if he still wants to play. I would too, but looks like we're following the rules. It was Emu who showed up less. Let's put it that way, I guess. I mean, I guess there's no rule against alt-tabbing to do your draft while you're playing another game. So if Dog9 was gonna alt-tab, click buttons in the Civ draft while playing his game of Rage Forest, then all the power to him. It's extra tough for us Americans because we use 12-hour time. So not only do we need to do the subtraction, but then we also have to mod by 12. It's a bit too much for us. And hello, Solo Lang? Great to see live stream at an earlier hour. Yeah, the past few days I've been streaming a bit later because we've had games throughout the day, but today we're starting a bit earlier. Around 9 a.m. though. 9 a.m. I'm just glad I didn't attempt to wake up at 6 a.m. a second time to cast the Viper set. That didn't happen. You've gotten so burned by 12-hour time, you switched your phone to 24-hour. Yep. Do they get prize money for advancing without playing? They do, yes. If they make it to a sudden disaster only has prize starting at the top 16. John Slow said that the World's Edge wanted prize payments of at least $200. So he said hi at whatever the time is. 2 minutes after the time, at 13:02 GMT, he said hi. So he was good. He was in the chat. Well, I was pinging him because he was playing VF. Yes. So here we have Schwinlu playing as the Red Koreans, Vivi as the Blue Berbers. It is not Nomad, a map that I think is actually really nice. I've enjoyed this. 9 p.m. for you. Also, that local taxi driver is live streaming now too. Oh, that taxi driver live stream you talked about. I've just worked on a handbook for another event, not a World's Edge sponsored one, so we're not using the unified book, thankfully. And I made some nice calendars out of tables to display dates. I'm getting my UI design going. And I put Sunday at the end of the week instead of the start of the week, like us Americans do. It honestly, for AoE 2 scheduling, that makes a ton more sense, because then all of your games are on one color on the calendar per week, instead of making it all jagged. You can still get Nilly to shout at you, while I can shout back in German. So how is this different from Nomad? Because you start with a TC. See how square this wood line is, and unnatural. It's because the TC's on it. Your TC, you start with the TC and 2 vills under it, and you also start with a dock. Well, I would say usually the docks are balanced, but here it's a bit weird. The one dock is by this TC, and I'd say maybe the safer dock for Xuanlu. But it is completely a Nomad start, just you start with a TC. It's genuinely, I think, one of the more interesting map concepts we had, and it removes, as much as people do like a lot of the randomness of picking your TC spot in Nomad, it's kind of, that's never really a thing on the map. Because you just build your TC as soon as you find a spot for the most part, is you want to get it up as fast as you can. So it'd be different if maybe there were like a 60-second timer before you could place a TC and you had time to scout. So it's just kind of like a faster starting Nomad in many ways. It still plays very similarly in terms of the civs you want, in terms of taking somewhat neutrally positioned resources. You don't have any player-specific resources. And for a tournament where you're trying to get a very fair map, I think it's pretty cool. For also an event where you want to prevent admin restarts if you're making a good experience for spectators and you don't want to have to deal with players building their TCs in range of each other. It can be a lot of fun. It's a nice little twist. I like it when tournaments have twists to maps. I think it's nice to have different options and to try things out now and then. Choose your TC spot within a predefined area and it's built instantly. Why not play Coastal Continental at this point? Because Coastal and Continental still give you predefined per player resources. This one is still spreading the resources out a bit randomly. So you don't have the start from Nomad, but you have the mid and late game aspects of Nomad. Not nearly as much randomness of like one player having a TC that gets like on the corner versus the middle of the map. But an interesting concept nevertheless. You prefer it over 4 lakes? Yes. Remember GL set that was like 5 rees in a row? Our base wasn't admitting tournaments in the good old days when we had restarts. Nowadays, everyone expects maps to be perfect and balanced every time, which is kind of achievable. But the randomness of playing bad maps was definitely much more a part of Age of Empires years ago. I kind of miss that. Usually, players would have 2 or 3 restarts per game, where 4 minutes in, they could call a restart and re-roll the map generation. And oftentimes, you'd see players in a streak using all 4 of their restarts in a row on the same map. Like game number 1 might be played 5 times. And now the lobbies just bug out. Yeah, and also you do start with a dock and close wood every time. So starting with the dock, I wonder how this actually changes things for different civs, because there's always like that aspect of Nomad where like the Huns or the Chinese have the different wood count. And the dock plays out differently. On the 3-vil start, at least. So this kind of change that a bit for those civs. You don't expect maps to be perfectly balanced, just expect me to be perfect? Well, if I am perfect, then all my maps will be perfectly balanced. Restarts was actually an interesting strategical mechanic. Restart when you get lamed? Yeah. And I think it's impossible to do res that way on a 9-vil start. Because you would have that period with 3 vils in the Dark Age where you're actually scouting, and 4 minutes into the game is still not a lot happening. Now if you have a 9-vil start, you have like what? Like a minute and a half would be the equivalent time to call a restart. So this is the old patch where you have to be careful with lowering the boar. And part of the glory of that is even someone of Vivi's skill level doesn't have the board directly under the TC. New patch where he doesn't have to worry about killing with the TC. You get it right underneath there. So second dock for Vivi. Third dock for Vivi. He's going 2 aggressive docks. And yeah, so you start with that dock villager out there. On the other side, he scouted, found where the docks were for Xuanlu, and went double aggressive docks there. As the Berbers, he'll have the faster moving ships. Koreans will have the cheaper ships, but no demos. And going aggressive for fires against the Koreans is great because you force them into fires instead of galleys. They really want to be going galleys, where that wood discount comes into play even more since they're so wood heavy. And forcing them into a big fire galley fight because you're so close without demos puts you at a nice advantage. If you can prolong the fight to the point where you're getting demos and not letting them get to galleys. What changes the boar into the TC? If the TC kills the boar, all of the food is still on the boar. Which, I know we've talked about that ad nauseum, but is not a change I like. Manipulate the score to get them to call a restart or not. I've never seen someone do that, score manipulation for restarts. But the restart if you get lamed definitely was a thing. Which is not really how the mechanic was meant to be used, right? It was more about you don't like your map and you take the chance to re-roll it. And sometimes you shoot yourself in the foot there because you get an even worse map. But I guess the same thing happens with laming too. Sometimes you use your re and then you get lamed again, or maybe you lose your board to the TC and it's even worse. Amazon Tunnel be picked in any serious tournament? Maybe. There is Paradox thinking of using Amazon Tunnel for one of those rivalry gauntlet show matches. So we'll have forward vills from Vivi again, sending even another vill forward beyond the dock vill. We'll see if he maybe goes for a tower on that wood line. I don't know if Vivi loves his towers, he'll be taking the chickens in the middle of the map. You mean Amazing Tunnel? Yes. And here is Vivi, those forward fires finally come to fruition. Flaming the fishing ships and sending them down to the bottom of the ocean. Or he would if he could catch up to them, which he will eventually. But he's going to take out the fires first. Another fire coming down here from him. The fires are firing on all cylinders. And just some fried fish. Some toasty fish. It's like on RuneScape if you have a low cooking skill and you burn your fish. That's what's happening here. So, it looks like Xuanlu's coming back on the water in terms of the fire numbers. Which, with the Koreans' discount, nice blocking from him. Eventually the Koreans can come back if demos don't come into play. But he did lose the fish, and that's now 6 fishing ships to 3, and here is said demo. And... okay, doesn't really get anything, but does manage to save the fire. Just using it as a demonstration ship there. And there's Castle Age on the way. Gotta repair that now. The dangerous job of a villager, repairing the thing that explodes. Vivi's up to the Castle Age, and potentially up on his way to a 4-0 sweep looking at that score. Not too far apart in res collected, and Xuanlu won't be too far behind Castle. Camel Archer War Wagon is interesting. I think Camel Archers do at least get a bonus there, but I think War Wagons still win just due to how great their HP is. Hello, Tucson Blues. It's okay, demos have fail-safe mechanisms. That's true, they don't do friendly damage. I do miss the days though when the I do kind of miss AOC water, just in general. I feel like the feudal age fire galleys didn't really add all that much. And also removed some of the viability of just the FC fires, since you need to spend all that extra resource on the War Galley upgrade. Even though you can queue them in feudal, it also kind of slows them down. I also miss just galley micro. It's one of those things where I think fires are equally as boring to watch as galley micro, but galley micro at least was a lot more fun to play. So Castle Age here, on the way for Xuanlu. He'll be a minute slower than Vivi. We'll have War Galley on the way from Vivi, really looking to take control of the water. And with the turtle ship nerf, probably not going to see them anymore from Xuanlu. Not nearly as good against fires as they were earlier. Knight, a Cav Archer, and 5 skirms. Walk into a bar. And maybe carry a broom with them as Vivi's looking for the sweep. There'll be 3 ranges from Xuanlu, and you might go Korean Cav Archers then. Wood discount is nice for the CA. And we'll have a safe gold. So, triple range Cav Archers. And Berber's kind of interesting here. They can go Elite Skirm, they can go Genitor against this, they can even go Camel against this. Lots of options for Berbers against Cav Archers. This could lead to an eventual War Wagon switch, but also no Bloodlines for the Koreans, so they don't have much HP on their Cav Archers. Yeah, time for Genitors to clean this up. Have I seen water pathing on the new patch? Did it change much? I haven't seen water pathing on the new patch, but I haven't really seen much of the new patch. It was just came out and we've had Sudden Disaster and now this on the old patch. So I've played a couple of games, but not really water maps yet. Did they change the turtle ship in another patch? Like I said, I haven't seen the new patch yet. Everything I've seen has been an old patch. I'm kind of hoping that the hotfix they're supposed to drop comes very early next week. Yep, this is the previous patch. Old patch has not been hotfixed or gotten the bugs out of it yet. Yeah, so they wouldn't have the patched again turtles in this one, even if they were made better. So fire destroying a fishing ship, but Xuanlu's still down quite a bit, and no fishing ships for him. 4 Cav Archers. And yep, indeed, it is Genitors for Vivi. Genitors to counter the Cav Archers. Oh, let's go. So nice not needing to invest into Elite Skirm, too. And if you want to go stable units, you're going to be getting Bloodlines anyway. So how does this work? So Cav Archers have 50 hit points. Genitors also have 50. So when Bloodlines comes in, this will be a 70 hit point unit against a 50 hit point unit. And Genitors themselves should be even great against War Wagons, too. So I actually kind of like Berbers in the Civ matchup against the Koreans. If the Koreans do try to go for that War Wagon push, you just go Genitors. I've done that myself, and it has felt effective. But I wouldn't... Oh, I don't know if it's always the case, though. Have Archers under the tower, but here they might be cleaned up. Probably should have been Lix Vivi in the final. Well, Xuanlu did win a set against Lix not that long ago, but I think Lix probably still would be considered the favorite. Nice walling from Vivi, trying to trap the Cav Archers. The gate goes down. Vivi did lose the Vil. And Genitor is trying to get their javelins to throw. At least they do have a rather long throwing delay. And without ballistics, can't hit the Cav Archers. Now that's another difference from DE and AOC. Units running in a straight line directly away from you no longer get hit, whereas they used to get hit in AOC. That's something I've been testing. And then that'll be a video soon, if I ever get time to edit it. So much I want to edit. I've been working on tournament handbooks and lots of other things too. Do skirms count to Genitors? I guess they're probably better just in the matchup one-on-one, but... I don't know if they strictly counter them if Genitors can run away from the fights. I guess skirms are probably cheaper. The skirm counter skirm. Yeah, the only way to stop a bad guy with a skirmisher is a good guy with a skirmisher. I'll have ballistics on the way from both players at just about the same time. So Vivi only a 6 vil difference, but I'm still wondering what Koreans can do really against the Genitors other than a lot of maybe skirmishers. Which, I mean, cheap skirms, they have the armor for the Koreans, so that shouldn't be a problem. They count as Cav Archers in terms of their armor? Yes, they do. Cav Archer and Cav Archer, all in one. I don't have a skirm to check exactly what their bonuses are. So ballistics is in for both of them, and gill nets for Vivi, who still has 11 fishing ships. Is actually down in normal villagers. Ooh, rocket cart. That Vil was alive. Aren't doing anything when it comes to damage. Okay, against non-cav archers, maybe. Or non-archers, at least. But now with ballistics, they're gonna do a lot better. Can they protect the knights enough that they can snipe the rocket cart? No. And, okay, rocket cart's still alive to get some hits. More cav archers running around. And Shrinlu's still alive. You can get can't get another shot at the rocket cart, though. He is on 3 TCs, so is Vivi, both booming away. Eco unit counts is the same, and 13 fishing ships. I always feel like, as efficient as they are, fishing ships are worse than villagers in the long run. When you look at the eco counts. And just, especially on this version of Nomad, or on this version of not Nomad, they become so inefficient over time, because the fish are so spaced out. And damage calculator beats it. Also, you have to put the cost efficiency. I don't know if the damage calculator does that, maybe it does. And the training time. Remember, this is the old patch, so skirms still train faster. So Bloodlines and Wheelbarrow on the way. It's a Wounded Age. There are tools out there. And it's not AoE 2 itself. So, Shrinlu, you think he's in a better position? I mean, 20 fishing ships for Vivi, but that's 87 to 72 Vils. And he has the guard towers out now to defend. Maybe that'll keep the Genitors at bay. Hit Expo with Bodkin to one-shot a villager. As long as they all hit. It's DE, there's no guarantee of that. Scale barding armor on the way for Vivi. A castle going up here. Let's try and calculate Sicilians. And Imp on the way for Shrinlu. Okay, he's down in score, but up in age timing. Vivi nowhere close to going to Imp. Even though he's ahead by 1k resources, Shrinlu may be optimizing his build a bit more. Getting a forward castle. This is going to be Imp and Trebuchets from him. And Vivi could maybe be in a bit of trouble. If there's one civ that's going to stay Castle Age and spam knights, though, other than the Poles now, it is the Berbers with their cheaper knights. And that could be an option against just Cav Archer Treb. Greens, what else do they have? They missed Parthian tactics, too. So no Parthian, no Bloodlines for their Cav Archers. Oh, double Minganel, can he get a shot? Nope, the Cav Archers get through. We'll find a tower, though. Yeah, Trebs and Keeps. I'm try to play Keep Away with Vivi's Mangonels. When did he lose his fish? Just kind of constantly on the water. Vivi's had water control for a long time. And he's just clicking Imp now. He's going to be well behind. He is getting in with Genitors. Skirms to defend. These things, only 5 attack, so they'll be doing 3 damage to Vils. Not the best rating unit. At least they do stand up to TC fire and are fairly mobile. Now, Skirms are out now, so they have attack against both Archers and Cav Archers, so they're doing 6 bonus damage to the Genitors. Yeah, pierce damage is all canceled out, but the bonus damage stands. On the bright side, they do have normal trebuchets, you're right. At the same time, these things do have, what's that, +4 against archers. So they also do bonus damage against the skirms. The pierce damage is completely canceled out, though, by the armor, the free Korean armor. And Treb's on the way from Schwinlu with that forward castle. He's mining stone so he can do another castle. But Vivi already getting castles over here. We'll have double production as soon as he's up to Imp. But might be at a risk of losing both castles. Res collected still only 1k difference. At this point in the game, that's just kind of staying constant now. Maybe actually just in the last moment pulling ahead for Vivi there. We have another castle for Schwinlu, but at home trying to defend on that hill. Skirm is defending against the Night Raid. Down here there's an opening in the wall, so he'll make progress towards that gold on the outside. And he's trebbing. 2 trebs out. Some skirms coming forward to defend against the Knight. Armor there for Vivi. And he spent all those resources on Imp. Let's see if he can clear the trebuchets in time. He'll be repairing the castle. Looks like he has a hill advantage there. Koreans do not have siege engineers yet. Do not have chemistry. So no bombard cannons coming through. Is that a T gold? There are T-shaped resources on Nomad. And 3rd Treb is out. And with 3 Trebs, even on a hill, it's going to be hard to repair against. And if the 4th Treb comes out, and it has, that should be a castle that goes down. And a 5th Treb on the way from Schwinlu. And 5 Trebs is something you're not going to stop from destroying castles. You don't have enough villas to surround your castle and repair against 5 Trebs. Crazy only skirms? That's all. Skirms are all you need. And okay, this is where things maybe get a bit scary. If the rocket carts are still alive and can close the distance on the Trebs, actually take them out. And if those Trebs go down, this castle stays alive. No Trebs from this castle. At this point, Vivi wants to go take this gold. It is a T-shaped gold, 6 tiles T-shaped. And they'll be sharing that for the moment, but 1 war wagon should put an end to that. A keep will put an end to that. Is there murder holes in for the keep by any chance? So the vills don't surround it and take it out. There is murder holes. There we go, and now it's a Treb war. The vills need to repair the Trebs to keep them alive, and this castle has to stay up to defend the Trebs from Cavaliers. There are going to be way too many Cavaliers there for 5 Trebs if there's no castle. Even with the castle will be hard. And with the repairs on the Trebs, Vivi will keep his Trebs alive. The rocket carts never were able to go forward, and now some Arbalests coming over. Maybe the Arbalests just in time to save some of the Trebs. And the Trebs could turn and take this castle out, maybe even run very far to the rear. Try to do it from more relative safety of the ranges that can produce arbs. So 4 Trebs still alive, but it's going to be cheap Cavalier spam now for Vivi. And at some point, Cavaliers do counter skirmishers, I'm afraid to say it. There would need to be a transition maybe to Halb now from Schwinlu, but he's nowhere close to doing that. Does not have even the gold for the Halb upgrade, and you probably have to do Pikeman first. So thumbing on the way, and it's going to be just arb numbers to try to deal with the Cavaliers. And unlike the Poles, the Berber Cavaliers do have that free... Or not free, but they do have access to that final armor upgrade. And it is a 20% discount in Castle/Imperial, or in Imperial Age now. 15 in Castle, 20 in Imp, so these are some cheap Cavaliers. Game bug skirm's not winning. Well, the Trebs come back, and I thought maybe this would be a safe area from which to Treb the castle, but not so with the Cavalier spam. And Vivi now 134 to 101 eco, even with 18 fishing ships. Look at the fishing ships, they got nothing left to fish. They fished everything on this part of the map. Nothing left. And keeps slowly pushing down here. Middle is just trying to do more keeps. Vivi desperately throwing up a tower. How do you get so far behind on Vills? There have been, feel like maybe constant raids on his eco? Maybe just trying to get Cavalier here and there. And there's the GG, so 4-0 sweep for Vivi. 121 to 76 KD. And he wins the game in Nomad. I mean, pretty competitive game from Chuanlu. It felt like Vivi was always just slightly ahead from winning the water. Ever since that decision to go double dock forward, right there into the fires, he was able to punish the Korean player. Was able to go forward so fast and get the fires into the fish before galleys could come out. And since then had the fishing eco, even though he was far down on Vils, the fish helped keep him in the game. And look at that eco tab. Yep, he was always slightly ahead in eco. And never gave Xuanlu an option to punish the fish. Yeah, and right, he wasn't really able to do much with the imp timing. What is this? Eco villagers fishing ships trade to it. How did I get this graph? Is the graph always like this by default? Did I click something? Percent of curd, percent of maximum. Actual value without any transformation. I don't know what I've clicked. Maybe without a loss in the entire qualifier? Did he stream with a delay if he was streaming? Uh, 4-0 for Vivi, pretty expected. So Arbase, you told me that Otter managed to take a game against Dark. Let's check that out. I'm just gonna turn my stream title back to Sudden Disaster Sunday. And John Slow has suffered from a toothache, went to the dentist and had a root canal. So I think he's might not be casting right away. So let's go. This will be Dark versus the Otter AoE. Let's put Otter on the scoreboard. Round of 128, best of 5. So Dark versus Otter. Yeah, we're on the right path already. Does Otter have underscores in his Twitch name? Yes, he does. This will be at Dark AoE. Yes. Tag them on Twitch. Let's see. Do I want to start this one from the beginning? I'll get the drafts. Oh my gosh. And Dark might regret his drafting strategy. Because he has gone full Viper mode. And wait until you see this draft. Because this is one heck of a draft. Boom. Dark randomed everything. He randomed everything. He is memeing. And I've heard that there has been something of an upset so far. Let's see. This isn't on the dashboard, unfortunately. They're not tracking the round of 128, which is rather annoying for me. I'm just going to play an ad as I get this set up. Don't Please Did It versus Chris. Okay. And let's see. I'll need to grab Dark's profile for the Rex. Because I can search for Dark. Game 1 on Arena. I think we'll just cast these. We'll slightly speed cast. Dark, Otter, Game 1. Put this in my folder. Alright, then. YouTube title is set up. Yes, alright, good. Now we're actually on Sudden Disaster Sunday. Let me just do the scoreboard setup. Best of 5. This is the Sudden Disaster round of 128. And swapping around the logos. There we are. Perfect. Alright, hello Char Char. So I did see Stoneplease lost a game when he went for a YOLO castle drop and doubt castled. So deer lovely on this version of Arena. This is a very small version of Arena, which I like. It has hills on the outside, which are just scary to me. And we'll have some deer being pushed in. Happy Sunday. Hello, Monaspa. Sudden disaster bit didn't take. What do you mean the sudden disaster bit didn't take? Oh, what the... capture age. Let me type in the text. That always happens on capture age now. I can't type in the text box. So there's a very, very annoying bugs. And the presence of laying off their staff does not make me feel very enthusiastic. Anyway, Aztecs versus Cumans on Arena. Aztecs, remember when Aztecs were amazing on Arena? We saw Dark luring with the eagle and he'll go heal the eagle up. Guess that makes sense, but you're not going to have any scouting of the middle. To be fair, you can't really scout against the Cumans anyway. So he's just going to take time to heal the scout. Not going to be... Oh, let's see. Well, he'll be punished for not scouting, so it's going to be a double archery range ram push from the Cumans. So what Dark did here is he knew that the Cumans would have the scout advantage in the Feudal Age anyway, so he didn't bother to go out and scout in the Dark Age. He just lured the boars and healed the eagles. And he's going to have no idea about what's coming. He's going to think maybe maybe Otter is going for what you normally do, the 2TC boom. But no, it's going to be rams with archers. And archers will help defend the rams, but it'll be Castle Age eagles that can get 5 pierce armor. And should wreck feudal archers if Otter isn't up anytime soon. But here comes the ram push. Cumans, can they do capped ram in castle? I guess you're never going to afford that if they get there. Oh, that's true. Hard to 2C. Never mind what I just said. It's sudden death. I'm swapping tournaments now. Can't 2TC boom here. So, okay, you should be very much expecting this. Gotta pay attention to the fact this is my own tournament. Yeah, Rams is the only strat. Never mind. You know exactly what's happening here. So, okay, no need to scout at all. Benefit for the Aztecs, indeed. And I can't imagine this working against Aztec Eagles. I just can't. This is going to be cleaned. Squire's on the way. He's got 4 armor, no need for anything else. There are no hills on Arena, so they'll take 1 damage regardless. Eagle Warrior, don't need to bother clicking the armor. Could even do attack if you wanted. So that the Rams are in, but who cares? You can wall that up now easily without the archers. And it's just going to have to YOLO on the TC, but that's with Eagles pushing. Caparum Lancers may be a better idea. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the Rams are taking some damage here. I mean, unless Dark forgets its sudden death and doesn't repair the TC, he's winning this game easily. Yeah, not even a scratch on the TC so far. The Eagles doing their job. Just needs to repair the wall. Don't have to spend stone on TCs. Can just long distance mine 1 round of stone, repair the wall, and you're good. Forward Vil being picked off. The wolf. Stop chasing the Vil. We'll stop chasing the Eagles. Archers go down, and now I think Dark just wins. He's ahead in Vils. And ahead, he's up to the Castle Age. So I think I'm just going to fast forward this and maybe get to the next wreck. They said it was an even set, so we'll try to get up to live time. Low HQ, yep, there's the HHGG. And Dark goes up 1-0. So Aztecs countering the Cuman Rams pretty effectively. Sudden death, that's not a surprise, so I expect Aztecs to win that every time. Alright, so let's get our scoreboard set up then. So that's a win for Dark. Winning game 1 behind the very random draft. And that's a win with the very last picked Aztecs, but a very good arena pick, nevertheless, even these days. I pick Cumans and sudden death for the ram push. That is why. A very predictable ram push, and I feel like the ram push is less effective if it's that predictable. Alright, but Acro is the next map. I didn't see it, but I did see someone lost one of the castles and went 3-1 castles on this map, so who knows what will happen. So this will be Dark, Otter game 2. Put this in my save game folder. And again, just try to keep this ad counter reset if I can. Like a 30-second ad if I can do that. Oh no, Twitch doesn't let me run the ads yet. I ran them too early. I'll have to do a 1-minute ad soon then. Alright, anyway, game number 2. Let's go. And here we are on Acro. That's 8 llamas there. For Otter, he grabs the oh, and Dark. Dark is prepared for this map. He's grabbing a castle with Vils and immediately goes forward to try to steal a castle. He was prepared for this. Loses the scout to the castle, though. That's the risk if you try to pull that off. But he was absolutely prepared for this map. Let's go Dark, trying to lame a castle. I like that strategy. I like that. Bengalis versus Italians. Yeah, and Dark, he used his last randomed Aztecs, which I guess the order does not matter at all for him. And a bit of laming here, a bit of laming of the llamas. So let's go to the back on the wood line. And you're out to mill the berries. That was your trick too if you got the map. Yep. And I think someone actually did manage to pull that off the other day. I didn't see who it was, but I saw Nikov posted a screenshot of it on Twitter. I'm guessing he said to guess who it was, so I'm guessing it was Doubt, but who was the victim of it? I need to go find that game and cast it. And look, while playing AoE 3. One day I'll have to do more videos about AoE 3. There's so many interesting things about AoE 3. So many things that they like tried and it just didn't quite work. Oh wow, yes, the elevation did not generate a Dark's bottom castle. Wait, are these not lands with a base elevation? How did that elevation not spawn? What? I didn't look at the map script. I thought that was a base elevation. These are like hard-coded land locations? Maybe not? Well, that is interesting. You are absolutely correct. There is no hill here. Bugged map adminry. We're too far into the set for that to happen. But okay. So Castle Age on the way for both players. No one docked on this map either. No one docked. We'll have Castle Age here. Italians, Bengalis, so Genoese crossbowmen here could actually counter Rathas. We'll have all that bonus damage. And faster build order 2 from Dark, maybe expected from the Italians. And maybe just a really good Civ matchup here for Dark. He's gonna try to get into the wood line. And Dark did dock in the north. He did dock. Otter's gonna go for some walls. I wonder if Otter could just go straight, he's just going straight petards. He's going straight petards. I love that. He needs to do them from both castles. He's doing petards from the castle that didn't attack the wall. He needs to attack the wall to free the petards. We're gonna have a forward workshop from Dark, and he's going straight for the TC. This castle's not being used, only this one. It takes 5 petards to destroy a TC, so if there's no defense, he could just run straight for that TC with the petards. I mean, there aren't even any vills farming to quick wall. And there he goes. He now realizing he needs to open the wall. Gonna have 5, a 6th petard on the way. Dark is here with mangonels and Genoese crossbowmen. There is no more economy for Dark. He cannot, for Otter, he cannot train another petard. These are all the petards he has. He has 7 of them from one castle. His gold is being disrupted by the Genbos even. Castle defends it at least. And he has to repair the TC. But here he goes. Here he goes with the petards, 7 of them. 7 of them. If this does not work, he is dead, because he is mangonelled on his TC and does not have the resources to make a mangonel. Maybe he can make 1, but has 12 villagers working. Here come the petards, though. No scouting of this yet from Dark, and no vills to quick wall, and Otter's gonna pull this off. He's gonna pull this off. There's no way Dark can stop this. It's GG. It is GG. Dark is ready to destroy the TC. He's microing the mangonels against the Genoese crossbowmen, and he's not going to even realize this. And he will suddenly be defeated out of nowhere as boom, all the petards explode at once and Otter ties it up 1-1. In a game that Dark forgot, as much as he remembered it was sudden death, he forgot that it was sudden death. And GG, easy win for Otter. Was waiting for someone to go full petards on this map. I don't even know if this was the ideal way to do it. He didn't destroy the walls on this castle to let them out, but he waited for the ideal moment. Maybe that's the meta. Your castles will not be threatened if you leave the walls up, maybe? I don't even know what the meta is, but he pulled it off. Yeah, Otter tried to go forward and steal a castle from Dark. Maybe Dark can just ask for an admin re because the hill didn't spawn. That's certainly why he lost. But boom. The huge destruction under the TC. That is a lovely. That's a lovely. Hold on, I gotta like grab a screenshot of this. This is lovely for a thumbnail. Let me thumbnail this. Boom. Let me open up GIMP for a moment. Just save this. This is beautiful. I should actually take this screenshot in game. That has better graphics. Oh, it does not as fiery and explosive there though. Let me just hold on. Gotta. You know, when an upset is this good, we gotta pull off the screenshots. Boom. Screenshot that and that together. Boom. All right. Save that to my desktop there. TC. Boom. All right. So, even set, I guess. Let's see what's going on. Thine castle rose higher than mine. No wonder thou wast victorious, I shalt abdicate. So that's a win on Acro for the Otter. And it's now a loss for Italians against Bengalis. And we'll head into game number 3. Which looks like it was on Wellsprings. And again, we'll speed through these and see if we catch up to real time. Looks like they're still playing. So, Dark Otter game 3. And this is why I like the fact we have the round of 128 for this tournament. I think this is sudden death is settings where players definitely can take games from higher rated players. And hello, Mad Hyena. Wait, let me restart capture age real quick. Game through with Skakuza? Oh, wait. We messed up. This is the wrong game then. The dashboard doesn't have all the recs then? Now, Otter here to catch us. Game 3, there's no Skakuza on the dashboard. If I check Dark's profile, it's not there. It goes straight from Acro to Wellsprings. 90K what dashboard is doing. Recs are posted. Alright, we're not going to catch up to it then. Right. Thank you for the warning. Okay, paste all of these here. Open up game number 3. Manage my downloads real quick. Tab around. Love to see an AoE3 video. I played the campaigns a long time ago. I don't see the ELO rank. That's because it is a rec and it doesn't show it. So game 3 is Skakuza. ELOs are very high versus not nearly as high. I guess that's the way to do it. Dark is the heavy favorite. Not to say anything bad about the Otter one, but Dark is the player who is at risk of being upset by a lower ELO player. 1600 versus 2k5. So 900 ELO difference. This map will be Skakuza. Mongols for Otter, Vietnamese for Dark. Mongols should be the heavy favorite on this civ. I mean, the heavy favorite on this map as a civ. The hunt bonus is, well, there's a bit of hunt on the map, to say the least. So this map was made by the Young Panda for Warlords 4. Here being used in Sudden Death. Let's see, maybe we'll just speed up the Dark Age a bit, take advantage of the fact we're casting Rex. Hello, Hagbrider. See the stream at the right time, at an earlier time today. No reason to shoot him until the last Petard gets made. I guess that's true, you get through the walls fast enough anyway. There isn't much hunt, so Mongols are not very good here. I think I will disagree with you there, ever so slightly. Is this funnel? I guess Dark just trying to funnel to the TC so it's quicker to lure all the deer. Unit composition wise, Vietnamese can do well against the Mongols with how good their skirmishers are. And especially now with Fire Lancers, if the Mongols try to go steppies. I'd imagine Fire Lancers are good there. As Emu postponed, Emu messed up his GMT conversion and did not arrive in time. Well, thank you, I guess, Otter, for killing the deer in range of the TC, Dark will say. So, no militia or drush in this Dark Age. Otter did loom for nothing on this map. Now, seems like Dark's very well prepared to play this map. With that pushing there. I bet he wishes he were the Mongols. Elo's 1600 versus 2k5. We just had Acro, where Otter literally just made Petards walked forward and destroyed the TC. Dark tried to get all fancy with a mangonel push. Had the Petards failed, Dark would have won the game easily, but that is an alternate reality. Yeah, Vietnamese CA is great in these settings if you get there. On this map, I don't think you get there. You gotta play Feudal. And well, Feudal Age for both players is... Well, look at how much Hunt Otter's already taken. He's another mill even farther forward. Rattans feel great against Mangudai too, that's true. Not so great against the Siege, but Bombard Cannons will be great. Like Imp Skirm, Fire Lancer, Bombard Cannon. Late game, I think, is a very scary composition in this matchup, but with 1 TC, I don't think you get there ever. This game is probably over, if not over in Feudal, definitely over in Castle. And as I say that, I might be completely wrong. Maybe we have like a 10-hour game on Skakuza. And I mean, Market Blacksmith here for Otter. He can sell the stone in FC. And this might just be FC steppies. I mean, he's getting back from the middle, not taking any more Hunt. We'll tower up in the back. Tower on the wood line. I need to get some water and stay hydrated. Alright, so nothing going on here. Double ranges for Dark, but kind of like what we saw on that Bedouins game earlier, was Vivi trying to go forward with his Cumans instead of booming to pressure Xuanlu for growing fast castle. I don't think the same's going to happen here for Dark. I think the fast castle will be in time for Otter. I can't make Petards here. Not immediately. Can make steppies though if he FCs. I don't know what he's gonna do when he FCs. Of course he can't FC boom. There's the barracks. This is the tournament where the round of 128 can actually be interesting. And okay, Dark just saying, you're the Mongols, you ain't getting no more Hunt. I'm laming all of this. Laming all of this. Won't have food, he's actually dead. Oh, an Emu. Emu is here. Just a bit too late. It's a horse collar on the way for Dark, as the walls go up here for Dark as well. A lot of archers coming forward for Dark, and what are we gonna get here? Yeah, it's steppies. Steppies with no food, just taking the goats, taking some of those mixed orange and forage bushes in the back. So these are called DLC orange bushes, but these fruits on them are clearly yellow instead of orange. So I don't actually know what's going on there. They're called fruit bushes, but they're also called DLC orange bush in the map script. Those are not orange. Arbase is an expert. His username is orange. I mean, it's not a lemon tree, it's a bush. I'll need some experts to comment on this for me. Maybe we should have towered the Hunt, not the berries. Well, there's no more Hunt left. Thanks, Dark, for ruining all that. This is on the old patch, so no decaying food even. Although I don't think that would matter too much. House going up there on the gold, but 2 steppies not enough against all those archers. Maybe it's the famous viper fruit. Okay, we need siege for Otter. Need maybe some scorpions. Oh no, there's a hole. He doesn't finish the wall. Oh no, and the archers could get in. Steppy not going to deter them. Maybe the Vil could do a house wall there while the archers were on the step. Oh no, he's going to try to market wall, but we'll lose a Vil there. Archer is not going to be kept out. I'll just delete that. Tower doing a better job of keeping them out than the market did. Now, a couple of steppies, but I don't know what he does with them. You're gonna need a lot of steppies to fight the archers, and they don't have any. So 0 on food. 0 on food. As the archers come through. Some wild anti-meta play from Otter. Well, he doesn't need food to afford scorpions, right? There's no way he can pull off a TC snipe, though. Now we have full walls from Dark. He gets through with the archers, but not going to get to anything. Maybe the play would have been just workshop Scorpion rather than going for the Step Lancers. Because then you wouldn't even need the barracks. If you can scout your opponents going double ranges in Feudal, then maybe it's just the Scorpion is the play. Because it is still Castle Age versus Feudal Age. And you'd need a transition to a lot of scouts to snipe off the Scorpions at that point. $22 to 41 Vils, there's a chance still. Siege and Castle Drop, I mean, that's true, he does have the stone for a Castle Drop. He has 2 Scorpions, Castle on the way from Dark. But I mean, the castle can be built where it ranges the TC. And if you get the castle forward, then it's just 5 Petards to destroy a TC. Castle opens up maybe the houses or the walls, depending on where it's built. Could damage the TC to the bit where you only need 4 Petards and then you just go for it. There still is a chance for Otter here. There still is a chance, and he's got 22 villagers with which to drop the castle. Now, the problem we've seen with these castle drops so far is if you just YOLO the castle forward with your entire village, you don't have the food for the Petards. And there he goes for it. He's got, look at that, 11 Vils forward. Where are the archers from Dark? Oh, the archers from Dark are back here thinking, oh, haha, I'm gonna clean up the steppies. I gotta make sure there are no holes in my walls, but oh no, there's a castle at the front. That will be in range of the TC. Fletching is in for the castle. Here's the question, is fletching worth it when you need the resources for Petards? Maybe not, at least he still has berries and gold. At this point, I guess you don't even take any wood, you just need Petards. And there is a chance, here come the villagers to fight. There are 11 Vils going for the castle, and Dark needs to stop this. The spam clicking on the castle foundation has begun. Spam clicking does slow down the construction. Will this be a doubt castle? Here come the archers. The Scorpions are not here. If the Scorpions were here, this castle might go up. And it still might go up 80%. 1 steppy, 7 Vils left, 88%. And does Dark deny this? He's up to the castle age, 94.75%, and it is stopped. And now Dark will have 26 archers to turn into crossbows. This will be walled off. A valiant effort, but without the Scorpions, ultimately in vain. And, well, that did not work out. Almost worked out, but not quite. I don't know, I get the feeling if the castle were up here and the Scorpions were in position to deal with the archers, then maybe it works better. He was trying to come over here maybe to be a bit sneaky. He almost pulled the archers out of position. I don't know, maybe if he gets the Vils walled in earlier and the Vil fight doesn't happen. That's close, 95%. And if that goes up, there's the chance for Petards. And there has to be 7 vills left. 15 vills total, 7 vills forward. It is slightly walled. Maybe vills can repair the Scorps? Dark going for it. Dark could still lose the game if this somehow goes up. But I don't think there's any way it goes up at this point. The crossbows are numerous enough to kill the Scorpions. And this is going to be another 7 dead vills. Crossbows there are faster than the villagers are. Yep, and there's the GG from Otter. Valiant effort, though. Yeah, 5%, less than 5% miss. Yeah, I mean, 1 extra house wall, anything works there to help get it up. But, I mean, honestly, it's the end result is lopsided, but that's how sudden death works. Still somewhat a close game despite the difference in everything because of that castle. Didn't want that's exactly right. You were worried about losing the Petard eco, so you kept the Scorps at home to defend and just tried to YOLO the castle with the vills. But I mean, if the Scorps are forward, then the archers don't deny the castle and the vills can't fight, and that goes up. That's always the big if, though, right? Because as you said, the Petard eco is so important to protect. But maybe that just could have been a couple extra tiles of palisade around here, right? Because Dark had the full potato wall around his base. A bit of extra walling might have paid off. I mean, maybe you just walled too big, and it could have been just like Market Blacksmith back here, and then you do a full wall and not even include the TC in the walls. But GG, that's actually pretty close. Oh, and hello, superhero. Yeah, I saw that you weren't on the right patch and your internet didn't let you switch. That's 2-1 for Dark. Otter is 1600. So that was a win on Skakuza for Dark. That was Vietnamese over Mongols. To be fair, there are enough civs in the game that are good at different things that... Oh, and Ornlu raided us on YouTube. Hello, Ornlu. He redirected towards us. Hello. Alright, I'll need to check off everything. Did I check it off correctly? I think I did. We have seen some nice upsets. We saw Lix, Lucho, and now Dark all having games taken off of them. Or broke the map in the new patch. They did change something about placeholders, yes. That did break stuff. Lots of map changes, though, just ended up breaking stuff. No one thing that broke everything. So lots of different changes. Different maps broke in different ways. Did the YouTube raid thingy work? Yes, it did, Ornley. Yes, it did. You were redirected and you are here. At least from my point of view, it looks like it worked. And hello, Ramiro. Alright. So we are here on Wellsprings. The Otter won. He's 1600, did pick up a win against Dark already, and maybe he could do something creative with the Aqueduct. Our base knows how to win with the Gujaras on this map. And those elephants can be scary, especially when you destroy the aqueduct and all of a sudden they're in on your TC. Huzzah, yes. Oh, warmed up. Alright, so the Viper games didn't happen, fortunately. So yeah, let's see if Otter can make this work. I feel like I would have liked that mill just 1 tile or 2 tiles forward even. Just take this side of the fish on the aqueduct. Here, this is what we learned from watching Crab's game. You have to be very careful with the pathing of these vills on that aqueduct. Because if they're all on one side, they're going to bump into each other and you're not going to get enough food. Oh, look at that camel running straight through them. Yeah, and that's true, right? They don't need to eat the sheep at all in this map. You just put them in the mill and you're not taking any of them. You're just taking the shorefish. And you can go up at 15 vills from what I've seen. I don't know if that's the right strategy or if like the FC into elephants is the strategy. And here we go. Practice this build and get efficient at it. And Gujaras will be scary. So this is the Aqueduct map. I guess I can just speed through the Dark Age a bit. Does Dark know about the Aqueduct? Yes, he does. He at least studied the map. The Aqueduct, Vils cannot attack it. They can only repair it, just like the wall on the wall. But when any segment of the Aqueduct gets destroyed, the entire thing blows up, along with the wall segments adjacent to it, so you can open a path into your opponent's base. We've seen Petards walk through, we've seen elephants walk through, we've seen castle drops go through, and definitely a map where people have pulled upsets. Arbase beat Lix, Dave beat Lucho, and John Perkins almost beat freaking Andy. So this is definitely a map where upsets can occur. Does it set the sheep free when it explodes? It does not destroy the mill one tile away. If the mill were adjacent, I think it would, but you'd never build the mill adjacent. I don't even know if you can with the shoreless water there. Imagine that, destroy the aqueduct, destroy the mill, and steal the sheep. So this has proven to be a very fun sudden death map so far. It does get rid of the fish, indeed. So you can kind of plan to destroy the aqueduct as a way to destroy your enemy's eco. You don't have to take any of your starting food, so as someone said, putting the 8 sheep in the mill definitely is an option. Leaving the boars for later is an option. Learning the map and knowing about the shorefish is a must, because you might not even see them under the aqueduct. How many sets am I casting? As many as I can today. Now, the schedule I said I had like 5 or 6 I'm casting until 19 GMT. So there's another one at 15 GMT, and then several throughout the day. So I think Tamate Remco today, and Steak Acro, which should both be pretty competitive. Alright, Camel goes down. Cuman Archer Ram push on the Aqueduct and Feudal? Maybe. I think the problem with Cuman's and Sudden Death is that it's very obvious you're going for the Ram push because you can't do the second TC. And you remove all the element of surprise of the Rams, like we'd seen in that arena game. Are there fish in your drinking water? I mean, considering how explosive this is, I wouldn't really want to drink this water. Deer through the gate. The other scout opens the gate. Look at that. Ajara's hard counter the Magyars? That's a good question if they go camels. I think Magyara heavy CA are still a very effective late game, even against the Gujar camels. They just have so much range and attack potential. Going even more YOLO, not taking the boars. Not at all. Lumber camp, mining camp. Imagine you skip the lumber camp and just take the stragglers. Maybe we need more wood on the stragglers on this map. So your scouts from Dark, and as I've been saying about the aqueduct, it's kind of interesting because it serves as a wall. So if Dark tries to come forward in this part of the map, Otter can come out here, and you just go to whichever side the scouts are not at. And as the Gujars, he lost his camel scout already. He must have been fighting. And I think that's a big loss. If you keep the camel scout alive against the scouts, then you're in a great spot. Yeah, I think you do need the barracks with this. He's going to go straight for the elephants. There's the workshop for him. Castle Age on the way for Dark. Imagine if you could get 2 or 3 camels with this, too. Maybe the build is just too fast. Maybe you go up 3 or 4 vills later, and you do a few camels. And then, how do you stop camel plus elephant? Archers won't kill the elephants. Camels will stop everything else. You're forced to fight with vills under the TC, and that just doesn't work against the elephants. They destroy the TC too fast. Or you make a couple of Shramshriders, too. Like Shramshrider, even Shramsh plus Spear. You can go Shramsh plus Camel, maybe. Monk defense. The thing about the monks, they can convert the elephants, but they have to be adjacent to them, so that's hard too. Double stable, so double stable light cav. And yeah, Dark just trying to get as much light cav population as he can. That's going to be 5, 6 elephants now. And if he has anything to do with the light cav, this works. If he doesn't, then it doesn't work. And Dark, he's hoovering all over the map with the light cav. He'll spot this. Yeah, imagine if we had 5 spears. That deletes the wall coming forward, and Dark's going to spot it. He will spot it. He's a siege tower for the elephants. Hello, John Perkins. Yeah, and he's scouting both sides. So unlike that Lucho Dave matchup, scouting both sides. Oh, look, the light cav can run in through the deleted wall. Heads up play by Dark. He's just going to wait for the aqueduct to explode, bring his vills back, and then have the light cav here to fight. So is a group of 6 elephants enough to take the TC? Will there be quick walls here? There will be. Just to try to disrupt the pathing a bit. Gujar elephants will get through the quick walls quickly, though. So he's walling this out. He needs to fight with the vills, too. That's 2 elephants already down there. I nearly didn't get the pathfinding patch out in time for this round of the tournament. So he's doing everything he can to wall this off, bring the light cav back, and I think this is a good defense from Dark. I think this works. That gate goes down, 1 elephant left, and the gate doesn't go down. And yeah, GG there. A valiant effort from Otter, but ultimately he lost his vills at home too, or will to the light cav. And there's the GG. But Otter does manage to take a game from Dark, and I was very close to taking 2 games from Dark. I think if that castle job is executed better in game 2, he somehow wins. GG. You needed to scout the scouts. Yeah, I didn't catch where you lost the camel scout there, but losing the camel scout is huge, because imagine just even having 1 camel against some of the early scouts. You see that there are scouts there, then you have the barracks and spears. And all of that with random civs from Dark. Random civs. So 19-0 KD. I guess the one thing you destroyed was the aqueduct. Quick walls proved effective. Ooh, alright then. So we should have another set starting 15 GMT right now. 3-1. It's a loss on Wellsprings. And sometimes these sets are fast, so you never know how long they're going to take. Win for the Maggers. So congrats to Dark, he random his way to victory. And we should have another set coming up right now. It should be Stark versus Warrior. Yeah, that could be an interesting one too. And thank you, Andre Linguist, for the follow. So, Stark versus Warrior will be your next set. And hopefully the players will be around in time. I checked the scheduling channel and see that they've started the draft already, right? There. These players will be here on time, I trust. Oh, Stark is here on time. He's saying, hi, let's draft. Boom. Stark immediately at 11 a.m. He's perfect. And oh, thank you, Leon Roma, for the raid. Regards from Spain. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, shout out to Leon. He's always making fun custom scenarios. On Warrior says, hi, they're both here. We're ready to draft. Let's go. He's saying 14. Let's do it. All right. Props to them for showing up on time. Yeah, there are new water effects you can use in random maps. Can you apply those in scenarios? There's probably a way to do it in the editor. I haven't looked into that. I saw the list in the map scripts. I haven't even looked at them. Yeah, I think Leon is the leader in hours streamed in AoE 2. He's usually up there, even more than Memb. Always doing custom scenarios. You're looking at all the changes in the new patch for the upgrade? Nice. Viper didn't agree to breaking rules for an admin loss? I guess not. Great. These players get their maps set up. And once they host the Civ draft, I'll swap the overlay. And thank you, Hutu007, for the follow. Yeah, our superhero's internet apparently did not let him swap patches this morning. That's why that didn't happen. Thank yourself for the cast of this awesome game mode tourney. Well, I hope you do enjoy it. Also, a shout out to John Slow, who is co-hosting this tournament. And is not casting today because he just had a root canal. Rescheduling is allowed. It is allowed. And just preferably not at the last moment. And Gabby, hello Gabby. Showing off those Brazil flags. I have a fellowship jersey that Dogao gave me last time. We were in Berlin. There's the draft. Root canal, is that kind of like an aqueduct? Ah, 'cause it's a canal? No, I think it's a lot more painful than an aqueduct. Yeah, I woke up 6 a.m. and then you were scheduled. Yeah, that's why the handbook specifies all scheduling has to be done in the tournament channels in the Discord. Alright, let's get these drafts going. We have Wellsprings as game 1, then Koala and Arena for the home maps of Stark, and then Acro and Ring of Reeds, the home maps for Warrior. So Stark and Warrior, what are these players' elos these days? This is, I guess, one of the closer matchups, because Warrior is definitely a good player. Let me see if I can find his profile. Secure connection failed to AoE2 insights. PR end of file error. The authenticity of the received data cannot be verified. Please contact the website owners to inform them of this problem. Alright, someone tell AoE2 Insights that their website's broken. Stark won Dogao in the last Brazilian 1v1 tournament, did he? So Stark's been around for a long time. Now, never surprised if he can take wins in tournaments, even though he's probably never the favorite, but he can be very creative with his playstyle sometimes. Even if he is maybe more well known as a boomer. He can also throw games, that's true. So schedule for today is we have this set now, Stark versus Warrior, and then in an hour at 16 GMT, we're going to have Tamate versus Remco. Then at 18 GMT, Sato versus OG Straggler Tree, and 19 GMT, Steak versus Acro. So lots of sets coming up. This is SD2, yes. Why Wikipedia only shows the round of 64 is basically people did not feel like entering all the round of 128 matchups, unfortunately. Which is rather annoying because it's not on the schedule. But you have to deal with it. Oh, and Varian, thank you very much for the sub. For 24 whole months, look at that. Hola. How you doing, Varian? Look at Stark's draft. Teutons, Aztecs, and then Italians. Aztecs a very high pick. Which, I mean, they are a good closed map Civ, but not what they used to be. They have been power crept quite a bit. Maybe in the 1TC play, though, just being able to full-on go Eagle Monk without worrying about a boom is great for them. See, we're Burgundian's admin band? Did I put this same Civ draft on both drafts? Yes, I did. Oh, there's John Slow. Hello, hello. I hope your teeth are feeling better. Dark lives in 2018. And Calvin, you're 12. Thank you for using your Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Are Jon Slow and Jon Snow related? I think you could say that. Are they not first picking Persians? I mean, in theory, Persians are great because of the TC hit points in sudden death. But if you're on a lot of closed maps too, which this map pool has, they're still not the best Civ in terms of the units they can train. They're not a good like monk pushing Civ for maps like Arena or Ring of Reeds. They're not a great castle drop Civ either. As scary as war elephants can be, 1 TC is not the economy for war elephants. The Vil production and faster working TC is great. But you're also kind of sacrificing the bonus if you're stuck on 1 TC. It's not like you have 3 TCs all producing faster. In some ways, the bonus is kind of limited in these settings. Not to say they're a bad Civ by any stretch of the imagination. Just that I can see how these settings might not be as perfect for them based on the map pool. If you do pick Canberra, where there is some water, then they're probably a better pick there. But still maybe outclassed by Byzantines. Or Italians, or water civs that also have a better unit composition for the map. Then Burgundians at the very end. I picked up by Warrior. Okay, when the game starts, we can type the match command and get their elos. And we'll just look for them to get their lobby hosted. And hello, Yajur. So, a reminder everyone on Twitch, I am also streaming on YouTube. If you want to watch in 4K or just watch the VODs later on YouTube. They're all there on my YouTube channel. Gotta go to the live tab, but I guess it's nice to have them separated. And what does the reticle mean? That is a snipe. It is a ban done after the draft. Once you draft 7 civs, you pick 1 civ from your opponent that they cannot play. So you have 6 total in your pool. Oh, he's changing his snipe. It was random by mistake. Okay. I don't know how to denote that on the overlay, but... Teutons is banned instead of Gujars. Okay. Oh, you're giving Stark the elephant play. How do I denote that? I'll say This is actually okay, and this is just not okay. Alright, I don't want to give him a loss. I'll just say, no. There we go. There we go. That's as close as we can get. We can then have like a yes for their Gujars. Yes. That'll do. And hello, Maximino on YouTube. Love your content. Thanks for doing what you do. Appreciate it. Well, thanks for stopping by. Nice to have between Twitch and YouTube. Almost 500 people watching this. So I hope you're all enjoying the sudden death settings. Problem solved in the true AoE way. Also, I need to debug why the drop shadow isn't showing up behind the snipes. I've been meaning to do that for a while. I don't know why, because the CSS class is applied to those elements where I'm adding the drop shadow, but oh well. I'll open my dev console and debug that at some point. I guess the gray doesn't need the drop shadow as much as everything else, but it does look inconsistent. Someone's gonna have like a $5,000 TV where they're watching the stream in 4K on the YouTube stream, and they'll be like, oh no, they don't have that drop shadow. And they'll notice it. They'll have the resolution to notice it. I'm still looking for the lobby to be hosted. They're sharing their pings. Looks like they're playing East US, and boom, they're hosting the lobby. Perfect. The drop shadows are dropped. It's a problem for rich people. And stream at 14 or 144p. That makes me less self-conscious. I remember the days when 480p was HD on YouTube. High quality setting. You still miss the 1 to 5 rating system on YouTube? I miss dislikes on YouTube. Remember when you could see them and you didn't need the browser extension? That was great. You knew when the tutorial video you were looking up was an awful tutorial before even clicking on it. I love this using my child model emote. Was there a thumbs down on Facebook? I'll never remember that. Are there any mods to make DE look like the OG one? Not that I know of. You can do an OG sounds mod if you like listening to the old sounds. I think Slam uses that. There for 2 days, maybe. 2 days I must have missed. Remember when Facebook called your wall, not your timeline? Did Otter win? He won 1 game. There is a mod that gives you the old unit models. I'll have to check that out sometime. What's really important is the old campaign voice acting. Okay, these players are in the lobby. Did they launch? Yes, they did. And it will be Wellsprings it'll be Gajar's Burgundians. Stark will be playing the Civ that was accidentally sniped earlier. The OG text. Well, Facebook wasn't even the first. There was MySpace and your AOL Messenger before that. There's a Lego model mod. I've seen Lego terrains before. I didn't see a full model. It's pretty cool if there is. You can literally, you can do like a 3D scan of the Lego Cobra car and put that in the game now. Thank you, Caveman3315, for the follow. Hope you have a wonderful screen in your cave for watching some Age of Empires. Civ icons are different. What do you mean? On the Captain's Mode site? I do not know Photolog. When is the next match for T90? Next week. He needs to schedule for the second round. Alright, so welcome in. We'll have Stark. He'll be playing as a Gajars. 2339 against 1978, although I feel like Warrior's Elo probably should be higher than 1978. I feel like he's definitely a better player than that. Anyway, it will be Wellsprings, and look at this, Stark, he can mill the shorefish and the berries at once. What a mill location for him. And as the Gajaras doesn't need to take any of the sheep, can just put them directly in the mill, and he's all well and good. Get it well and good on Wellsprings? Ha ha ha. Anyway, this is a campaign mill right here. It is Wellsprings. You can, of course, as we've seen, destroy any tile of the aqueduct, and the entire thing explodes, taking the two wall segments next to it along with it. And, well, bad setup here for Warrior, because his gate will be destroyed. And Warrior has not been taking the aqueduct yet. The question is, did he look at the map? Does he know how it works? Has he watched any of the tournament? There is a shorefish underneath the tile of the wall with 30,000 food on it. It does get removed when the aqueduct explodes, but in the Dark Age you can mill it, and that is your most efficient food source. But he's taking his sheep. You can't always save the sheep for later. He's gonna go hunt a boar. Where was it originally from? From Attila the Hun 6. There's a campaign there. I forget if there's an aqueduct in the original game, but there is definitely in DE. It's been a while since I've been to Italy myself, but... Oh yeah, there is for anyone in Italy. There is a meetup apparently, happening at the end of September. In northern Italy. Oh, I've been tempted to go to that. Yeah, it's just a lot of traveling though for a 3-day thing for me. But I could definitely use a vacation after a sudden disaster. So, Warrior? Don't know what I think about this build other than I hope he knows how the map works and will eventually go for the shorefish. I hope he does, because Stark with the Vills on the shorefish taking the lumber camp, he is playing the Gajaras to perfection on this map so far. Does it make sense for a Burgundian player to immediately destroy Aqueduct? That's the thing, you can't immediately destroy it because your villagers cannot attack it. And your scout's not going to attack it 1,000 times and destroy it in the Dark Age. And I don't think you're going to rush it either. And is Warrior forgetting about the villager on the boar? Okay, remember, it is the old patch, so you can't just... Okay, he does save the Vill. Can't just kill with the TC. A bit riskier. These Vills need to hunt the boar for him. Does the boar go for that low HP Vill? No, it goes for a fine one. Alright, yeah, all's good, all's good. Love to see the valley of the River Po. Go to see it. Many great people crossed that river. Many great battles were fought around it. Yeah, we have had AoE meetups in Italy before. We had a wonderful Airbnb. Oh my gosh, I just remembered. Oh my gosh, we had a meetup with like, I don't know, 20, 30 people all in an Airbnb in the mountains. in Italy, and Nilly brought a drone. This is back in like 2018 to take some group photos, and perhaps in a premonition of how much faith we have in his ability to take pathfinding. After he took the photos, he went to have the drone land, but the problem was between the place where the drone was flying on the balcony and the ground where it had taken off was the roof of the house, and the drone crashed right into it. And that was some great IRL pathing from Nilly. And we have a video of it. It's on his YouTube, and I don't know if it's public or unlisted, but it's just the drone flying right towards the roof and crashing right after a group photo. It was absolutely lovely. So, finally he does do the mill, and maybe he was prepared for it, but just not prepared with a build to take it right away, because he's taken all the resources under the TC. And I still feel like saving these for later for when the aqueduct is destroyed so you don't need farms is the right play on the map. Remember when he quit his mirror factory job? And I guess he had to reflect on his career choices for a bit. And he was above the house when he crashed it. Stark is going to do what FedEx did yesterday. I didn't see what FedEx did. I heard some rumors about FedEx breaking the map. But what's going to happen here? Vinch trushed the aqueduct. Now, the tower isn't on the aqueduct here, but I do think Vinch trusting the villagers taking the shorefish can be effective. This is where if you have the shorefish and your opponent doesn't, you can trush and take them off, you're in a great spot. So maybe the fast up from the Gajara trush is actually a decent build for just hitting the aqueduct and taking advantage of the shorefish. I guess maybe the counter would be if you can somehow FC and get mangonels to destroy the aqueduct on your end. Because you can also mangonel the aqueduct from the safety of your TC and just explode it and prevent your opponent from shorefishing too. Yeah, that's true, right? You don't want to ruin your own fish. If you can take your opponent off a fish without ruining your own fish, then you're in a great spot. And we can see, well, Warrior somehow has more resources collected so far. But I guess that's just because Stark had fewer vills while he spent time going up to the next stage. Loom is not in yet. He's going to use the aqueduct as part of the wall. That's always dangerous. Yeah, exactly like John Perkins did. You can mangonel the aqueduct from home, and then castle drop forward. So Stark gonna trush and go through the gate, actually. That Vill standing idle instead of attacking the gate. Yeah, gates are weird. They kind of attack the middle instead of the sides when there's more room. Gates are weird in general. That's just AoE 2 things. Go through the gate, no problem. There they are in. And now second tower will go up on the shorefish. Yeah, so Vinch trush the shorefish. There's an outpost for Stark just to get some vision. Did he do town watch yet? No, he didn't. Outpost plus town watch can be nice. Does Warrior know about the explosion? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Would it destroy the palisades and the blacksmith? I don't think it destroys the blacksmith. Oh, maybe it does. I'm gonna guess yes. The palisades definitely. The blacksmith is adjacent to it. So I'm gonna guess yes. So Castle Age for Warrior now. And with the archers, Stark doesn't even need another tower. Stark is going to realize the hard way that villagers repair the aqueduct. And I do feel like destroying the aqueduct is a mistake for Stark now because he doesn't want to deprive himself of the fish. I think right now he can do a double mill and take all the shorefish that he wants and have a much better eco than his opponent. So, fletching on the way. I mean, res collected are pretty close despite the timing difference. Now, I wonder if Warrior knew about the fish from the beginning or just moved to them later on. He should have sniped the Gajaras. And the problem is Stark, he went up so fast, he's not going to be castle for a while. And it's going to be a long time before he can do that workshop in the elephant rams. He has 1 vill on stone, too. Where is his 1 vill on stone? Oh, there's 1 vill on stone in the middle. Okay, using the tower rush vills on the stone. Wait, how does he have 16 stone? Where's the second tower? Oh, there's the second tower. Alright. There's going to be pushing through, continuing to push through. There's a market there. And Castle Age on the way for Warrior. The heck is that aqueduct? You'll see, Brent. You'll see when it explodes. Vills will be attacking the market. 5 vills on the market with a tower so it can't be repaired. That'll go down pretty quickly. Although with 5 vills essentially idle... Oh, Stark did this all without loom, too. He did this all without loom. He didn't even need loom. If you can take out the market, do it like a forward workshop, that could be scary. Oh, what's in the middle? Oh, good question. I wasn't paying attention. Double Monastery Monk Rush along with a workshop. Stark might need to click up and then buy a castle. This could be scary. This could be really scary. This could also be Mangonel the Aqueduct and stop Stark's food eco. Well, Stark, time for him to click up. And he's going to have 6 vills on stone now. He's going to go for a defensive castle. And these villas going to be off that gold, going for a mining camp in the back, already preparing for a break-in. With the Mangonel, the archers won't be able to do too much, especially with how much extra range, 9 range to 5 in the Castle Age. Crossbows with 7 range at least can kind of fight the monks. Archers with 5 cannot. Are we exploding? We are not sure it has water in it. We are not sure that these fish are safe to eat. There's a lot of things of which we're unsure. While Stark's in feudal, his walls will have less HP. Maybe that Mangonel should be atop the hill while besieging the gate. But a ram will come out next. And ram will help get in. And take the hill. All of the was going for it and turned around. I was thinking of the archers. Alright, Stark of the stable, he is up. And he's going to start amassing scouts. And with 11 vills on shorefish with the double mill, he should be able to get a lot of scouts. But if this breaks in too soon, maybe not. Maybe he needs a tower on his mills just to protect this. Is he going to think about walling? He could even... I would say he sacrifices 4 vills. Yeah, there's the tower he needs. So the tower here, yeah, that gets Mangonelled, but not in time before he gets to the Castle Age. And it will at least buy him time where he can stay on the shorefish and amass more light cav. As there's no barracks forward here for Warrior. Where's the villager even? No villager forward either anymore. Up, and there is the destruction of the aqueduct. Never mind, he can't keep taking the shorefish. Maybe the tower then is a waste. Still heavily on the stone. So not a problem for Warrior to destroy the aqueduct. He's not taking any shorefish at home. There's Stark going for the forward workshop. There'll be a forward workshop, so scouts at home, workshop forward. Nice thing for Stark is he still has the boars to take, and he does have the berries to take, and 8 sheep in the mill, so he still has food eco. 0 on food, but he's climbing in food still. And the tower here is to hit monks. Ooh, second tower won't go up. He can delete it and maybe do another tower by the TC. And a tower in front of the TC, even though it does get Mangonel pushed, is still nice for keeping the monks away. Archers come out, light cav on the way for Stark. Still has some food to spend, and he's going to go jar elephants at the front at the same time. So he will be attempting to push at the same time. And since it's only villagers here, you get to 5 elephants, maybe even 4 elephants. And can the village stop that by walling? By attacking? I don't know. He's going to go with the light cav against the monks. Is he going too soon? Trying to take the hill. Monks have sanctity, and they get 1 conversion, 2 conversions. And they all go down. Are there enough light cav remaining for Stark? He needs to repair his TC. The Mangonel is there. I mean, the ram is there. The archers all get hit by the Mangonel. That light cav is on stand ground stance. And he is repairing with 1 vill, only 1 ram, a low HP ram, and the ram goes down. But so do the rest of Stark's light cav. That camel he has is all that's left. And now it is a Mangonel push that will continue on the castle along with the ram in the back. A converted light cav will do a ton of damage to the vills. The camel needs to come over. It's a low HP camel though, and it goes down right away. And Stark needs to send all of his vills back to repair. He could do a tower at some point. He somehow needs food for more light cav and food for elephants. Only 2 elephants. He's starting the push. Can destroy the market. I don't know where that elephant is pathing. Only Nilly knows that. And this is going to be an attempt to destroy a Mangonel. Ooh, Mangonel hits his own Mangonel. Warrior, oh no. Disaster, he'll lose the Scorpion too. The Light Cav defense working. He has to block the Light Cav with the Mangonel. And the monks are trying to get a conversion here. One monk down. Is Stark devoted? No, he is not. Can this next monk be sniped? No, that's a conversion. That's a conversion, but he does use the monk juice. Let's use the monk juice, and Stark wants to re-wall. He could do a gate here real quick. He could do 4 tiles of wall, maybe. Bill's coming forward for Warrior. They're going to join in on the repair action. Another monk goes down. And now that TC is repaired, and the elephants are in. The elephants are in. They went through the market, and they're attacking the TC. Warrior has not noticed. He is not repairing. He's microing at the front. That's not what matters. This is what matters, and Stark will pull it off and get the win. 1-0 for Stark, as the Jar elephants only needed 2 of them, only had the food for 2 of them. But they work. Those economies were destroyed once the aqueduct went down. And still, I think it was a mistake from Warrior not to leave food for later, but GG, Stark doing it. Managing to defend, had just enough Light Cav when at the right time. His TC was under a lot of pressure from Mangonels and Rams, but had just enough kills on the monks even with 2 conversions to pull it off. And what a game from Stark. I don't even know where that elephant was pathfinding. Eventually got it forward and gets the town center. And cry when you see 3-Vills AFK not repairing for Warrior. Alright, so that was very sudden tournament name checking out today as we had the TC snipe. And that's 16-14 KD for Stark. Even ecos by the end. But that's with Stark having essentially 5 idle Vills forward in the Trush that entire time. The aqueduct paid off. 4-minute difference castle timing made it interesting. Alright, we're also over 500 viewers on Twitch and YouTube combined, so welcome everyone. Hope you're enjoying the sudden disaster. And let's get the score. That's a 1-0 lead for Stark. He will win on Wellsprings. And how do I check off the civs now? I'll give him a win instead of a check mark on the Gajurs. And that was a loss for... what civ even was dark that game? Was he Burgundians? Remind me what civ he was, chat. I think he was Burgundians. Market by being attacked by the tower made him not know. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point because the tower was attacking. He was getting attack alerts from the tower constantly, so he might not have noticed the elephants pushing it. Yeah, that's a good point. Because you might not notice it on the minimap too if the tower's already there, because you won't see the colors as easily. And Mandelbrot to Baum. Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you enjoyed the Mandelbrot set. I know the mathematician who did the pioneering work on that back in the 80s. If it explodes, is the bird not an aqueduct? The birds explode in AoE too, right? That's one of my older videos. Bird explosions in all the custom scenarios. And next map will be Acro. And Italians Mongols on Acro. So we have seen 3-to-1 castles, and we've also seen Petards on the map. I was waiting for someone to pull off the FC pure Petard play, and the Otter finally got it to work against Dark. Here we go. And the map is Acro. We'll have Stark as the blue Italians to the west, and Warrior as the red Mongols to the east. And both players immediately picking up one of their castles. And okay, Stark going to build a house on his gold. I'll double check that all the hills spawn successfully this game. Yes, they do. And honestly, I can't believe Warrior's Elo is only 1978. He has to be higher than that. Those poor birds, yes. And hello, Hobiz91. Good day on the YouTube chat. An auto repair button? Enough auto features. He usually hovers around 2K1. Alright. Even that I think would probably be slightly lower from what I expect from him. But anyway, so both players get their 2 castles. No castle steals here. And castle's immediately destroying the walls. Once it starts attacking the wall, it attacks all of them. Can you actually stop this if you right-click one of the ibexes? You might always just want to destroy one tile of wall, but you can wait until the castle age to do that. Don't need to destroy it right away. Unless you want it destroyed, but I don't know why you would. Yeah, all the hills spawned. I like how wibbly the river is up and down the middle. Maybe we could do something like this with connections now with like sines and cosines with the math expressions we have in map scripts. That's the use of the trigonometry. I use that for spiral in cartographers. I actually have a formula for an Archimedean spiral that generates it randomly. Is it regicided? Nope, no regicide. There are just Gaia castles that you can capture. I don't actually know. I saw Nikov tweet about that. I'm guessing it was Doubt who lost the castle 3-1, but I didn't actually see that game. I'll need to go back and look it up. Nope, relic victory is not possible, even though there are 5 relics up here. It is conquest. But if you dock and transport and build a monastery here, you can grab all 5 of them right away. You can also steal all 5 all at once, but depends how you want to do it. Is the spiral working? Yes, I fixed the spiral with the new patch. Oh, no, Stark, it's the old patch. No, you can't do that, Stark. Oh, no, Stark already used the new patch, forgot that he can't kill the boar with the TC. Oh, no. Ah, poor Stark. Well, at least he's not the Mongols. At least he's only the Italians. He doesn't need that food. He's gonna dock anyway. He's fine. Oh, Stark, don't make the same mistake again. Once, twice, and there he goes, correctly taking the boar. Well, if Stark is the favorite in terms of Elo, this makes it more interesting. Faking sympathy for someone shooting with the TC. Well, if only they never made the change, you wouldn't have been used to the change and that wouldn't have happened, right? Now you can push in some deer, you can push in some ibexes. This is why you have ibexes instead of chickens. You can make up for the lost boar. Won't have the scouting, but he'll at least have hunt. Cheaper age ups for the Italians, so that helps age up, make up for it. He was going to fish anyway, so he was going to be longer in the Dark Age for the most part. You can come up with excuses that this is okay. It was Doubt, Ramiro confirming. Okay, it was Doubt who lost the castle. Oh no, I'll need to go watch that game. If we have time between any of the sets, we'll go watch that. Vex getting pushed. There we go. And we'll have another mill going up to the west there for Stark. Having to mill the berries to make up for the lost boar. Still has another ibex to push in. What's Warrior doing with his scout? Probably pushing them in too. As the Mongols, there he goes. Long distance mining the gold. Okay, he's got a plan that involves skipping a mining camp, or he just doesn't have the wood for a mining camp. Oh no, he did a mining camp on the stone and he's just mining wood around the TC. Okay, Warrior has a very fast FC plan. Here, okay, so he's mining 30 gold. He can't sell 100 wood because he literally does not have 100 wood to sell. Gonna have to sell stone then, but then you'd only have to mine 10 gold instead of 30. So the build maybe not quite accurate. But we'll go for, I guess, the same thing Crab tried to do with the Mongols, the very forward castle drop. So it's just going to be Mongol hunt for a very fast FC. 20 food away. A tiny bit of idle time, but he'll force drop and he'll be fine. There he goes, up to the next stage. And it's just going to be a YOLO castle drop. Now remember, when you do this, he has to get the castle on top of the TC, because he has no one on food, he has no one on gold, he won't be able to train any petards. FC fast castle. And all this is going to be a very fast castle. So fast castle vills go forward into what? It's going to be 30 seconds away from feudal for Stark. As the Italians, he can go double castle Genbo. I mean, he legit could go double castle Petard production to try to stop a forward castle. If he can get up right away. He doesn't mind any gold, but he'll use the mark to get up, no problem. Can, I guess, sell the stone. Doesn't have to worry about that. And tricky dealing with the feudal age scout, though, when he's in the Dark Age. It does have to be awkward to play on different patches, definitely. So Market Blacksmith in front of the TC. Now, I mean, that does form a nice wall against Petards somewhat, but doesn't stop a castle if the castle goes like right here. Yeah, the mining camp on the stone for Stark, so he's ready for a defensive castle, but 30 seconds away is Warrior. All of his villas go forward. He's got 2 on food. No one on gold, doesn't have a mining camp on the gold, and there's no way he ever affords petards. Maybe he somehow mines the forward gold, but he doesn't even have the wood to build a drop site. This is as all in as you can get, but he has space for the castle. More than enough space for the castle. And there it goes. Stark also does not have any gold access. He literally built a house on top of his gold, and he's just gonna call the GG. He's gonna call the GG. Warrior ties it up 1-1. Stark maybe not recognizing how weak the economy was. For Warrior, that Warrior could not train petards. I guess the castle's going to be close enough that Stark... Actually, no. Stark could have repaired the TC from back here. And there's no way Warrior affords fletching, even. I think that was a premature GG from Stark. I think he legit has time to get up to the next stage, at least, and repair the TC, but... Yeah, would be tricky for him. Would be tricky, nevertheless. What did you just witness? FC Mongols into a forward castle drop. That's what you witnessed, with Stark killing his boar. So that ties at 1-1. 0-0 everything. A very pacifist game. Much better eco versus the fast castle, but it worked. Somehow. 12-minute castle age. And it worked. Okay, I'm still thinking there's maybe ways that Stark goes up repairs and goes double retard, but fair enough, I guess. I guess Warrior just hoping that Stark wasn't gonna call the bluff, and indeed he decided to fold. So it's a win for the very first picked Mongols, and a loss for the Italians, but first pick, you expect to get a win. Remember, Stark does not have the Teutons, that's just some drafting error. Some technical issues in the draft. And the next map will be Koala, Stark opting for Koala. And looks like Tamate is going live to stream his set against Remco. We'll cast that when we're done with this one. That should also be a very competitive one. These are some of the closer Elod matches. Who won Sudden Disaster 1? I should look that up. So spoiler alert, Sudden Disaster 1 was won by Yo by the looks of it. Won by Yo. 5-4 against Vinci in the finals. That was the clown thing that Yo won. Yeah, Yo's actually done very well in a lot of the clown tournaments. So you have to give him credit for a map that you might at first glance think is not his style. So next map will be Koala. No, he was your Sudden Disaster 1 opponent, guys and young. And I'm guessing that 3-2 was legit and not admin 1. To cast in 2 places? Memb has done that before. And then back on Voobly, he had like 2 games on 2 different PCs and he was alt-tabbing back and forth between them. What's going on with the draft is that Warrior apparently meant to snipe the Teutons, but accidentally, somehow there was some technical issue or whatever, and the Gujaras ended up getting sniped. So the 2 is saying that he can't use Teutons. So it's a 2 for a no. And the Gujaras were played in game 1 that Stark won. Oh, Suburbs, right, that was the 3TC Regicide Fortress-like map. I remember that one. And here we go. So we will have Warrior here playing as the Red Saracens to the west, and Stark playing as the Blue Aztecs to the east. Now the map is Koala. You have 3 relics that I will roughly say are per player, but you could always go forward and steal them from your opponent. If the Aztecs manage to get 6 relics on this map, that will be insane for them. This is AOM music? Yes, in between games, it's a combo of AoE 1DE, AoE 2, and AOM music. I want to add some more tracks to it, but I need to figure out what to add. AoE 3 I feel like isn't quite appropriate. Maybe I need to look for other medieval games. Rise of Nations had a good soundtrack, maybe I could add some of that. You tried pulling a Phosphoro, he went 19 pop double range Britain archers, you got kicked off of everything. Interesting. So, boar is being lured in successfully. It's a successful boar lure this time from Stark, doesn't kill all the food on it. Castle Legion to GG, that's always fun. You can see a lot of laming on this map sometimes, particularly stealing deer, oddly enough. Deer are usually forward, so you can actually steal your opponent's deer and push them to your own TC. Medieval Total War Stainless Steel. Is that like a DLC or something? I've never heard of Stainless Steel. I never played Medieval Total War. I played a lot of Rome, but that's the only Total War I've ever played. What is the ground in the middle of the TC? Oh, those are just some vases. It's like a plant. It's just like a useless scenery item, but it's there, like a patch of grass or whatever. Twin game was very blissful. Thank you, Spasm. At some point, I want to also add more scenes to the background clips, too. I don't know if the slight blur is the right way to go about it, either. Maybe make it more obvious that it's not a live gameplay. Sometimes people get confused and think the background is live games. Warrior, the second time we've seen him forget about a vill while luring a boar, and Warrior, no, Warrior, don't do it, no. Oh, the first time he was able to use the house trick to stop it, but no, that boar got a tasty little meal. Oh no. And at the same time, Stark, low HP on the eagle. What happened to that eagle? So I ran into the TC a bit, but Scout will pick off the Eagle. And I guess, you know, I'd honestly be happier to lose a Vil in the Dark Age than the Scout, but that is ugly for Warrior. So first game, we had Stark killing the boar with the TC. Second, we had Vil just dying to the boar from Warrior. And Warrior not quite paying attention. That's why we like having lots of things to micro in the Dark Age, that you don't just have auto boar lures. Stark taking the deer all the way at the front. Aztecs do have that extra carry capacity, so can take the deer pretty efficiently with only 3 Vils. Maybe Aztecs should get their +5 back at some point. It got nerfed to +3, but it feels like the Aztecs have been maybe over-nerfed quite a bit. The other thing worse is having your opponent's scout see the body. Well, honestly, if they've scouted the area, they can still see the body in the fog of war, because corpses show up in the fog of war, even if you don't actively see them. So deer being pushed in, and we'll have Feudal Age on the way for Stark. And deer being taken out from the TC. Or Turkey is also taken under the TC. And okay, forward Vils from Stark. Let's go, 4 Vils forward. He's up to Feudal first. Is this an attempted... Well, 20 Vils up. I guess it's not an attempted fast castle. You never know with the Saracens. He has 2 on stone. Stark, no militia yet. Could just opt for a range and then skirmishers. It is the old patch, so skirms will train very fast for the Aztecs. This is before they had their training time nerf, and Aztecs still do have their plus 15% faster military training speed bonus. So, very good skirmisher save of the Aztecs. 20 Vils at 840 is late. That it is, but it's because he lost one. Also had a bit of idle TC time. Vil forward for Stark. Scout Cav running around for Warrior. Skirm is what's Brazilian Portuguese for hamster? I don't know. Someone can answer that for us. I don't know the Portuguese word for hamster. Or for laming, as Stark's gonna get a forward wall. And Skirm in Spear. What could be more classic than Skirms and Spears in AoE 2? We'll have the forward, take Warrior off of the berries, and pick off a Vil. That's this. Oh, a total of 3 Vil kills. Oh, the Eagle must have gotten a couple of Vil kills earlier on too for Stark. And Warrior's trying to fast castle behind this. He has stone as the Saracen, so he can actually still pull this off using the market. And if he gets himself walled, this will be all he needs, but fast castle into what? If Stark can click up quickly behind this, he suddenly might find himself having access to 6 relics of the Aztecs. And low HP on the Eagle. I feel like maybe I missed the Eagle getting a couple of Vil kills early on. Maybe I'll just have to rewatch the rec right afterwards to make sure we saw what the Eagle did. On the outside, that's just a full HP scout there for Warrior, not doing anything at home. Stark just adding in farms peacefully. And the skirms, they don't care about TC fire, especially when there is none. And they're just gonna dive. Warrior trying to Vil fight the tower. Selling 500 stone, buying food, and he still can't click up. Selling more stone, needs to sell it again. There he goes, he's up to the castle age. The tower will be brutal if it goes up. That's for sure. Wall deleted, Vil's coming forward to fight. That's a lot of idle time, there's 11 Vils are pulled to chase this down. They'll build a gate to block off the tower. But I'm sure Stark is okay to have pulled all those Vils away, especially since some of them are still weak. A couple of Eagles even added in for trying to kill the Vils. And look at another Vil pick, so that's 7 Vils down for Warrior. 6 from Stark, 1 from the Boar. And is that an 8th? Nope, she makes it to the TC. Stark no one on gold, he's still a ways up away from castle. Warrior can do a defensive castle, I guess he can maybe put a castle out here. I don't even know where he places it, over here maybe? Chop the straggler, place it here and protect the gold. Our skirm's OP, so far they've been pretty darn strong. For medieval Total War stainless steel England ambient, you can listen to the wonderful music. Okay, I'll have to look for that. Isn't that what Memp has, the medieval Total War music in the background from that old Voobly mod? So 13 Vil, oh my gosh, it's another YOLO castle drop. 15 Vils and a dream from Warrior. There's no way this works, right? That TC's a long way away. Stark will be walled up on one side. I don't think Warrior can repeat the magic he pulled off last game. You know, he can do a workshop though. The problem is he doesn't even have wood for a scorpion. Well, he has a market and he has gold as the Saracens. He has gold because he sold the stone though. And now he can't do a castle drop. He can do a mangonel. But I don't think this is gonna work for him. Oh no. Well, what did he do? He sold 600 stone for 655 gold. Well, I guess he made a profit. Well, Castle Agent did nothing from Warrior. I mean, there's no way he makes the castle with this setup, right? There's no way. He's lost 8 Vils so far. He's trying to get some mangonels in the skirms. Let's see how Stark can micro this. Well, only 20 Vils behind. Only behind by more Vils than he has. Well, he's gonna take the tower. That'll give him gold. As the Saracens, he can mine gold and buy stone again, or just mine stone. What are the market prices for him? Yeah, still more expensive to buy. Skirm goes down. There's Castle Age on the way for Stark. So once Stark gets Castle, I imagine it's just GG. He can just go triple barracks Eagles. Or double barracks in one monastery, whatever he feels like. Spy the Vils as Saracens and you're golden? Well, maybe you're not golden, because you're spending all your gold on Vils then. But you are at least having Vils. So Skirm's here getting more kills. It's now 11 Vils dead. And 11 Vils left. Scorpion defense, but everything has gone wrong for Warrior this game. And Phosphor usually has more than double the eco, I'd say. So 10 vills. Is this GG upon seeing castle? Eagles here sniping off the siege. Yeah, and there's the GG. Doesn't even wait for castle, and start goes up 2-1. So 16 to 14 KD. At least he put up a fight, but I could not deal with the Aztecs forward. Phosphoro? I don't believe so. Well done from Stark there. He goes up 2-1. That'll be a win on his home map of Koala. And that's Aztecs highly picked over the Saracens. See what warrior picks next as a map. We have Ring of Reeds and Arena remaining. They're in the lobby. More mistakes snowballed. Oh, actually, you know, I was gonna let me go back. I wanted to see what happened with the eagle early on. Wait, let me check that. Something happened with that eagle. How did it lose all of its HP? Let's just see what happened here, because there was definitely something that happened that I missed. Because there were a couple other lost vills. Okay, so first boar comes in. That's nice and good so far. Eagle comes forward. No loom yet. And this has to be what happens here. Eagle is going to... Oh, this is going to be a classic. Eagle takes the hill against the lumber camp vill. Yeah. And warrior doesn't notice right now. He's pushing his deer, maybe? And yeah, doesn't notice that. And there's one vill down. Eagle's going to eat some TC fire, but gets the vill. Yeah, okay, so that happened earlier too. Wait, how are there 2 eco deaths already? Oh, that was the boar. Okay, there's the boar. Yeah, okay. So while he was losing the vill to the boar, I was watching that. Didn't also watch the eagle killing the vill. So that's why he lost the vill to the boar. He had another vill to worry about and lost both. Alright, so that's what happened in the Dark Age. That's what I missed. And Yeni2, thank you for the follow. And there goes the eagle. But then we saw this. And then we didn't miss anything. Alright. Okay, so Stark got 2 vills there. Lost the scout. When I said I wouldn't want to trade the scout for 1 vill, I think I'd happily trade the scout for 2 vills. Let him get the forward, and then just warrior didn't have the time. It's too dark to see. That would have made sense in the previous set as a joke. Yeah, luring boar, pushing deer, and being attacked at the same time. That's what we love about AoE 2. Yeah, the next map is Arena, so warrior opting for a more standard map rather than Ring of Reeds. It'll be Burmese Bohemians. 2 very good monk civs, but where Bohemians do have heresy in the long run. I do have the Trash Monks, although on sudden death, getting Imp and affording Trash Monks, probably not what you're gonna see. Yep, and if one of the admins can also just let me know how the Tamate sets go, and I'll jump to that right after this. Looks like they have their drafts. Alright, here we go. And there we are. So we will have Stark to the north as the Blue Burmese, and Warrior to the south as the Red Bohemians, and it will be chickens. Not the easiest funnel for Warrior, to be honest. Although, no, Warrior, no, you can't push them all the way to your TC in the patch. That's just a bug in the current patch, not the old patch. Hello, ducks. Warrior, no, you can't do that here. You need to funnel. Yeah, Stark, he's got the funnel. Stark knows he's even building the houses as part of the funnel. Like Stark, this is expert level funneling here. Stark's just won the game, I think. Warrior out here trying a new patch funnel. So Stark killing his boar in the old patch. Warrior now mistakenly pushing instead of funneling chickens in the old patch. How you doing, ducks? Hope you're having a lovely morning. When do we add ducks to AoE 2? You need to add ducks to the water, and you can click on them and they'll quack, just like in Roller Coaster Tycoon. Not that they'd actually do anything, just to add them. Actually, Stark's boar is actually really close to the funnel in a position where the boar might decide. I think it's maybe a bit too far away, but the boar can decide to run around and get to the TC. You can funnel your boar too. Potkany, hello. Yeah, Potkany, let me know how the Tamate set is going too. I'll cast that right after this. You're prepping your syllabi for tomorrow. Ooh, nice. What is Ducks teaching about economics, and how can we apply the lesson to AoE 2? And I hope the lesson involves chickens. They're an important part of any economy these days. Please be villaging. Crafted and are in the lobby. Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, Bill, gonna be idle there. Palisade blocking his chicken placement, maybe. Chicken funnel sponsored by Costco. Well, the Factor 75 sponsorship is finished, but starting on Monday, we're gonna have a HelloFresh sponsorship, so I guess I can start selling out for that. And you can still get chicken delivered right to your door. They can still be funneled on the new patch, but they can also still be pushed. They can definitely be funneled on the old patch. I was talking about this earlier, but I feel like the fun thing about the boars and the llamas and the deers is you all interact with them in different ways. You lure the boars, you push the deers, and you scout with the sheep. Here, the chickens, if you can't funnel them, they're just boring, because they're like berries, basically. They're slightly different because you can't wall them the same way against drushes, but the funnels are, as awkward as it is, a weird new way to interact with an animal. That's kind of fun. I actually think funnel chickens are, in some ways, the best way to use the chickens. All you really need is back walls on Arena, though, so it's easier and more fair to build the funnel everywhere. Because here, Warrior just isn't able to funnel them. You would have had to go much farther to the woodline and then over. They still haven't fixed it? I mean, is it something they want to fix even? I think it's actually the most fun that chickens are in the game when you can funnel them. See, Warrior, he's failing to push them. Boring. Yep. And changing how the funnels work also kind of fundamentally changes deer and boar behavior, because they also respond to funnels. We saw that Black Forest game the other day where Stark built a funnel as he was walling off and happened to wall off in between a group of boar, and the boar took a crazy path around the entire map to go to the other side. Are the funnelist animal? That they are. The whole point was that they're supposed to be unpushable. The problem is, being unpushable is boring. Being funnelable is actually fun. So, Vil and Loom for Stark. He's not mining any gold, so he's got one heck of a build order plan for using the market once he gets up. And Stark, he did funnel the chickens, so I would definitely put him ahead now. I imagine it's just Blacksmith Market, sell the stone, and go up. Or over here, Blacksmith Market, sell the stone, and go up. Well, what's he gonna do then? Just long distance mine the stone? He's out of food under the TC. 6 fills on the berries. He's 200 food away. He's gonna need to sell wood and stone, and then buy gold. Or then buy food, while also still having the gold to go up. And I feel like he just didn't have enough food for this. Well, the thing about the Bohemians in the YOLO monk situation is they do have access to heresy, whereas the Burmese don't. So spending that gold on heresy could actually be pretty nice. And Bohemians do have a decent eco for the monk rush too. And because they do have those free mining camp techs, having the gold mining upgrade is great. And Stark does manage to click up. How the heck did he use the market? He sold 200, he sold 400 wood. I mean, he sold 400 resources, 200 wood and 200 stone combined. So he used the market a lot, bought 100 food. Needing to buy the food, and has 2 farms down behind this, but he's ready to go forward, and I would say this is a monk rush, but he doesn't even have anyone on gold to get monks, so what is he doing? Okay, there's the mining camp. Yeah, this has to be a monk rush, but just a fast up build on 22 pop. 33 seconds of vital time, though, so maybe it's a set where you go up 1 vil later, even 2 vils later, and just get forward at about the same time. You don't need to sell. Although, to be fair, with the chickens, he was trying to do that without farms, so he kind of ran out of food at just the time he needed to go up. Always tricky if you're doing super fast up builds on whether you want to add farms or not. Yeah, so messy build from Warrior who didn't quite get the chickens behaving how he wanted. Imagine that with a new Komodo dragon instead of a crocodile that poisons the Vils. I don't want to see those. No poisoning over time in AoE 2, please. Yeah, if you're gonna go 24 up, then you need farms, right? Or 24 up for Warrior taking the chickens like that, yeah. Okay, well there are the monasteries. Scout comes forward, we'll see it. One little bit of palisade to keep the Vil safe. And then we'll probably see the workshop right after the monastery. It'll be 2 monks. And then probably looking for sanctity as they push, and you'll see how the defense happens. And Carberna, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Warriors and Treb shots. Yep, there's the workshop. So classic monk rush from Stark. Probably see, do they have rams or elephant rams now? They still have normal rams in Burmese. And double monk defense from Warrior. So once Stark sees that, then he goes atonement on the monks. He's got sanctity queued. Bills here can do a house, maybe take resources, maybe just start fighting through the wall. I'm going to do a couple of outposts to scout. Looks like he had long distance mined some stone just for outposts. And monks will try to get conversions on the scout. And Stark just getting ready to block, make sure the scout can't get to the other monk, so Warrior deletes the scout. But forcing a delete on the scout in the monk rush, that could be huge. Could also be meaningless, as monks will convert scouts back and forth, and maybe this scout gets deleted eventually too, but for now at least, it means that Warrior has no way to stop Stark from picking up all 5 of the relics. He has his own double monastery with monks on the way, with atonement on the way, but if Stark can grab the relics quickly, he'll be in a great spot. And there's the ram from the workshop. Bills can garrison in the ram 2, break conversions. And Stark already starting to take relics. He should get at least 3. Atonement's still on the way. But Warrior, if he sees that monk going for the relic, he'll know what's going on. Oh, that's a villager, though. The Vil could maybe do a house by that gate and then an outpost over here just to check if the monk rush comes in on this side, whether Warrior's leaking out the side. He didn't scout any of the maps, so he won't even see the relics that get taken. Stark will know exactly where they are because he's Burmese, doesn't even need to scout for them. And there is Atonement, a huge outpost there, giving him tons of line of sight. Doesn't quite see the monasteries, though. And triple monk monasteries. Warrior, definitely mining gold. He's got Sanctity and Redemption on the way. Nothing really to convert with the Redemption, though. Mangonel eventually. So 3 monks for Stark. And now eventually, just if it's full monks and Bohemians with their gold mining upgrades for free can get Heresy, maybe they just win. Stark with 4 relics, though. Atonement on the way. Time to convert monks and convert them back. There's 1 conversion, 2 conversions, 1 conversion back. Scout gets converted. Now that'll pick off some of Stark's monks. This monk might just need to be deleted, or you let him convert and you can just maybe use the monk juice. Monk's on the way back for Warrior. Is either player devoted? Devotion is in for Stark. Devotion is in for Warrior. So they both have their upgrades. With Fervor, so the monks can chase each other. And yeah, getting 5 relics is an absolutely huge eco boost. Maybe this monk just needs to be deleted by Warrior. Yeah, there he goes. And Stark with 4 relics. 5th should be on the way somewhere. Oh, it's in that monastery, so 5 relics indeed for Stark. And that's about 6 vils on worth of... 5 relics is about equal to 6 vils on gold. So much better gold income from Stark. And it feels like now Heresy will be the only option for Warrior. Bale's watching monks convert each other. Wasn't Warrior ahead? Nope. He tied it up after the second game, but it's 2-1 for Stark. Now monks going for conversions now. All the monks starting converting earlier for Warrior. Stark not quite on point with the micro, I'd say. And he is losing so far, but has more monks coming out. Oh, just chanting at each other, turning back and forth. This is the type of arena gameplay I love. YOLO monks from both players. Okay. And Scout's still there to be annoying. See if the Scout ever gets deleted. Monks here all need to recover their monk juice. That Scout being pretty effective in the absence of monk juice. That monk might go down. Nothing converting the Scout. All just focusing on the monks from Stark. Does Stark got a monk juice on all his monks? He's got 9 of them, but he's not converting. He's all going to go for the Scout. And then try to swap targets to other monks. Stark's monk micro here, not as good as Warrior's though. Warrior taking a huge monk lead. Look at this. That's now 8-12. Both players spamming more monks. So you convert 1 monk, I convert it back. Wooloo. And Warrior is winning now in numbers. That Scout now on Stark's side. At some point someone's got to delete the Scout, right? Now the Mangonella is out, but is Redemption in for both players? Not in for Stark, so actually Warrior converting the Mangonella would be insane because he can then Mangonella the monks for free. He's going for it, has a monk, and there is the Mangonella. And now there's nothing that Stark can do against the Mangonella without Redemption. And he'll be shot by his own Mangonella here and there. All those monks are so low on HP. Scout now there for Warrior will pick them off. Another monk goes down. Monks keep healing the Scout, so it's hard to die as they keep converting each other. And things are looking very good for Warrior. This might head to a game number 5. Might head to a game number 5. Finally, he has a Vil, though, to pick off the Mangonella. But the monk difference is huge now. 19-4. Redemption on the way for Stark, but too late. And monk converting the workshop now is nothing that can stop that. These monks don't have their juice. What's at the TC? Oh, look, there's a ram at the TC. Stark has to realize this. Warrior has to realize this. There could be a sudden disaster if no one realizes this is a thing. And wait a moment, Stark is up to Imp behind this. And remember, Stark still does have 5 relics. He's gotten 1,123 relic gold so far. Okay, Warrior has noticed, and he's going to convert the ram. We'll convert the ram. And there it goes. Okay, not at the TC anymore. Under this is the most exciting. Hey, look at this. What could be more exciting than this? 18 plus 21. That's 31 monks right there. So many monks you lost track of who you're rooting for. What is happening? This is how Arena is meant to be played. Oh, 41 monks. I mathed wrong. 41. I heard that as 8 instead of 18 in my mind. How do you counter 41 monks with 42 monks? Maybe with block printing, but you need to get in for that, and you need monasteries in the back. What's Stark doing here? Another monastery. Peak Arena, yes. And also, Warrior, he can go Imp, he could also just do Heresy. And if he could ram down these monasteries and grab the relics, he will then himself have 5 relics. Yeah, I felt like there was just one moment where Stark wasn't microing properly. And what do we have here? Gotta double click each type of monk. We have 22 plus 26, so that's 48 monks right now. Monasteries cannot be converted, no. The monk might be the best siege unit in the game, but it cannot convert units, it cannot convert monasteries, TCs, walls, or castles. Yep. Oh, hello, monk. One of the blue wizards went to the east. And there are the relics. Oh, that gate's walled. Well, that's cute. So now, 5 relics. Yep, all 5 relics on their way home for Warrior. Hopefully he puts them in this monastery where it's safer, but he's up to Imp himself, continuing to ram down these monasteries as Stark is trying to do the Imp techs. And Warrior just needs to hold for Imp techs and maybe Heresy. There's no way on this economy Stark swaps to Light Cav, especially not on 1 TC. Unless at 5 on food, that's it. Well, I thought things were looking good for Stark when he got 5 relics, but couldn't spend the gold in time. Monk Watchtowers, what? No, that is correct. And remember, he has the Bohemians. Those are his monks. The 20 other monks, so now he's at just about 50. He's trained 18, or he's trained 20, converted 18 from what we have on this screen. More in the back. Now he's almost out of gold at home, but he has forward gold he can take. A lot of stone, too. So if he uses monks for map control once he gets up to Imp, you can just castle drop. Maybe you don't want to do that under Trebs. I mean, Stark is ahead in economy thanks to all that relic gold, but that'll swap now, I think. Where's the YOLO castle going to be? Will it even just be a defensive castle? Knowing that with 5 relics, you can probably win the long run, especially as Bohemians. And you can go for Trash Monks if gold runs out. He's got 5 relics. I feel like Trash Monks is maybe not a good idea when you have 5 relics, because you're going to get so much gold for it anyway. I guess it depends on your composition, though. Maybe you want to save the gold for Halfnitze. But he's still afraid of the Imp techs on the monks for Stark. And Chubb's going forward. Defensive castle for Warrior. He does not want to fight without. He doesn't want to fight without his upgrades. There he goes. Heresy, Theocracy, Block Printing, Illumination, and Loom. Gold-only techs all together, including that Loom. Remember, Vills also benefit from Sanctity and Fervor, so these Bohemian Bills will be kind of scary too if they want to go do a castle drop. More HP and they'll move faster. They still need Wheelbarrow and Handcart for their movement speed. But holy monks. Shift click up here. Okay, so let's... What do we got here? 1927. There's Heresy, he has Theocracy, so he can convert whatever he wants. So Stark has one last play, and honestly, it still could work. If he gets one more Treb and 2 Petards and can sneak them over here, could Petard the walls and go for the TC. And for pacifist with the monks. Well, with Heresy in, this is going to be a huge win for Warrior. Why is there a blue monk there? Instead of with Heresy in. Yeah, monks can just target in groups now. Okay, those monks just walking forward then. At the same time, 3 Trebs chilling for Stark on the side. There's still a chance. Still a chance if he's sneaky here. 2 Petards and he's... He might just do it. And Randomville, thank you for the follow. Heresy help converted monk? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. As long as it belongs to your player, you have it. How many Trebs to one-shot a TC? And they have 200 plus 250. So that's around 550 damage. Honestly, 4 Trebs is not going to be stopped if they get in. And Stark could do this. Oh, Stark could do it. There are 49 monks over here. Some could run into the castle. But the Petards are over there. Is Stark gonna wait for one more Treb? And it's a risk to wait for this. It's a risk to wait, but he could do it. And Hatka, thank you for the follow. Treb going for the castle. The Treb is out. Stark, oh, he's gonna get into a Treb war. He's gonna be distracting on the Treb war. Yeah, and if he's gonna force Warrior to repair Trebs. That's just gonna give him a better sneak. Alright, Petards and Trebs there, so he can't send anything else. Warrior's paying attention now. Now he's gonna get Warrior converting the monks and paying attention. He can even do fletching on the castle if he wants more range. Has to maybe garrison the monks to break conversions. And he's going for it, he's going for it. He's going for it, let's go. Yeah, Warrior does not have the ways to get through. He needs to convert the ram, but that Treb will go down. Monk's going down here for Stark. Stark needs to repair that castle like crazy, just to make sure that Warrior doesn't notice. But this is gonna work. This is 100% gonna work. Okay, the Trebs for the castle. Castle's at half HP right now. 3 Trebs, so Vils can at least repair for a bit. But Stark's doing it. Here come the Petards. The Trebs are in. The Trebs are in. And Warrior has to send all his Vils to his TC right now. Send all of his Vils to attack the Trebs. There he goes. Stark is deploying them. 4 Trebs. There go the villagers. Those speedy Bohemian Vils. There they go. The Trebs unpacking, going for the TC. The repair Vils are over. They have to try to absorb the Treb shots. There's one volley. A second volley will destroy the TC. Repair is coming in. And Stark does it. He does it. The sneak Trebs work. Let's go. 3-1 Stark. He lost the monk war, but he won the sudden death. What was over here? A villager. He pulled it off. The Petard Treb snipe worked. Warrior thought he had won the game, but he didn't scout the sides. Remember when we talked about that monk who had just ran off into the forest? That gave Stark some scouting over here. And he pulls it off. Warrior was thinking, oh, I'm about to win this game. I got all the monks, game 5. No, Stark does it. What a masterpiece, what a finish. Ah, 21-13 KD at 86-50 conversions, and this is a game of arena. Ooh, that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sudden Death gives us some great games. You had layered walls behind the walls against the Petards. That does help, but then you just need more Petards. Alright, so looks like Tamate is playing his set. So I'm just going to update our scoreboard real quick here. Give us the final 3-1 Stark. Our Brazilian player will advance. He wins arena. And that's Burmese over Bohemians. Alright, so give me a moment. I'm going to update the overlay for the next set. And that'll be Tamate versus Remco. They played the first game, so maybe I just watch the first game real quick. Speed through it. Right. 2 drafts. Alright. And Remco is an experienced clown. I know I'm picking Way. Strongest 1 TC? I don't know. Maybe someone just needs to show him the way. Alright, so let me go download the first rec if I can. I just have to go to... I don't want to see the outcome. Can I avoid seeing the outcome somehow? And I'll have to go to the tournament, or the history tab of Tamate. Hopefully he has one. He does. Game 1 was Jungle Rumble, so we'll watch that one real quick. And then try to get to the next one live. So speed casting of game number 1. There's Way in the draft. Jungle Rumble game number 1. That's the only way you could have lost. Well, you gotta get used to sudden death, right? Gotta get used to sudden death. That's the fun, is that we don't have too many sudden death games, so you can have surprises like that. If people are more accustomed to it, they'll be aware. So the map is the Jungle Rumble. And we'll have Tamate playing as the blue Armenians and Remco as the red Italians. Armenians for Jungle Rumble. Never really thought of them here, but I guess the fortified churches in the middle could be great. Meal carts could be nice too. Is the map missing a relic? Yeah, admin read, the map is missing a relic. Potkany, bugged map. Hopefully this is fixed for the next time we run this. Next week. So much gold, so much gold. We have 111, a laughably high number of gold piles in the middle. And then a bit of gold in the base for the players too. Thanks for round 2. Then all the stone is in the corners on the outside. So stone is on the outside, no stone in the middle. Not even in the bases. Jungle Rumble always gives us crazy games. And this is a live set, so we're just going to speed cast this and catch up to the next one. Forward mining camp for Remco, scouted by Tamate. Is both players up to the castle age. Forward castle drop from Remco. Defensive castle from Tamate, who is up to imp. So fast imp from both players, and this will be up to our Armenians player to defend. It'll be double castles though. Double forward castles from Remco. 3 ranges in the back, and it's skirms. The best unit in the game, the skirmishers, fending off the genvos. There are the trebs. Trebs popping for both players. And going for the TC rather than the castle is the play, because you can't rebuild that. So there goes 1 TC, but you do have to lose both TCs in sudden death. And this Treb, only 1 Treb. Repair's not there for Tamate. Still has a score lead. Somehow he's down in Vills and lost the TC. But he will now go for this TC. He can hit it from the outside. And well, there it goes. So both players losing their middle TCs and only having the outside TCs. It looks like Remco's going to take the middle. If you take the middle, you do have all the gold. Mule carts being able to run to the outside and try to chop through. Oh, but we do have chopped through there. And Tamate coming back to the middle, and he will call the GG. And why is he calling the GG? Because Tamate has chopped through from the outside and is raiding his base with the crossbows. So even though... Okay, so what happened there? Even though Tamate had the forward castles, he wasn't able to raid because he was going archers against skirms, and when Remco destroyed the castles, Tamate was relying on the unique units, the genvos, as his army, and then couldn't come back to defend. When he lost his castle and when he lost his TC over here, the crossbows could come in and slaughter his vills. And Tamate had chopped through, so he was ready to send more reinforcements from home. And he was not going to have the eco for the knights. I don't know, maybe Tamate still loses if Remco goes full knights. And yeah, I think that's a good point, right? Like, there's nothing stopping Trebs. The only thing that stops is if he quick walls this 1 tile gap, right? It's a 1 tile gap. But you could probably just right-click the 1 TC on the outside when you have 5 trebuchets, right? The 5 trebuchets destroy it in 1 volley. Maybe 2 volleys if it has some type of upgrade, but I think that takes it out. So that would have been, honestly, the play would have been, is there a 1 tile of quick wall here? And he actually still could have tried to do that instead of trying to take out the castle? Maybe. You got to play the objective. Alright, so Tamate takes game number 1. Look at the stats real quick. So better KD, better Eco. Maybe a misplay though from Remco, going for the castle instead of the TC, like you said. It was great for 2v2, yes. It was originally a 1v1 map, though. I adapted it for 2v2. And I think 1v1 Sudden Death is a great map, too. Alright, so let's see if we can just update this and then get to the next game. So that's 1-0 for Tamate. Perhaps that's a win for him on Jungle Rumble. And for the Civs, that's a win for the Armenians over the Italians. Way the very first pick here. Interesting. Haven't seen them picked much, so I don't know how they're going to do. And the next game, hopefully they are live. Yes, they are, and it is Arena. So we'll speed cast this and get caught up. It'll be Turks versus Way. Okay. Alright, and it is Arena. This will be game number 2. They're currently playing, so we should get caught up and be able to cast this live. We'll have Tamate as the blue Turks to the north, and Remco as the red Way to the south. The Way do receive 1 free villager for each mill, lumber, and mining camp technology researched. So with 1 TC, that's a great benefit to getting more villagers. And Remco will be just going for a mill in the middle of the map, milling the berries rather than the chickens, so Scout will see that. But okay, I guess Turks are usually going to FC. Light Cav could be annoying here. Old patch, yes. Old patch, so they don't get any benefit from wheelbarrow handcart getting vills. Well, they do get them from all the other upgrades. So if you're doing the mining upgrades, that's +4 in feudal, then another +4 in castle for +8. Not +10 though from wheelbarrow handcart, unfortunately. 2 vills weaker, yes. Black Forest Sudden Death. That does not... I mean... Maybe with some Vill fights in the middle, it's an interesting Sudden Death map, but... I think you have to really plan the middle out to be fair then. He bought a mouse just to play for this tournament. Is he playing like on a laptop that would otherwise have a trackpad then? Look at those barrels in the gate. The barrels should probably avoid the gate. That is interesting. Some of the barrels are outside, some are inside. Okay, Vill's from docks now too. Right click doesn't work, so he rebinded it to his keyboard. And thank you, Mustafa Effa672 for the follow. Or Mustafa. I definitely did not pronounce that correctly, but thank you for the follow. It's good to take the gold mining early. Yes, it is, because you do get that extra Vill. So yes, indeed. Has he done it? Yes, he did. So he did all the upgrades. No stone mining, though. I guess stone mining is probably worth it, too. Because it is kind of expensive, but... So yeah, so... Scouts here from the way. What else do they have here? They have the Shenbei Raider. Is that good against the Turks? I don't know. They have traction trebs. They have the melee armor for their cav. Turks do have camels, though. Do they aim for Fast Imp? I mean, Fast Imp can also be punished heavily. The Shenbei Raiders? I have no idea if they're good against Turks. Oh, look at that. Tamate going for the Fort Castle. Janissaries are not what they used to be. He's trying to hide it, too. Make it a secret castle. And hide it just long enough to bring the scouts underneath it, and he can try to get 2 kills on the scouts. Okay, interesting gameplay there. And Janissaries coming forward. It will be a Janissary push. And with the stone, this could just be a double castle forward here. No reason to go imp. Get the double castle forward, then maybe think about imp. Okay, remember, Janissaries have reduced range, only 7 instead of 8, so much less effective against mangonels than they used to be. Still enough attack that they can do damage to mangonels, but much harder to micro. You don't just freely kill them anymore. So the clandestine castle drop would work. Oh, Remco's gonna call the GG? Alright, he's just calling it right away as the Janissaries break through. Alright, he's calling it right away. He's thinking he doesn't have a way to defend it? Oh, GG. He's not... Well, to be honest, Turks don't do this anymore after the Janissary nerf. I think he was prepared for a light cav war. But, yeah, he's not prepared for the Janissary. I mean, if he doesn't play enough, does he know how the Janissaries are nerfed? He's gonna go double stable. Was he gonna try to do double stable light cav against this? I mean, you just run the Vils into the lumber camp, you get this walled. You have more lumber in the back, you have your gold safe. Maybe this is just he felt like he misplayed it with his opening. Well, I don't know, but at least we're caught up to real time. He's just afraid of the Janissaries. So Ring of Reeds might be our next map then. So Turks winning, Way losing. I don't know if he had a plan with the Way, but if he did, we didn't see it come to fruition. Xian Bay Raiders might destroy monks and light cav? Maybe. Haven't seen that though. Maybe they do. And it will indeed be Ring of Reeds for game number 3. Maybe he wanted Woo. One-shot monk before the conversion with our charge attacks. Ah, that's a good point. Able to one-shot the monks. Alright, what color were these players? Tamate was blue and Remco was red, right? Let's keep them consistent. Tamate picking cyan. As much as I love cyan, changing colors mid-set can be very disorienting. Yes, Remco gonna go right to the middle, build the mill, can take the shorefish and the deer. He didn't destroy his mill spot by hunting the deer, did he? Oh no, he didn't. Right adjacent to the mill. All well and good. Tamate will scout that. Now, this version of Ring of Reeds does have some shorefish on the outside, so you can dock there and boom a bit if you want. You don't need to dock in the middle. I've seen tower rushes on this map. I feel like they've failed every time I've seen them, though. Both players do have a back gold, so the map is not bugged. That's good. Gotta check for that. We have a way to see the elo here. It is right up top, 2396 to 1983. I'd say Remco is probably definitely higher than that, especially on cloud maps, but apparently he's not very active these days. Does the match command work? Will the spec dashboard work for us? Gotta love how pretty the middle is on this map with the flowers and the rugs and the ruins. Oh, it does work. Wonderful. That's the other way to see the elo if you don't look at the elo. already in front of us. It works. Also, I gotta say, much better map for Remco with the gold. Not being forward and instead being on the side. This map, I think, uses find closes and puts them on the straight lines through the TC. So you gotta be careful not to block them with your houses right away. Also another boar out here for Tamate. He's gonna delete the wall, and also look to try to push deer in through that wall. Or through what used to be the wall. Nope, he's gonna have an adventure here. Oh, that Vil tried to pathfind. Both golds can be protected together? That's true, and I feel like Tower being able to destroy them would be terrifying. So Portuguese versus Persians. Persians, again, from sudden death. Extra HP on the TC can be great, and also the faster working TC, so it'll get a Vil lead over time. There's the deer on its way in. Oh, no, it's walking back. He's going to try to reset it with a Vil. Will the Vil shoot it across the wood line, though? No, it won't. Okay, the deer doesn't reset. He's going to build a palisade. Not going to push in any more deer, just this one. And the extra durable dock. That's true. Get onto water, and water, well, as you say that, Tamate's onto water. As Portuguese will have the gold discount and the extra HP on his ships. And eventually the unique tech for all the extra armor, but don't know if we'll see that here. And loom on the way for Tamate. Loom on the way. Interesting. So he's not just going to go straight up. Guess maybe worried about a potential tower rush. Milling instead of docking. This is definitely a viable approach if you don't want to spend all your resources on the fishing ships. Remember, it is just shore fish. There are no deep fish there. So the fishing ships are much less efficient than they are on deep fish. Tamate trying to push down the deer. Is he going to do the through the gate without pulling an open trick? Oh, he's going to take it from the Vils. Oh, he'll take it with the Vils, then swap the Vils to fishers, and then drop off the food. Maybe double checking he can still do that in the current patch. He's trying to get the food to click up. There he goes. Trying to force drop. Yep, they can't drop in the dock by themselves, but you can right-click the fishing ship to swap them to the fishermen villagers. And then they can drop it off, because they don't lose food when swapping the tasks. And where they drop off depends on the task that they have currently. I need more coffee for all this. Out of my first coffee today. I do that for the fish in the mule cart. Into the mule cart in Arabia before. You can click on deer, then drop in the mule cart. Oh, that's a good idea. You can do it backwards too to drop fish in the mule cart. Oh wait, Remco, did you not take your boar? You had a boar out here. Oh, did you not scout that he has a boar outside the walls and the boar outside the wall on this map? No, Remco, you missed the boar. Oh no, disaster. Absolute disaster. Sudden disaster. Oh, automod clown is not a word to censor. That's a compliment. Hello, instant toast. Alright, take my coffee black. There's a bit of a scout fight in the middle. More HP for Tamate now, but fast castle age first for Remco. And should be able to get a good push on the TC if he gets a forward workshop now. And Portuguese could defend and go for a castle, could also defend and go for monks. Persians do not have good monks. I mean, this is where you could just dock block off the sides and the back, and actually go for a full wall to the edges, and maybe fish boom with fish traps as the Persians. That could be something else, getting fish traps on a 1TC map. Fletching and archers for Tamate. He's gonna stay feudal for a bit and try to prevent the forward castle drop. And he gets the scout. Oh, and then he gets the gate open. Yeah, the Vills have to react with quick walls here. And you can wall this in, but that'll be annoying. Vill will go down there. Another Vill could go down. The Vills do have loom. They will run away. Palisade is a bit weak though. If the Vills were to come in, they can get more walls behind this. The scout, while holding the gate open, will contribute to attacking. And reverse the organ gun nerf from the pup, did they? Well, we're in the last patch, I guess that doesn't matter for us. Tamate is a beast. So breaking through with the archers, it doesn't look like he's up to castle yet. Oh my gosh. Remco was like, oh, I'll delete the walls and go forward, but he didn't see the reeds. He'll delete next to that. So 16 villagers against 4 archers, 5 archers with fletching. Is this enough to stop a castle? Well, it's enough to kill some Vills at least. Oh, the archers were trapped inside. The archers were trapped inside. He left the gate but didn't have all the archers together. He only has 3 here and he's gonna come to try to Vill fight. Oh, he trapped his archers inside. It was all a trap from Remco. It was a part of the plan. So 4 archers here. Does this castle go up? It will not be in range of the TC, but Tamate is feudal. Petards will come out right away, and I don't think he can stop them in feudal. More Vills on the way forward. This is the sudden death style we want to see. YOLOing the castle forward, 60%. 7 archers, but that's still not enough to deny it. More Vills going down. The entire economy here for Remco is forward. He does not have the economy now to make petards. You'll kill the archers with the castle. Those archers getting slaughtered. And Falcatru, thank you for the follow. Now, he can send his Vills here to gather food in the middle. That's okay. And then he can train more Vills at home. He can take the sheep. He has the mining camp. He needs to get petards somehow. These Vills probably need to be on gold. As we've seen many times in this tournament, the castle's only the first step. You need economy for petards afterwards. Takes 5 to destroy TC. War Ellie, I think that's even less affordable than petards. Tower goes up. Does that actually defend against petards? I don't think so. Is that in range of the castle? If the castle had Bodkin, it would be. Is Remco? I don't know what nationality Remco is. He's doing the elephant though. What the? What? I guess that can't be stopped in feudal. If he could do a monk to heal it, actually, like 1 monk. 0 on wood, new meta. You don't need wood for elephants, right? The elephant is slower than the archers. Archers will pick some Vills. I have no idea who is winning now. He's doing a mining camp. He wants more stone, maybe? He wants the gold from out here? Elephant just gonna go forward. Force the Vills to garrison. Archer's able to hit the Vills on the gold still. Elephant can't decide if he wants to go forward or back. Now he's gonna call the GG. He's gonna decide that he can't actually do anything with this. That he doesn't have the economy to do anything. At home, he doesn't have enough food. Tamate takes it 3-0. Remco, quick on the GGs this set. That LA pathing. I mean, I'm telling you, if he doesn't do an L and he just does Petards, I think he can win that. Yeah, it does like a tower instead of. I mean, it doesn't even have to be on the stone, right? It could just be on maybe the berries in the middle, and then between the tower and the castle, everything's defended. Could have done a tower there, and this is all defended from the archers. And then just one bit of palisade there at home to keep the remaining archers out, and then you're safe to take gold, take food in the middle. One elephant rush, the new meta. Well, it didn't work out. Did not quite work out. Dropped a second castle? Yeah, I mean, that could have been an option too. Tower of the Stone, drop a second castle here. That's you're relying on the castle when I think Petards could have been enough to win it. Yeah, because he knows Tamate's not castle. He needs more than one elephant, though. Oh, GG, 16 to 5 KD for Tamate. He didn't stop the castle. But he does win the game and the set. So, clean sweep for Tamate there. He would have been stuck feudal for a while, but... Let's see, they're Portuguese over Persians. Alright, so the next set will be, I believe, at 18 GMT? Or was it 17? Yeah, 18 GMT will be Sato versus OG Straggler Tree. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a very quick break, and then I'll cast the games from Doubt the other day, because there was an interesting game where Doubt was down 3-1 castles on Acro. So I'll be right back, stay tuned, and then we'll cast some Doubt. Alright, is this from yesterday? Yes, it is from yesterday, indeed. So it's doubt time. Let me download these recs. Doubt versus Albin. Doubt did not use the replay. Packer did not rename them. Alright. I have expectations for everyone, including Doubt. Let me just double check that we have the right game one. Wellsprings. Yes, alright, Wellsprings. Game number 1. And I also have the right sides for the players in the drafts. Yes, I do. Alright. Game number 1 on Wellsprings. Alright, GL. I only call him Albin, because that's what it said on the rec. H-E-N Lazen Glierfout Quellecusion. That is a name? Does this, what language is that? What does it mean? Someone tell me. Anyway, he will be playing as the Red Portuguese to the southwest, and Doubt will be the Blue Turks to the northeast. Means something about boars, okay. If I remember yesterday, okay, so boar name. Lovely there. Next live set will be OG Straggler Tree versus Sato. That'll be at 18 GMT. Of course, Doubt didn't rename the Rex. Well, it will be Wellsprings, as we well know by this point. Destroying the aqueduct destroys the walls. Is this live or not? This is not live. Armageddon, this was played yesterday. But Doubt was gonna, from what I've heard, made some pretty big mistakes in this set. So we'll see what happened. Hello, Fire Gaming on YouTube. So, oh, look at Doubt. Masterpiece in that lumber camp getting the vills on the back. Say it's a classic. We're gonna watch whatever that game is on Acro. Something very classic. So, Doubt at least knows how the map works. Taking the boars, they are kind of forward, so I guess it makes sense maybe you want to take them. Shoot using the TC the old way. Or not the old way, but the modern until the current patch way. How do you cook a boar? Alright, how do you cook a boar? So Doubt, I did not type that entire name in when he uploaded the Rex either. Originally this was going to be the other day, but his opponent was unable to swap over to the patch in time. So they rescheduled because he had some technical issues. Not the first time we've had someone unable to swap patches. And probably won't be the last. Hopefully the next round is on the current patch, but I've heard there might be a hotfix on the way, so that might disrupt things. How long would it take for militia to destroy the food thingy? Let's see, well, they have 1,000 hit points. And I don't think militia would have enough attack to overcome all the building armor it has, so forever. Maybe 1,000 hits. That's what it takes the scout, at least. Okay, so both up to feudal. And Red will be going forward. He will be going for the tower rush. He will be trushing Doubt. Stone walls in front near the gate to make sure Doubt doesn't come out and fight with Vills. Well, he's trushing Doubt, and he's going to do a Vinch-style trush with a range behind it. Alright, a Vinch-style trush for him against Doubt. Yeah, you need to try the map. Yeah, you can try it out. If someone builds a militia, I can check. There's Loom on the way for Doubt. What's the deal with the aqueduct? It's got fish under it. When you destroy it, it explodes and opens a path into your base. So Red will be pushing the gate. Guess we can just go normal speed now. We'll have the hill advantage as he tries to break in. And against that tower, could it attack it from uphill with the Vills, maybe? Maybe it's not quite on the hill. Or adjacent to the hill. As it goes up, the Vills will run back from the gate, but the tower with the archers will still do some damage to it if he chooses. He's going to take the stone on the outside. Doubt with a much better eco, though, and he's up to the castle age. He has another tower. Now that won't work because it's not a live match. But it's safe to say this is one of the more lopsided matchups. Although I think Doubt was surprisingly low seed. He was like seed 32 or something. I don't know why. Ooh. Tower attacking the market instead of the gate. This is the aqueduct, Baba Boom. And your name says exactly what it does. It explodes if any one tile is destroyed. There's Castle. And Workshop for Doubt. So he'll probably just go Mangonel defense here. Benefiting from that faster gold mining of the Turks. Archers versus a light cav. Light cav might take all of them. I'm gonna try to hide and make it for the hill. We'll take the hill bonus against the scout. Against the light cav. Doubt trying to get atop of the hill. And one light cav will get all three of them. No problem for Doubt there. Doubt also has fletching invested into that for the range on the tower. Not doing a mangonel yet, just the TC. And Doubt's also ready to go imp. He's Turks, he can fast imp this. Oh, let's go. Monastery, workshop, and yeah, he's up to imp. He's up to imp. Alright, well he can go imp, do a couple of cannons, destroy the aqueduct, and then go for the TC. Archer range on the way there for red. One bombard cannon and 6 hussars, and Doubt has it. Six hussars. Well, he doesn't have a stable. Maybe a couple monks could help. Now, Turks don't have good monks in the late game. So Doubt's up to imp while his opponent's up to castle. Doubt has more res collected. At least red has a Vil lead. Enjoying taking those shorefish still. Doubt's gonna take the berries in the back too with a mill. And we'll see undoubtedly cannons come out as soon as he gets up. And he's gonna do a range, so it's not gonna be hussars, it'll be hand cannoneers. And hand cannoneers should be able to deal with pretty much anything in the castle age other than massed knights. But if you destroy the aqueduct and ruin your opponent's food eco, they won't be able to amass knights. Even the skirmishers, hand cannoneers should deal with them, they have a high enough attack. Elite skirm kind of a counter, but you need a lot of upgrades on them. And double ranges, it'll be hand cannoneers and bombard cannons for Doubt. So classic Turks play, fast imp. Workshop in the middle for red. Like how Doubt has the monk over on this side. Probably just going for relics, but at least we'll scout if anything's going on this side of the aqueduct. Despite the arches that look like you can pass through them, you can't actually pass from one side to another. It works as a wall. Okay, Hussar gets some value there. Might need to run back to her monk and heal, but there we'll have the bombard cannon. And here are the hand cannoneers for doubt. So he has what he wants. Food from the shorefish, gold in the back, some wood being collected, and he's just gonna go Turk gunpowder. Nice and classic. No Janissaries, just hand cannoneers. And he's gonna pick up relics too. The relics, he already has one, we'll get a second. That'll be a nice trickle of gold for this build. Towers will go down to the cannon, no problem. How much? 30,000, so that's not gonna run out ever until the aqueduct is destroyed. Does the cannon auto-target the aqueduct if it runs out of targets? Actually, good question. I guess the hand cannoneers don't. Probably doesn't because it's neutral. Four damage per hit for man-at-arms with arson. Okay. Did you do forging too? Okay, well, workshop and range in the middle could go down. That's a good number of crossbows, though. See how the micro is on this fight. Forging wouldn't do anything against all the melee armor? I guess not. So doubt trying to micro. He's now got 3 cannons. I can click them. Double click the moving cannon. There we go. Got it. Right. Wasn't moving though. So doubt not going to destroy the aqueduct. He's going for the gate. Still wants the aqueduct for himself. Actually, from there, can he hit the TC? Oh, if he had artillery, maybe. It's pretty far. Ooh, nice cannon shot on the crossbows. And another cannon hit. Ooh, crossbows almost micro right back into that. Now, the crossbows are in the ram. Trying to close the distance, trying to ram a cannon there. Will successfully do it. Doubt's gonna lose a cannon. Okay, that was some pathing. And lose a second cannon. He just needs to shoot it with the bombard cannons. Ooh, crossbow's getting blasted. If we take out this range. So cannon on the hill, I mean, that's crossbow production right there he could be taking out. Maybe he just wants him to waste resources on crossbows he kills, though? A red rainstorm warning here. Red does not sound like a good color for a rainstorm. Rams, the new counter to cannons? I mean, if you close the distance, maybe like drill siege rams loaded with halbs for the Mongols could counter them. That's Ferraris. Okay, workshopping cannon down. Loaded with pikes, yes. Or allied halbs. Ooh, this cannon is all missed. And what's over here? Mining camp for doubt, right? And Ram goes down, but the crossbows will try to get the cannons, but they'll just be picked off. So Resley's trying stuff kind of fancy. He's up by a few vills. Not able to get any of this to work though. Doubt will keep pushing. And Doubt has 5 cannons. I feel like this is just destroy the aqueduct and then go in and win. Alright, range goes down. And ooh, there go the crossbows. Alright, and now I think Doubt has this. There's the GG. And he'll go up 1-0. Alright, that's what I'm expecting from Doubt. 70 to 19 KD, showing why he is indeed Doubt. Oof, indeed. Ending it with a nice cannon shot. So, 1-0 for Doubt. I was having fun, yes. There's Turks. Over as Portuguese, right? Yeah, Turks over Portuguese. Well, the Imperial Age economy there. Very nice for Doubt. Just enough to make the Turks work. Cannons, both of the hand and bombard variety. Oh, and also Warrior, thank you for the follow earlier. I totally missed that alert, but thank you very much. I was probably gone eating during that. Doubt playing with his food. He's taking the shorefish. Who is Albin, the player who is matched up against Doubt? That is who. Game 2 will be on Ring of Reeds. Right. Again, might speed through this just a bit to try to make sure we get all these done in the next hour before the next match. We got 30 minutes left. Speed through the Dark Age. Doubt will be playing as the Blue Maya to the northwest. Albin will be playing as the Red Romans to the northeast. Both players pushing in deer from the middle. Doubt deleting the gate. Doesn't want to have to deal with it. He's scouting with pigs on the outside. Needs to pick up the rest of his pigs. We'll have a forward Doubt here. Or a forward Dock from Red. See if he goes for any fish in the middle. Just more villas, fish moving in the center. Alright. How do people sign up? When it's announced, you just go to the sign up and sign up. You liked it when they couldn't dock the outside? I did too. I don't know why it changed. Alright, here is Doubt with some militia coming forward. Vils coming forward. And 2 docks in the middle. No demos until feudal though. So not able to stop this. The sheep is in the gate. Okay, he notices though. And Doubt will come forward for a tower rush as the eagle keeps picking off some scouts. Feudal on the way, but Red will be rewalling behind this. 4 men-at-arms there from Doubt, breaking through the gate. Can he eat TC with men-at-arms? Probably not if there's a watchtower underneath it. Can he bypass walls and eat? He's thinking to dive into TC, but ultimately decides against it. Can force some panic at least, and galley might come out. Double dock galleys in the middle. Okay, that's interesting. Have a Romans and Imp, we'll have a Dromans. There's another dock for Doubt. And he's gonna go for another tower. Or maybe let him break through the wall, but defensive tower here from Red. Red on the stone. Red's collected pretty similar. Nice advantage though for Doubt in terms of villas, 28 to 24. Red idling the TC a bit, also 4-0 on the Eco KD. In large part thanks to those men-at-arms early on. Sudden death can be last patch until the end. What do you mean? Oh no! It's gonna hopefully move to the new patch next week. Although with the hot fix that's supposed to come out, that might make things hard. Is fletching on the way for Doubt. Not gonna repair the tower. Gonna house wall in front of it. Just let it go down. Doesn't have any stone left, so he can't repair it. I was mining stone from the front, but doesn't have any more. With the galleys there, you can't really take that stone, so the only thing those vills can do productively is shoot that tower. What's the hotfix for? I don't know. But it's for the patch that just came out. Oh, doubt with men-at-arms on the outside too. With men-at-arms on the outside, we'll be going for the vills out there. I'm going for the vills out there. And we'll also have a mark going up for red. Yeah, Men-at-Arms is doing some work out here. It's now 8090 Eco KD. And Doubt will have his own galleys in the middle too. Fire galley and galley. Galley probably a better choice for shooting over the docks. And I'll start to take out these galleys. Man-at-Arms on the hill will try to fight for vills. I don't think that's going to work for him. So Doubt buying food. Looks like he'll be the first one up. Don't think there's much that would go wrong there with his being up first. Wish they had some form of siege ship. I like that they don't. I think it gives them a nice flavor among all the civs. And keeps it true to their AOC roots. So, Castle Age on the way for Doubt. There's Castle dropping to GG. He'll have the stone for Castle, if not when he gets up soon afterwards. And I don't think there's a way that red stops it. It just gets dropped right there, then it's in range of the TC and can deploy petards at will. Lots of fish in the back for red. This Man-at-Arms is still being annoying. It's a 90-second Castle Age difference there. Doubt favored and mining stone as he goes up. Give them the monk ships. The area's open there. You can also castle drop from that direction. And put it under one of the under the towers. Oh, okay. He's sending his vills. 19 vills to raise the castle right on Red's face. Okay, so big vill fight here. Counter towers. That'll be 1, 2, 3 towers trying to stop this castle. Does Doubt get this up? It is in the range of everything here. So triple tower, 26 vills, some blocked by the gold, and the rest of the vills go to vill fight. And hello, Italo. And, well, now he just needs petards and TC lowdown. So I think Doubt has won this game now. Fast forward through this. He doesn't need 20 vills inside. Yeah, there's GG. And 8 KD. 1.5k better economy, faster up times, more vills. Okay, so 2-0 Doubt. Doubt wins Ring of Reeds. Let's see, D has the Civ wrong. So we're just going to game 3. Okay, what is his elo? I don't know. but it will be game number 3. And we have to pay really close attention to what Red does with his scout. Takes both castles with the vills, and he sends the scout forward immediately. And he's going to go for this castle. So Doubt takes... Oh, Doubt's going to push in a deer after taking the castle. Isn't setting his vill to go get the other castle. Red isn't even making a beeline forward. He's just scouting around. And Red's going to take this castle. These castles are just Gaia units. If you don't take them right away, your opponent can. And Red, oh my gosh, Omega laming, will lame a castle from Doubt. He will lame a castle from Doubt. And Doubt will be 1 castle versus 3 on this map. And Doubt will come over here and see his scout get killed by the castle. Took a volley of arrows there. Well, a disaster for Doubt. If Doubt's gonna lose a game, that's how you do it. Oh, Doubt. Okay, we can speed up this early thing. No way. One sideways before taking it so he wouldn't die if it's Doubt. Okay, so he just needs to go take a second to tell all his friends that he's taken 3 castles from Doubt. Once it's gone, it's gone. It doesn't go back and forth. Once it's yours, it's yours. I don't know why these aren't player-owned castles to begin with, but it does let stuff like this happen. It's 1831, okay, 1831. So that's still a pretty good elo. If not Doubt level. Let's see, I'm getting pinged on Discord. Okay, Raptor gave me the map guide. Perfect. I have no idea who that is, Bailo. There we go. Okay, still managing the TC. He's docked in the south. I mean, so far he's played the map better than Doubt, and it's not even close. I mean, he can go triple castle Petard production and have 6 Petards in 2 rounds. And then this one just does an extra one. So this is kind of awkward for Doubt. What is Sudden Disaster? It's a tournament played on sudden death. You have 1 TC, you can't build more, and if you lose your TC, you're defeated. And right now Doubt has made a mistake of there's a Gaia castle, but he didn't capture it. He pushed an Ibex instead. Pushed an Ibex instead, and he's against an 1800 who has 3 castles to 1. I guess Gebetos probably lose to War Wagons. I mean, maybe with War Wagons, Doubt only needs 1 castle production. They're expensive anyway, but this does not feel good for him. So he's up to feudal. Both players are. I have a blacksmith there. Also, the wall changes graphics as it's destroyed. That's the thing. Nope, you cannot recapture it. Once it's yours, it's yours. When was this played? Yesterday. What's the worst Civ? Cuman's? Probably, because the ram push is very predictable because they can't do the second TC. But maybe it's also map dependent where they could be used or other civs could be used. So Doubt up first, but also down by the fact that his opponent has 4 fishing ships. He's also down a Vil because he's up slightly faster. So 2 Vils coming forward now from Red. And if Red just goes Siege and Petards, maybe he gets the TC. So Loom on the way. And he has the hill. His hill spawned. Imagine how sad that would be. You steal a castle just to see the hill doesn't spawn. Well, there's a siege workshop there from Red. So War Wagons from Doubt. Gebetto's coming around. War wagons coming forward. They'll find the monastery. Now, war wagons have a ton of HP, and the Koreans also have the free armor upgrades. So they are very, very tanky. So, watchtower on the wood line for red. Guess that's what he needs. More Gebetto's coming to this castle. Is he going to try to Gebetto snipe the TC? If this castle were making petards right now, I think he'd just win. I think that castle just needs petards. Sometimes you get fancy and forget about the simple things like petards, yeah. I mean, he just needs... It takes 5 to destroy TC, so maybe you do 6 here and go for it. Those ballistics. I mean, war wagons can do a number on TCs too. Monk wants a conversion, has to hop in the TC. And he's making rams. He's gonna have 2 rams. And oh, he wants to go Gebettos inside of rams. And nothing can stop the rams on the TC other than Doubt destroying this one first with the war wagons. Red, don't lose all your vills to the war wagons. Okay, so Red no longer has vills at home. Where are these vills gonna go? I don't know. But here comes the ram push. Okay, ram push. 1, 2, 3 rams. Where are the petards with the ram push? You gotta go Tato style. Yeah, this is still gonna be a close game. Here come the vills forward. And the Gebettos might need to pop out and attack. Just try to save the rams. You can pick off vills here. Gebettos are there, but the war wagons are there too. 1 ram down. Rams being hit by the Gebettos. Repairville's being hit by the Gebettos. Doubt's TC is down to 500 hit points. Under 500. Down to 300. 300. Ville's still attacking the Rams. 1 ram goes down. And 1 more ram left. This ram not repaired. TC down under 100 hit points. Villes cannot garrison. They have to repair. And this almost worked if only it had some petards. If only it had some petards. Almost. Almost. The other side, there's nothing to stop this now, and there would have been the GG. Oh man, if he had gone for like even just 2 petards in there, 1 petard, he gets the TC. It would have been cheaper to do petards instead of all the Gebettos and rams, maybe. Maybe. Wouldn't have given Doubt the option to fight like that. And at home, yeah, he had lost everything, right? He's down to 4 vills. He's down to 4 fishing ships, no vills even. So, a valiant effort. Almost to take a game off of Doubt. Versus Doubt has got to be very nerve-wracking, right? It's got to be very nerve-wracking. That's 41 to 17 KD. He's able to defend his TC in the end. More resources collected as all the vills were YOLOing. GG. Alright. So we have about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. I've been casting for almost 5 hours now. Thank you all for watching. We have over 600 viewers. Now we're going to have Sato sets coming up next. It'll be Sato versus OG Straggler Tree. So stay tuned. We'll have that next. And I'm just going to take myself quick break to eat something. So that's 3-0 for Doubt, but we will reset the scoreboards to Sato versus OG Straggler Tree. Where is the bracket? Still need a command for that. So challenge.com/sudden disaster 2. And there we are, no pants day. So there are spoilers. Most of the first round is played. There's still a few sets left. I see 1, 2, 3. 3 sets. We'll cast 2 of them here. Stow OG Straggler Tree. Oh, 4 sets. And Stake Acro coming up next. So I'll be back in around 10 minutes or so, and we'll get this next set started. So stay tuned. Thank you all for watching. I'll take a break. Alright. So let's see if they're getting their draft started in a moment. Oh geez, Straggler Tree, overzealous. They are 10 minutes early. Do you stand any chance? It's round 1. Anything can happen. We've seen our base winning games against Licks. We almost saw Doubt lose a game. So, you never know. Saw Dave win against Lucho. Win a game against Lucho. It looks like we have some drafts ready. Tree has this? I wonder if Tree's been practicing. Probably has some strats. Yeah, it gives a good chance to the underdogs. Especially with the scheduling. Let's see if Sato makes it. It's right on time for him. This is when admins can start tagging. Let's get this moving if we can. It's 8 PM for Sato. Well, that's a reasonable time to play A2, right? Be very reasonable. Poopies are here. Well, if he's late, that just gives Straggler Tree admin wins. Till the set's over. Oh yes, he is here. Perfect. Only 1 minute late. Says he's ready. As long as he's joined the drafts, we should be good to go then. I wonder what Straggler Tree has cooked up. What strats he has cooked up. Okay, good. So we'll have Satow picking standard maps like Arena and Hideout. OG Straggler Tree picking sudden death maps like Wellsprings and Canberra. So Straggler Tree apparently has plans. Banning Jungle Rumble though. No, you're not really gonna get a snipe there. It's 2 TCs. No Acro or Triple Tunnel for Satow. Kind of fancy maps that are banned. Then Skakuza banned. I think that's a good choice against Satow. Banning Palisades Socotra. There's a ban of Ring of Reeds and then Koala. Okay. Koala I think is going to be a tricky map for Straggler Tree against Satow. Acro would probably be his best bet. Other than Wellsprings and Canberra. But I like his picks. I like his picks right away. Dravidian's banned. Persian's the first pick for Satow, so definitely going for that extra TC HP. And while they're drafting, let me just run to the bathroom, and then we should be good to go, hopefully. Teuton's hype. Sad we can't see a douche. Sad we can't see a douche, but also not a sudden death strat. For good reason. Because you get defeated. Alright, let's see if they get the lobby going soon. They got the drafts done. Told Sato to pick Persians for an elephant rush on Arena. We did see an elephant so far in Ring of Reeds. Didn't really work out though. Let's see, first pick from both sniped. Well, the Persians got sniped off, so unfortunately we won't see that today. Could see Malay elephants though, or Bengali elephants. Good evening, Sniper. How you doing? Saracens, Spanish, Celts, Gurjars. I wonder if OG Straggle is going to go for the Gurjars on Wellsprings strat. And, I mean, Italians or Woo for Canberra could be nice. The question is, does OG pick civs just to try to win 1 or 2 maps, or does he pick civs to win the set? I get the feeling that OG is going to try to be very creative. Although waiting for sudden disaster. Waiting to see how sudden the disaster will be. Waiting for a lobby. Gonna play on East US. Is Toe not bothering to fight over the server? Saying 115 ping to East US is fine. Well, OG Straggler will have the ping advantage in this matchup at least. That's one thing. Can there be a draw if they delete on the same frame? There can't be a draw. One player will win. I think the player in the higher player slot, in the higher lobby slot, so the host of the lobby would win in that case. He puts a password on the lobby. Well, the player who was confident was Dark, who random all his civs, but did lose a game to the straight up Petards. Okay, I don't see the lobby yet. Although he has a code. Guess we're just waiting for Sato to join. So what do you think we're going to see on Koala then? This could be Celts. Don't know where else you'd use Celts. Maybe Hideout, but this feels like maybe a Celts map. And try to FC and then just do Scorpions like Dave did maybe. Huang Rush if you wall yourself well. The admins are making the post for the next round, oh boy. It's Toe swapping to the old patch. Straggler saying he needs a minute for civs and maps. He's got to work out his plans. Celts work on any sudden death map. I don't know. I have no idea what to think about Celts on sudden death. I used to think Celts were just a good overall civ, but I think maybe a bit less so nowadays with some of the power creep we've had. If you are picking them for sudden death, it is definitely for the Huang Rush, though. I guess you don't need to go right into it. You could just kind of do like a normal feudal into it. The wood bonus should be a good skirmisher civ too. Yeah, I mean, Spear of Skirm should be good for the Celts. Maybe we could even see that on Koala, just like Stark did, the forward with the Skirm Spear. So if I'm Straggler Tree, I'm thinking Celts for Koala, Dejarus for Wellsprings, Italians for Canberra, Saracens for Hideout, and Spanish for Arena. Celt Eco bonus? Celt Eco bonus is nice and smooth. Now if I'm Sato, I'm thinking Portuguese Hideout, Bengalis Arena, Malay, Canberra, Chinese Koala, no, Chinese Wellsprings, and Shu Koala. And Teutons give you a change up for Arena or Hideout if you want to trush. Even Fire Archers, that's true, Fire Archers can be good for sniping TCs. I think game 1 has to be Celts from Straggler Tree. I don't know where else you would use Celts in this map pool. Scenario where one player has one Petard and the other just the TC, and the Petard kills the TC, who wins? The player who kills the TC wins? Oh, not in sudden death? I think the Petard dies first. Although that might be that might be a lobby slot thing where the higher lobby slot wins. I'm not actually sure. How the damage calculation occurs if they die on the same frame. Castle Age Cap Ram strong? Well, these are just random bans. They are random bans. They're not banned based on any strength of the civ down there. It is random, so you have a different set of civs every time. You face a Viper? Oh no. I'm thinking next time I do a single elimination, I might kind of each round start from the top of the seeds and work our way down, where players pick their opponents from the bottom half of the seeds. So it's not fixed matchups, but they get to pick every round. And so if you pick someone and then you lose, it's your own fault for picking them. And there we go. Okay, we're starting. Okay, spec delay. And then it'll be Celts Teutons. So Teutons at the end of the draft were picked as a counter to Celts. Teutons, if you get late game, kind of hard counter Celts because of cannons against the siege. And better infantry. Not as slower infantry, but better infantry. Monks potentially could counter the Huang push. But if Celts want to win, they're going to have to do it early. And while sudden death, 1 TC maybe gives you more opportunities to do it early. Imagine like guard tower and monk could even be a thing here. And Finbib1, thank you for the follow. Especially monk with the 3 relics you get. Nice CA into Teuton's Celt CA. Okay, so OG Straggler Tree will be playing as the green Celts to the south, and Sato as the blue Teutons to the northeast. The map is Koala. If you look at the mini-map, it does look somewhat like a koala. And under the TC, we have these nice, pretty vases, the vases, however you pronounce that. Celts Teutons, as I was saying, late game. Usually you think Teutons absolutely wreck Celts in a 1v1, but early game is when potentially the Celts can shine as the Scout and Nilly pathfinds over the turkeys there. Celts eat TC. That's the question. Are they going to be eating TC today, or will those Teutonic Knights be dancing like in the emotes Tucson Blues is posting? Celt Siege in SD2 is borderline OP. Okay, Dobbs, confirming the OP-ness of the Celts. And look at this, very early boar lore from Straggler Tree. He knows the map, he knows how vulnerable it is to being lamed, and he doesn't want to be lamed. He's bringing in that boar. He has to be careful not to kill it with the TC, but he's just doing what you always can do. Shooting it with the villagers. No problem. No problem at all. Celts are always hungry for some TC. When did you get a sub? Someone must have gifted. We do have that sub goal of 500 subs for casting the finals in a chicken cosplay. So all the gifties do help out. Question mark. Forgot old patch. Oh my gosh. What did Sato? Did Sato kill a boar with his TC? What? 11 TY. Wait a minute, Sato. No. Don't tell me you forgot the old patch like Stark did. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait, I'm gonna watch this from the beginning. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna rejoin this. We're gonna see what Sato did. We're gonna see what he did. If he killed his boar with his TC. We're gonna rewind by restarting. What did Sato do? I don't have a Mouflon costume. Okay, what's gonna happen with this boar? Early finals, Sato getting eliminated. Okay, what's gonna happen here? Okay, there he goes. All right, what are you doing, Sato? Old patch. Once, twice. Yep, he forgot it's the old patch. Oh boy. Well, Stark did it. Now Sato did it. Oh, it's the OG shooting with the Vills. That's all you gotta do. Nice and simple. Honestly, if they're gonna make the TC leave the food on the boar, and then they feel like they have to do that because for some reason new players can't shoot the boar with the Vills for whatever, they should at least make it so the TC can't target the boar. Like, at least make the Vills do it. That's such a silly change. Well, Sato's already adding in some Dark Age farms. If OG Straggler Tree wanted an advantage, he has it. Why do they hate it so much? Because it removes all risk from luring the boar. Because now you get it safely pretty much every time. And luring the boar is such an iconic part of AoE 2. And it's such a fun skill. I've seen so many players over the years, they train, they try to get better at it. And then, you know, I got this comment that was like, oh, I just went to the scenario editor and plopped down 100 boars and practiced it, and it was so satisfying actually to finally figure out how to do it properly. It's something that's fun about the game, just remove something that's fun. So, yeah, as Bloodless says, it's a move that makes the game boring. Losing food to TC is pretty dumb. I mean, there's lots of things about AoE 2 that are dumb, like quick walling out of nowhere, losing your resources when you lose a castle instead of hitting delete, like Vill's popping through the TC and teleporting anywhere. If you start looking at everything that doesn't feel nice from like just, oh, maybe it doesn't make sense, but it still is a fun game mechanic, you just end up removing fun game mechanics. Yeah, that wolves not attacking sheep, but attacking knights. Wolves not attacking monks. Okay, OG, he gets the quick wall down. Sato 4. Oh, he doesn't get the quick wall down. I thought he did. It just got easier as lag kind of was removed, so people can do it more consistently now. It was always something you'd occasionally see. So, forward from Sato, he's going for the mill. And it'll be Vil and Loom here for Straggler Tree. He lost the berries, but it's okay. You can lose the berries if you have gold. I don't know if you'll afford to go up now. He's going to try to do a market. Sato just block it. There he goes. Gets the market. Needs to get a blacksmith now. Tower from Sato as he's going forward and trying to hit the gold. Why is he running from Vils? Probably could just fight. Now Sato's sending all the Vils forward. Look at that. 11 Vils forward. Oh, there come 8 Vils. He's by the TC. Market going up. Sato's going to try to wall him in. As this tower will go up, probably for both. And it will be a big fight here. If Teutons ever get castle, that will have free murder holes. And it will be the Teuton Trush. So he probably should have just Vil fought there. This tower will be under the TC, so protected. All these Vils can go forward. And he really needs to wall these Vils in right now, and then he could trap them all by the TC. Honestly, he could kill 9 Vils here if he just gets a house up and walls this, but Sato is going to run. Sato is going to run, and he will lose that tower. He will lose that tower. No doubt about that. And he can finish the mill and actually go back to the berries if he wants to. Does this wall actually work anyway? I don't think so. So Sato going to do a wall, and stone over here, at least that's not vulnerable to the Trush. So Sato just going to try to wall this in everywhere. Vils just need to attack, actually. This gate doesn't have much HP on it. How many Vils does it take to destroy a gate? I don't know, but the mining camp can just go there. And tower won't hit the entire gold. So he's fine if he mines a bit more wood. He's lost a couple of Vils there. Probably not the best response to the Trush. But there were no militia or men-at-arms added in, so he probably could have just grabbed his own Vils and fought. So the Teuton Tower Rush, very, very scary as always. Sato 4 Vils on stone. And he'll be trushing to try to counter this FC, this Huang Rush from Straggler Tree. Maybe this could have just been like a drush, like a standard drush men-at-arms opening into a faster castle age instead. Don't always have to Huang it. He's going to delete the walls here and just go for the fight on the tower. Send another Vil over. Doesn't have any food left. Losing the berries hurts when you don't have a farming eco. Well, that's also part of the thing, right? It's about people try to copy the pros. If they copy it and it doesn't work out, it's good that they have the feedback mechanism that says, hey, this doesn't work out. Whenever it doesn't work out, just because people are, you know, being greedy and trying something fancy instead of just doing a more basic thing that's available to them. So yeah, that's what Sato is doing. I'm just looking at this. Imagine if Straggler Tree had gotten that wall up and trapped all 9 of those Vils earlier. And did basically exactly what Sato did to him here. Vils going down, and now the Vils are in. They're going for more towers. They'll be protected. And Straggler Tree is just going to wall this up. He does have stone on the outside he can keep taking. And potentially even Vils. Oh wow, the Vils were forward. He was Vil fighting. Sato's going to try to wall him in though. And he needs to get greedy and actually build the wall, though that gate would have stopped this. He's letting him run back, though. This does look kind of grim. I would agree with you there. The Vils have to run away. Neville goes down. And tower will go down. So he's trying to get the farms, but doesn't have the farmers working on them. Tower's on all sides now. Starting to look like Tato versus Spring here, though. Oh, Ville's going down. More towers going up. More quick gates from Sato. And well, he's been outpost rushed at least, but that's not going to stop him. At least he's almost out of stone. Not cash money, man. 11 GG. And there goes Sato up 1-0. That's 14-2. I don't know what this graph is, but there is a big drop in military population as one player than the other loses their scout. Oh, capture age. Oh, not prepared for this type of game. Alright. And that's 1-0 for Sato. He does win Koala. And that was Teutons over Celts. So the Trush to counter Celts worked out well. And they got their lobby up for the next match right away. So just over 1,000 points ELO difference. That's a pretty big difference. And Wellsprings will be next. Probably Gajars there for OG Straggler Tree. And I would guess Chinese for Sato for having the extra Vils for the Shorefish. Has this always? Yeah, always, even since the Age of Kings. Teutons are the OG Trush Civ. Because of the extra Vils and the extra garrison space. One-on-one in a tower fight, they shoot extra arrows, so they win the tower fight. They plus 4 arrows, and they fit twice as many Vils. They fit more Vils in their TCs, but that doesn't usually matter as much. It's the tower war where they shine. They were kind of like the OG Civ that would ever trush on Arena if they could tower hop too. Although that was a bit rarer, and when walls had more HP, definitely easier to stop. Koreans probably more trusty in AOC, definitely, but Koreans were not in AOK. Teutons were the original Trush Civ. They walked very slowly, so that Koreans could walk at a normal pace. So Gajars versus Bengalis. Ooh, Sato going for Bengalis here. Starting the countdown, we'll have a spec delay. The cheap farms help you survive in economic situations too. When you have the 8 vills forward, the cheap farms do help. It's supposed to be a defensive bonus? Well, it's supposed to be, but that's not how it worked out. Disconnected Civ from what you assume they should be and what they're played like. I mean, these days, maybe Japanese as an infantry civ going Cav Archer. Considering they didn't have bloodlines in the original game, were never really designed that way. Or even Vietnamese going Cav Archer. And any civ going Cav Archer that wasn't really thought of as the Cav Archer civ originally might be it. They had normal garrison capacity, got murder holes for free in feudal? I don't know. Because they do get it for free in castle. I don't know how that would balance out. You'd never be able to rush down a tower with the vills, but you always could just fight tower versus tower then. I would guess that's weaker, but without trying that out, I definitely can't say for sure. What I can say for sure, though, is that OG Straggler Tree is going to have a strategy here on Wellsprings, and we're going to see how well Sato has studied the map. Because he will be, as the blue Bengalis to the west, there will be a shorefish under that aqueduct with 30,000 food on it, and right away we see Sato taking one of his sheep. Meanwhile, OG Straggler Tree will be milling the aqueduct. I always feel like the mill over, like, 2 tiles over would be better. Then you could take the shorefish around, like, more sides with the villagers, and then you have more room for the second mill later, but as long as he gets proper pathfinding, this should be okay. And we all know how important the pathfinding is. So, this map has 30,000 food on the shorefish under the aqueduct. The aqueduct is repaired by vills, but attacked by military units, and as soon as you destroy a single segment, the entire thing explodes, taking any adjacent walls with it, and also removing the shorefish, so you have to swap your eco around. And Sato taking the sheep like a normal game so far. Do we think he knows? Because we saw Lucho play the map, and he did not know at all. Did not know at all. Just to destroy it if your food eco is worse? It could be. We have seen some games where the meta is to tower rush and try to take your opponent off of the food underneath it. That can work pretty well. We have also seen plays where you try to sneak around and destroy it because you can't cross over from one side to the other. It is a wall. So it makes it tricky to scout the map because you have to scout both sides. You could see your opponent is invested heavily on one side, then go around the other. We've seen Petards go through, we've seen ram pushes go through, we've seen castle drops go through. Pretty creative way to open up a hole in the enemy base. And really nice map from Sudden Death, and we have seen a couple of upsets on this map so far. We had our base beating Lix, and Dave beating Lucho. And John Perkins almost beating freaking Andy. Can be killed with vills? Nope, repaired by vills. You need military units. So, can't fight it with vills right in the Dark Age. You need to wait. Yep, and so far Sato pushing the deer from the outside, luring in a boar. Let's see if he remembers what patch he's on now. Once, twice, and finishing it off with the vills. There he goes. Gonna start walling up with the houses, and I am thinking this could be a win for OG Straggler Tree. Let's look at that. He has 10 vills on the aqueduct. I guess the downside would be is if you go for the fast trush to deny your opponent the fish, and they're not fishing. Okay, so there's the Togos. He was playing a normal Dark Age before taking the fish. Just now doing the mill. We'll have the mill on the berries at least, so the double mill situation. Berries over here for Straggler Tree farther away. Maybe that's something I should post in our admin chat. Alright, just throw that idea into the admin chat. Alright, well, I'm thinking of it. Yeah. So Satoru has the double mill, but he's mostly there for the shorefish. Hello, Crusader. I'm here because W place serve down. I don't know what W place is, but welcome. Imagine docking and sailing along the aqueduct. Oh boy. Why 201 stone? That is a darn good question, and I have no idea why. In the old days, you would have needed the extra 1 stone to repair the TC, because it checked if you had stone in your inventory, even if you had enough, even though you were only spending wood to repair. But I have no idea. I did not notice that. I will ask. My 201 stone. So all the vills taking the shorefish. Res collected much higher for OG so far. Because repairing it, I believe, is free, but I don't think you're ever really going to spend time repairing it. Do you gain stone if you repair it somehow? Maybe that's how? Imagine that, repairing it could, since it's Gaia, maybe cost negative stone and you gain stone? I don't think that's the case, otherwise you'd attack it with the scout and repair it just to get stone constantly. So blacksmith market up. Probably just start with 201. Blacksmith market over here. Sato's selling the stone, and he's gonna click up. Just about has the food to go up. Right, and there he goes up. He's up, but not as fast as OG Straggler Tree. Will do loom when he's up. And Sato is the Bengalis market blacksmith. Is he just gonna go monks? I fear that a monk rush on this map could be easily countered by someone who goes light cav with the food. But then maybe if they're going light cav, then you can go imp faster with the food. That's double bit axe and castle age. You cannot convert the neutral Gaia units. No, you can't convert them. Even if it's not an aqueduct, but just like a normal unit, you can't convert it. And Lele Posey, thank you for the follow.
Hi.
I love how OG doesn't have any of the boars. And he's going for the workshop, so it will be the Gujar elephants, and he's adding in spears to deal with scouts. No stable from Sato. But with this eco, I am kind of worried for Sato. 21 vills to 26. He's going double monastery. Now, the problem with double monastery is that monks need to be adjacent to sea jellies to convert them. You don't need redemption, but you need to be adjacent. Triple monastery, and does triple monastery defense here work? 2 houses on the way out for OG Straggler Tree. You can do town watch if you want to use the houses as mini outposts, and that's exactly what he has queued. And Jean, thank you for the follow. That you repair the TC after selling stone. Well, you don't need 1 stone to repair the TC anymore. You can just repair it. And there's the camel. He's going to be doing a gate on the wall. And Destro1223, thank you for the follow. Don't have wall armor. They have zero wall and gate. There, it looks like. They have zero stone defense. So Monk will be keeping the vills away. And, ooh, gets a conversion. That was a fast conversion. Someone is not devoted. Well, if he's going for so many elephants, might not be devoted. How many elephants do you need here? 6? Well, there will be enough monks to convert all of them. The question is, can the monks do that in time? And it's going to be husbandry, and this has to be scouts. And, well, with all the food there, I should be able to do scouts into light cav fairly decently. I think you might need a few more scouts, though, with all the monks. They are Bengali monks, so more susceptible to conversions. And if you lose the water, then, yep, okay, transitioning the eco. The stable, oh, the stable is just for the upgrades for the elephants, then. There's enough monks here, there's no way this is gonna work. Not with all these monasteries. And they can even start charging on the spears and then swap targets. Yeah, they go for the aqueduct. He needs scouts to deal with the monks. That's just way too many monks. And Sato just needs to click one monk onto each of the elephants and then he wins the game. Then block a bit with villas, try to clump them in. They're doing a dance. And so at some point they just need to go through the house foundations. Spears are getting some pokes. Elephants moving in. And it's all about the pathing now for the monks. I think you just right click a house foundation and go, you have to go through it to get to the TC. Now you get under the TC. Oh, they can't path. What is that pathing? Sato trying to block with all the vills. There's a conversion. Monks want more conversions. Sending all the vills back. 3 elephants, a 4th on the way. The monks want conversions, and he's desperately repairing the TC while the monks try to convert. Here's 1 conversion. There's gonna be a 2nd, and the spears get some hits, and this does not work because of the monk defense. Monk defense too strong, and oh gosh, now the shoe's on the other foot when the shoe aren't even in the game, as Sato now has 3 siege elephants. You do redemption? You don't need redemption for this, but it does help if other siege were to come in. And there's the GG from OG. I think people have caught on to the Gujar strategy. Sato not being caught off guard like Lix was. GG. And triple monastery monks worked. Yeah, you really needed some light cav. I mean, that's different if he comes in with like 10 light cav on that, right? Like, you don't need as many elephants, 4 elephants, 10 light cav maybe with some forging, with all the food you have. Maybe it's different, but then that's also really expensive. So, and that's also knowing that it's triple monastery monks, which Sato did a great job of hiding back by the TC. So I guess Sato did that pretty much perfectly. Alright, so I'm being told it allows repairing the TC, which you don't need anymore. So maybe it's something we change for next round. I don't know if all the maps are like that, I actually haven't paid attention. Next map will be Canberra. And then after this set, we do have Steak versus Acro. So that should be a very interesting and probably evenly matched set. Is the Aqueduct doing anything specific? It is exploding. It is exploding. And when it explodes, it opens up a path to the base and removes the shorefish. And also works as a wall separating the map. So lots of things. If you see Dave's game against Lucho there, I think that's a good explanation of what the Aqueduct does. Like all of its functions were showed off at once. That should be on my stream from a day or so ago. Okay, still in the lobby for Canberra. Canberra, I wonder what he's got planned for Canberra. I should get the scoreboard updated too. It's 2-0 for Sato. That's a loss for Tree on Wellsprings. Waiting for the Bengalis, going for the monk defense against the Gujaras. So Sato had a monk defense plan against the Gujaras there. And worked out. I think the only campaign with an aqueduct is Attila 6, at least from the campaigns I know. Maybe the new campaigns have them. Probably some of the Rome campaigns? Are there Rome campaigns in the game now? Or Chronicles, maybe? Tachikuri had aqueducts? What? What are Roman aqueducts doing in the South American campaign? So map will be Canberra and ooh, okay, not the civ I expected, but it'll be Saracens for Stragglertree, Portuguese for Sato. Saracens will have faster shooting galleys if he tries to go water. Usually you do see fires, but maybe there's room for galleys. And did I read this earlier? Destro1223 for the follow. Thank you. No, that is real gameplay footage. There's no AI generation used. I recorded that footage before LLMs were even mainstream. Alright, well, oh gosh, this will be a sharp 90-degree angle. We'll have Sato as the blue Portuguese to the southwest, and OG Stragglertree is the green Saracens to the northwest. And, well, Canberra, lots of options. One shorefish by your base, you can dock there, but then one big deep fish in the middle, 30,000 food on it. Lots of extra food on the deep fish in this map pool. Equidistant from both players. This is like as evenly spawned as the map could be. 1, 2, 3, 4 relics to the right. One directly between the players. Golden stone between them. Saracens, if Saracens go archers here, that could be scary. That could actually be kind of scary. You break through the palisade in no time. Okay. Well, OG going to disrupt the deer push from Sato a bit. Sato doesn't want to leave the sheep where it potentially could be lamed. And he's going to bring in his boar right away. Shoot the boar with the villagers the safe way. Do this and you'll never have the TC kill it. Yeah, this is not a cute. This is a right spawn. So deer push. Sato not taking a boar yet. I wonder if he's going to fast castle then if he's not taking the boars and he's going to take them later on. As taking the boars this quickly is definitely a more faster feudal build from Straggler Tree. That's a well-positioned boar. Straggler's trying to push the deer in. So dock in the middle from Sato, he'll start getting some fishing ships out right away. There he goes. And another deer is going to use the sheep on the gate. He just push it through the gate himself using the scout. He goes, opens it with the sheep, gets it in. And he could do a double mining camp here. Okay, OG. What? No. There's a double mining camp between the gold and the stone, not between the stone and the berries. Out of the top 128 get selected, a combination of their current and highest 1v1 elo, as well as bonus points for previous closed map events. I think from Sudden Disaster 1. Yeah, bonus if you finished highly there. There have been individual game upsets, not entire sets. We saw one earlier today where Dark lost a game. Middle going for the boar, garrison the TC, and run out towards the stone. Yeah, there were a couple of upsets, but there weren't major upsets. We did have some instances, though, of like 1k elo differences where players, the underdogs, were able to take a game, just due to some sudden death shenanigans. I think it's nice to have that. And we didn't. There is going to be, I think, a silver league someone's running. No, not officially, though. It's nice to see that type of thing occasionally. Okay, so the scout here is blocked for Straggler Tree. Sato's going to use the fishing ship to block that and just keep it on the shallows there. So the Straggler's got to be clicking like a madman to try to get past this, but Sato's got this. The scout from Sato got the first hit, so after that he wins if he catches it, and catch it he will. Down it goes. At that point, Straggler probably should have just turned and fought, just to get as much HP off of Sato's scout as possible. Now Sato is going to have that full 45 HP scout. But at that point, he was just frustrated and trying to get away. I'm a sweaty gamer. IG? I don't know what IG means. I'm not hip to that lingo. This map gives you colon dash close parenthesis vibes. I guess that's a smiley face with the nose. Which I know it does. Oh, you're right. You're right. Like 2 eyes, like a nose, and then a mouth. It's like Koala that has a face. This map has its own face. It's like this way. Yeah, I get that. I get that. That definitely matches what you wrote. I was thinking you meant like he gave you a certain form of emotions, and I was trying to parse exactly what that smiley face meant. But no, that's just a little drawing of the map. And censor French, probably. And it's probably like whitelisted because it blocked the Frank Civ name in some languages. Hello, Cicero. So there's a market and a blacksmith, or straggler tree on the stone getting ready to go up. Just imagine if the mining camp were here, though. Mine gold, too, and buy the food. Well, he will go up as Saracens, no problem. The question is, what does he do when he does get up? Sato trying to wall him in. He could just come around this way. but scout their full HP along with outposts. We'll be keeping track of that. Oh, Sato's trying to wall him in here too. All right. He just wants to use that market, and he's up to the castle age. Sato's in. Time to wall him out. Galley will come forward. What's his win condition? Saracen archers somehow. But he's thinking of a tower. Not gonna get it. Ville's on the outside, chasing that walling Ville. Is he just gonna castle drop YOLO? Sato doesn't have any demos. He does have 7 fishing ships. And that will be stone for a castle. And remember, you do need food and gold eco to be able to make petards. And with that tower coming up, one thing that Straggler will not have is gold eco, although he has the Saracens, so maybe the woodline is his gold eco. Sato, 1k more res collected. The galleys will come here. Scout ready to block shallows again if need be. Here's a forward dock, and he's just going to do the castle at home to defend his TC for the moment. Best without fast fire? Who doesn't have fast fire? Well, I guess Saracens are one, they have faster fire and galleys, but don't have fast fire. Let's see. Malay have it, Italians have it. Portuguese, do they not have fast fire? They have normal fires. I think they might not have the fast ones. They're really good late game for water. Probably them. I'm thinking all the other good civs also do have fast fire. These Portuguese have some of the best galleys, with the armor unique tech, the gold discount, and the extra hit points. But then again, they don't have shipwright. They don't get the tech for the wood discount. Like the Koreans double up on that. I know, wasted that mining camp, could have been in the middle the whole time. Well, he's there, he's fighting off the tower with the Vills. Sato's still trying to wall him in. There's a house placed in the middle. Is there any Vill out here? No. I mean, there's a Mamluk. He could still YOLO a transport ship and castle drop, but he'd need a lot more stone for that. Or a lot more market usage. And if Sato sees a transport, he could just go quickly for a dock block. He's up to the castle age. So castle will take the house. And it goes, he's just deleting everything. He's fully walled in now. Sato has walled him completely. He could just do 2 petards and get out. That won't be a big deal. 3 petards. I mean, honestly, if he just goes petards, he wins the game. Right now. If he gets 7 to 8 petards. Sato has nothing to defend that. And if he goes for a defensive castle, that's going to be too late. Maybe he could quick wall somehow, but there are some Mamluks out. Let's not be silly here. There's still a chance that Straggler wins if he just goes full petards. That actually could work. Yeah, petards in a transport. Well, I think the fishing ships would block that. I don't think you can get all the way in. You'll need 1 for the palisade, and then, like, you'll need 7 or 8, or you'll need the Mamluks with them. Like there still is a chance. Well, TC time, what matters is if he has petards. I don't think the transport is an option. Stowe's gonna try to quick wall to wall him in. Just go for the gate, but... The walls go up so fast. Ballistics for Mamluks. that didn't work. I think he should have just gone for the gate. Oh, that's right. Saracen transport bonus could be insane on this map. He has another petard out there. So Sato's double walling him, making sure he's trapped in there, and wall his scout in. Load a boost. Noville over here, deleting the blacksmith. Can he get there in time? Can he get there? He's so close. Mamluks need to pathfind their way out. And he's not out, but he can kill Vills. He can kill Vills. Or he can hit Vills. Gates are low HP. Gates are very low on HP. They have enough. They have enough, though. I call this a clown strat. He's building the circus. And Stowe's ready to go imp whenever he wants. I'll have a monastery forward for that relic. That castle will be blocked by the walls. So Mamluks will be threatened by monks too. Very short range. I mean, Sato should win this game now. He's up to imp, and then he can go imp, he can go cannon galleons or trebs or whatever he wants. And he's doing more walls back here, because why not? You're denied it with the galleys and a tower? Maybe. Fortified wall. Oh boy. The transport will be his final option, but Sato can just dock wall that. Or even just do some fires. So he has sufficiently walled them in. And more petards. 3 petards to get through a fortified wall, though. I guess this rock terrain can't be walled, so Sato just walling behind it, doing whatever he can. And there's a GG. So Sato 3-0. OG had a nice plan in the second game with the Elephant Rush, but that didn't quite work out. Sato was prepared for this. He was very prepared. So next we have one more set. It'll be Steak versus Acro. So we'll just give Sato his win on this scoreboard. Here's why not. Also for the Saracens and win. What was he there? Didn't even pay attention to what civ he was. He's a Portuguese, right? Yeah, Portuguese. That's what I thought. Alright, well that's that draft for us. Next we get into Steak versus Acro. And this will be our last set of the day. So let me find the drafts. Doesn't look like they've drafted yet. Get up av2cm.net. Looks like they have. They capitalize his name. Usually it's a lowercase s, but I'll capitalize it if he is doing that himself. And about to start the Civ draft. There we go. Get the drafts posted. There we go. Siege elephants wear earplugs, do they? Guess they can't hear anything then. Alright, so let's get this Civ draft started. Hope for 5 games now. I do too. They banned Wellsprings. And Wellsprings have been pretty popular. I mean, Three kind of standard maps in Hideout, Koala, and Arena. And Skakuza and Triple Tunnel more crazy. What's the elo for these? All some mid 2Ks. I think this is one of the closer ones. I'm guessing like 2K3-ish? Here, see, Stake is seed 58, Acro seed 71. Britain's is as a first pick is very interesting for Acro. It's just red and blue as player colors. Everyone always says it's French. It's not. Draft is done. Let's get this lobby going. Here, last set of the day I'm casting. So this will be hopefully our best one. Definitely the closest elo we have. I hope they prepared some spicy strats. I hope so too. Well, Britons were banned, whatever you'd planned with them. Banned off as well as Spanish. Maya, ooh, that could be interesting. It'd be like eagles on Koala, similar to what we saw from Aztecs earlier. And Japanese, probably for a fish boom on Triple Tunnel. What he means for Arena. Goths, I guess, for Skakuza. Maybe Koreans for Hideout. I guess Malay for Triple Tunnel for a fish boom for Acro. We could see dual fish booms on Triple Tunnel. Yeah, I don't know what to say. We really need to update the samurai one day. Is his animation too fast? Hunter shoots at a deer but misses and the arrow happens to hit an enemy troop. I have no idea, Old Man Will. I have no idea. I don't think so. I'd have to guess no, but I've never tested that. Can the hunter miss? I think so, but usually no. Usually no. Okay, is Acro in the lobby? Have they launched? Oh, they have. Yes. Good. Alright, here we go. Last set of the day. Failed to download match content. Alright, get your thanks DEs in the chat. I gotta restart DE real quick. This is as annoying as ever. Oh, they're in the wrong patch. I have failed to download the match content. Maps will break if they're on the wrong patch. I'll try once more. Yeah, they are on the wrong patch. Yep. All right. I can't even expect to see where they are. Yeah, I'm guessing Dave is facing the same issue of not being able to get in. Yep, he is. Looks like it. Our base on top of this. Okay, Steak at least saw the message. Hopefully they get that restarted. Hopefully that wasn't any like wacky Dark Age laming. Alright, so I think I've got them on the patch correctly. Previous... no, just previous live, not previous. Oh gosh. This should be a good matchup. Dave, you want to co-cast? We can co-cast. Just give me a second. I need to change my audio device to my headphones. OBS settings. I use Marauder on Discord. Alright, so I'm gonna call Dave, let me know how he sounds and if you can hear him and everything. Hello, hello. I have you really loud. Hold on a second, I gotta change my Discord audio device. There we are.
Perfect volume. The chat will have to let me know where we're sitting.
Yeah, there you go. Now you're good.
Chat, are we good? Are we solid? Seems like we're solid. Nice, we're good. So what did you think about the legend that is Straggler Tree?
I think he had a plan in game number 2 at least that didn't get disrupted by Sato. I think that's the best we can say.
That was really close. If he had snuck in through that one tile gap with the 4 elephants, I think it would have actually been. It would have been close. But Sato was on him for sure.
It's surprising how fast the Gujar elephants destroy your stuff if you're not expecting it.
Yep.
But I think Sato had the monk plan for it. I mean, it's the old patch though, so the monks couldn't even path to convert the elephants.
Yep. There was pathing issues all over the place, and I think like it was compounded by the fact that Tree's hands were probably shaking harder than they've ever shaked before. Like you can see it, dude. It was pure panic. Sato said his hands were shaking like crazy too when that was happening.
I'll bet. I mean, if you're Sato, he killed his boar with the TC in the first one, and it's got to be nerve-wracking to be such a heavy favorite against someone. Right? Like, usually he's playing people around his ELO level. He's like 1k ELO ahead. He doesn't want to lose this.
And like, Tree's been doing a lot of chatting. He's probably talked to like 20, 30 people about this set. He was messaging Sato before it. And like, Sato just does not want to lose a game against him because he'll never hear the end of it. So, that's a good one.
That must be the benefit of being Lix, though. He's just like... Arves can trash talk all he wants now, but Lix will never understand any of it.
Lix doesn't care, dude. Like, Lix just on to the next one. So where are these guys sitting? Like, where's their seating in the tournament? They must be close, right?
They are close. Let's see. Steak was the slight favorite. I think it's 58-71. Let me double check that. We got too many players in the bracket. I gotta scroll through the entire thing.
It's a big one. 128.
Yep. 58. Seed 58 for Steak, seed 71 for Acro. So this is one of our closer matchups. And I don't know how accurate that is. I feel like they're both like similar in ELO, like 2k3-ish usually.
Yeah, if I'm thinking about like a normal tournament matchup, I think I actually kind of favor Acro. I think Acro has a little bit more experience than Steak in like high leverage situations. Like he was involved in a bunch of the Nations Cup games. He's got the German players to pull from as well for strats. And like, yeah, he should be really, really solid.
I expect kind of similar from Steak too. I mean, he's been playing with the Great Britain players for a while. He was in the good old Austria set with like that 4-hour Team Islands game.
Oh god!
So if it goes long, he's at least experienced. Yeah,
is that the one where they went to 6 games? They left and then Leary came in for the 7th one.
Or I think it was 5 games, but yep, exactly that one. Exactly that one.
All right, so they're on the old patch again. You can shoot the board with the TC. You mentioned Sato did that earlier, and Acro actually reminded him, this is your reminder to not shoot your board. That's so nice. That's so nice.
They were talking about that in their scheduling chat. So they've been aware of that.
So what's your like preferred strat here on Hideout? Are you thinking castle drop with Koreans? Are you thinking like on the other sudden disaster we saw fast imp into Treb push sometime through the center?
We could see that. I mean, I feel like Koreans are good against Bengalis in the sense that Bengalis might want to like do a monk rush early on, and guard towers should be able to defend that. Or even like, you know, Ratha or something the Koreans should do decent against with war wagons if it gets to that castle situation. I don't know if they have a good fast imp for Trebs though. Like, the Koreans don't have an eco bonus, so they're definitely going to be behind the Bengalis who are going to get all those extra vills, other than stone mining. But they're not going to get up to imp in time.
Dude, this Mouflon is so... There's nothing more annoying than these freaking things getting stuck on a wall. Yep. So frustrating. And then it's like heading back. Acro's now trying to still push it in. It's going to walk all the way back to then get stuck on a wall again. And he's trying to like... Oh, there we go. It de-aggroed. Perfect.
You got it.
Okay, so who would you rather be? Bengalis or Koreans? I think I'm favoring Bengalis on Hideout.
I don't know. They definitely have the better eco, but I feel like Koreans also just like they have the tools to deal with anything the Bengalis do. If they start trying to go monks, they have the guard towers to defend it, and I don't really know what other like military advantage they have, especially in 1TC, right? They're not going to get to elephant archers on 1TC. It's just really expensive to get to a lot of the stuff they want to do usually. And late game, if it gets there, Koreans do have bombard cannons, which can matter a lot in these sudden death games.
If it gets there. It's very few sudden death games I've seen actually get to like a post-game Imperial situation. Because there's not many, there's no, other than Jungle Rumble, there's no real like multiple TC maps anymore. Like the last one had that one where you start with 3. I forget the name of it.
Was that like Suburbs or something like that?
Something like that. And you had 3 TCs, so with Bengalis, you got 12 extra villagers by the time you were in Castle Age, which meant you could actually boom up legitimately fast. But this tournament, it seems like every game is going to end Castle Age or early Imp, most likely.
Okay, and I see a barracks now from Steak. So I wonder if he might try to go for maybe like some Men-at-Arms Trush.
Maybe. Could be Trush with Archer follow-up as well. Wouldn't be the worst thing.
Yeah. They're pretty far apart, though, as far as hideout goes. The bottom area between them is a pretty long walk this time.
They both discovered where they are, and they actually went the correct way to find each other. It's always so frustrating when you go the wrong way, and you run like 90% of the map, only to realize that your opponent is right beside you. Didn't happen this time, fortunately.
Yeah, we will have... We'll also have Loom from Steak, so it looks like he probably is going forward. And there's the militia.
Yeah. There's the militia coming out. Men-at-Arms Tower, most likely. Let's see how Acro can fight up against this. They will be near that gold from him. Unfortunate position for him on the gold.
Yeah, I just feel like they're so far apart that, like, by the time he gets up to feudal, he's not going to be forward.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to send it now.
Also, hideout the other 2 golds. There's an extra gold near the edge of the map there to the right side of Acro's base. But that's also kind of forward. There's no gold to the back. If he gets pushed into the north, there's only stone there. So unless he's going to use the market, no gold access if he loses the front of his base to a Trush.
You know, the timing on this won't actually be terrible. 30 seconds left. Villagers are going to be coming forward. I mean, they'll be kind of like at that stone probably by the time he hits feudal age. That's not that bad. He's actually judged it quite nicely, all things considered. We'll see how Steak responds to this. What do you think about... Okay, this is something that I've thought should be in the game for a while. What do you think about Petards being able to take out a single tree?
Ooh. Now, that'll give you different ways to get through walls, right? And you wouldn't be able like to go around walls for the most part because you're gonna have like 2 or 3 trees there. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, like don't take out 4 trees, just 1 tree. It's a big investment to take out a tree, but it could result in some like crazy plays. And it's not that unrealistic, right? It's a guy with a big barrel of gunpowder. It can take out a tree, I think.
we should try that. I think we could probably mod that in sometime.
Probably.
We could try that.
It would make this tournament a lot different, that's for sure. I think there'd be some YOLO attempts. But either way, Men-at-Arms working away on the gate. It's just a repair coming out from Acro. He could go for stone walls behind this. He could go for a defensive tower. Probably needs something just because the gold position is so bad for him. They'll just make a market.
The good thing
okay.
Yeah, well, the good thing is that gold, he has 1 tile, even if fletching comes in, that's going to be out of range. Now, the problem is going to be if Stake gets up to castle, then it's a guard tower with bodkin on it, then that gold's in trouble.
Well, also the archers, right? Like the range is coming in behind.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
protected by the tower. If he just sits there with the archers, no more gold for Acro at all. Acro might just shift all of his villagers over to stone. Maybe. And another tower there from Stake. Acro is going to be pushed off this gold really, really quickly. It's a defensive tower from him, so no castle for Acro once he gets the castle age. It's just going to be Siege Workshop, most likely. Push this back.
Yep. And he is up to the castle age, so yeah, it's going to have to be workshop, and he needs to keep those men-at-arms out. That's going to be tricky for him now.
Delete. That's a good tower delete from Stake. Just make it like just out of range of that other one. That's not a good tower right there. I think you need to make it 1 tile further left so it still ranges the gold but doesn't get ranged by the tower. Even then, it could be ranged by bodkin arrows, so...
Yeah, that's the hard thing now. If you can tell Acro's up, he's going to have that extra range on you. So even if you build the tower back, it still might be in range. And Acro still has stone access if he needs to mine stone and do more towers.
He does have the archers, so he doesn't have to garrison villagers in there to the same extent, which means less idle eco. But at the same time, like, his eco, Travis, is not... it is not friendly towards a Castle Age click right now. Holy cow, it's 9 on food at the moment.
He's got 3 farms. And the thing about the Trush on Hideout is it's not like it's on Arena where you're trushing the front of the base and you're stopping them from getting all of the relic control either. The relics are spread out. So if Acro gets up,
plenty of space.
He can get some monks in the back, and he can even go to the back for eco if he gets pushed out of his base.
I mean, he can leave at any time he wants to. I think Stake should also be making some outposts around here because there is a risk that with all of this forward pressure, if Acro feels like he's secure, he could just walk some siege over around the other side of the map and start pushing, or walk villagers for a forward siege and start pushing you that way. If he feels like there's no way you can kill his TC, and at this point in Feudal Age, there's no way that Stake can kill his TC. So he might feel fairly secure.
Yeah, and as you said, that tower, he lost it in that tower fight right now. And he's trying to break through, but 1 mangonel. And that's the Acro is really close to the limit in terms of his gold. He had to sell wood and stone earlier. So this is a lot of pressure, and he has no more gold access from this side either. There's another tower.
Like, it's not easy for Acro from this situation, but he should definitely win this game. I think from this position, right?
I
like
think so
Stake
too.
just didn't do enough damage. You can see the thought process here. He wanted to get in. He wanted to make things messy and hopefully catch Acro, maybe even without loom, right? Getting greedy, not going for a defensive tower. Maybe he sells his stone. It didn't happen that way. Nothing went the way he wanted it to. And only 1 villager lost this game. It was Stakesville.
It was. And now that mangonel's out against the feudal archers, and I don't think Stake's able to do any more pressure here.
Nope. At what point does Acro even think of... I don't even think he needs to push the other way. He could, if he wanted to. Stake is trying to be annoying with the scout, but at this point, I mean, just go for a castle.
Yeah, I mean, Acro's scouting the other side.
Forward even. I think that's
the go for a castle forward.
Like, defend with mangonels and then castle forward on the other side. And what on earth does Stake do against that? He's gonna have to sell his stone if he wants to go up in a reasonable time. It feels like, but he doesn't have a market even.
Yeah, and I feel like part of this pressure might be trying to force Acro to do a castle at home instead of one forward, because then you're not going to have the Rothas right on your face, and if it's not forward, then maybe he could even go tower defense, get to guard towers if he has time to get up.
At this rate, he won't even need Ratha. You just go castle, siege workshop, and then you have the castle with the elephants, and you just push this. Or petards, right?
Yeah, and here we go. Acro sneaking around the north, so he is going for it. Doesn't have the mangonels at home to defend for the moment, though. He's going to have to rely on walls, and that should be okay.
One mangonel in the
tower
queue.
there.
Can't break through. There's a mangonel in the queue. He's going to be fine. The Steak realizing this, and Steak needed a market 2 minutes ago. He's making one now. It's going to be on the other side. Acro's got a long walk to get there. But by the time he does get there, I think he can just buy an extra 100 stone. Oh, he's pulled all the vills off stone. Okay, so he's going to have to buy it all. And he's only at 521. Oh, God.
He's 30
more, dude.
I wonder if he ever sees that gold on the other side of the map, because he didn't scout it just to the side of Steak's base. And, like, this is still so awkward if you don't have any gold control at all. He has to see that if he builds a castle or something over here, right? Like there's no way that gold stays outside his line of sight this whole time, does it?
I mean, at this point, I don't even think you need gold, honestly. Like, he's still gonna mine this stuff at the front. That's fine. But you just go for, you've got 2 mangonels, you go for the castle here. If it goes up, then you got a perfect position to shoot the TC with your mangonels and be somewhat safe.
Or do you mangonel the palisades first and YOLO the castle on the inside?
Ooh, if you see that outpost, he's gonna be warned. He's gonna know.
He didn't scout the outpost.
Also, like, Steak saw that mangonel going on the other side. Steak definitely feels like there's something coming from the other direction.
He's got 15 vills. He knows it with that outpost, but he hasn't seen it just yet. 2 mangonels will take out the palisade, like, instantly.
There we go. Sees the market. Here we go. Scouts going in. Mangonels are here. Uh-oh. Can he possibly deny this? That's the question. Can he deny this? Steak is hoping that Acro shoots his own castle with the mangonel or something. Once this goes up, it's curtain. This is over.
It is.
This is so over.
This is over. He'll be able to do petards right away.
He doesn't even need them. Just mangonels in the castle fire. That many villagers garrisoned inside? Yikes.
Yeah, nothing on the front that can stop this.
Castle Age is in. The only hope now is to somehow defend there, and then, oh no, the mangonels at home. Steaks archers. It doesn't matter yet. And he GG's before the shot comes in. Don't look up, archers. Don't look up. That was, I think, a good defense from Acro, but I don't think this strat is very good. The Men-at-Arms Tower Rush and sudden death against Bengalis.
Yeah.
You probably want to play into something different, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you still want to play. I know you're going to be at the Vill disadvantage, but somehow use your guard towers for defense and play more for imp, and just try to use the towers. Because I don't know what Bengalis really can do against towers.
Yeah, like if you get 2 towers and a mangonel in your base, he can't really push you in Castle Age. He can't get the forward castle. And if you go for a castle yourself and play into like a fast imp strat, and then treb cut through the center, I think that's way more consistent. And we saw it in last sudden disaster as well. That treb cut through the center is just so deadly, especially against civs that don't get bombard cannon. It's just so tough to stop them sniping the TC.
Yeah, and that's true, right? You could even use, like, as you're cutting there, you could get a couple cannons, maybe even keeps if you're worried about monks, just to keep mangonels away from your treb, and then there's nothing they can do, so they can't chop through to get to your trebs.
Oh well. You live and you learn, right? It's still early in the tournament, so maybe the strats, the meta isn't defined at all for this, and I hope it never gets defined for this tournament.
I hope so. We have a lot of random civ bans, too, so I think that helps.
Yes. Yeah, I never really appreciated how much that screws up your strats until I was thinking about strats to do against Lucho. Yeah. It's just like, oh man, you've got 2 or 3 civs in mind. You're looking at the random bans and you're just praying. You're absolutely praying that none of those get banned. All right, Hideout goes to Acro. 1-0 for him. Technically the underdog, but I think Acro's the favorite for this set. It's really, really close though.
It's a really good matchup.
Tunnel.
And also 2 players that are very creative too. So 2 players who are going to have plans for sudden death.
Steak is a BF guy too. And they're going on to triple tunnel, which is kind of like a BF style of map. I do have a question for you though, because I assume that you know the map gens somewhat well. Does it always spawn with 1 boar on each side? Because I spawned this a couple times looking at the map and there was 5.
And you saw 5. Well, as far as I know, that is an editor bug where it spawns 5. I know Arbase mentioned that to me. It's supposed to be 1, and every time I've launched it in game, it's 1. I don't know why that's a bug, but I did see that too. It's supposed to be 1.
Because I played a practice game against Adam, and there was 5 boars on either side, and we played on like the regular lobby. Yeah.
What patch did you play on? That might be like a new patch thing.
I think we played on the new patch.
It might be the new patch that just bugs it out. There are lots of maps that broke on the new patch. That might have been what did it.
Maybe. Either way, triple tunnel, aptly named map. There's 3 ways through. And then, of course, you have the pond at the back. And adding fish on a 1TC game is really valuable because it's like you kind of have a second town center. Big investment, though, to go for fish traps.
I mean, let me load into this. They picked Japanese and Malay as their civs, so if they want to go fish traps, those are the civs to do it.
They're both going fish traps, 100%. Unless Acro wants to really cook something up, he might be able to. The Japanese player is unlikely to go feudal pressure because they'll be busy investing into fish. What if Acro goes like fast castle elephants?
That could work.
Like that.
I mean, I feel like
really fast build with Malay.
I feel like Japanese maybe could just get pikemen out to stop that, though. I mean, they are in some sense the best civ at countering elephants with good monks and like the faster attacking pikemen.
Have the timing though. If you're investing on the fish, and they're not, you're gonna be better overall, but you're gonna be like an average of 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes slower, right? So you'd probably have to play into monks. But if there's too many elephants, could be an issue. We'll see. We'll see if Acro goes for the dock. I mean, Steak obviously going for the dock a little bit faster with Japanese because of the less cost of the lumber camp. And Acro is going for a dock now.
Yeah, and also Acro, really early on, he lured one of the boars, and he lured the one in that top tunnel with the scout, so he lost some HP, but Steak just went up there to look for a boar, and he didn't find it. He sent the Vil, and he was too late.
That sucks, actually. He sent the Vil all the way out there. Oh, that really sucks. Oh, no. Gotta scout it first!
Yeah, and he's going to the south now. He doesn't have Loom. Okay, he has Loom right now. I was going to say, that's a pretty long lure, and you'd have to use some of those gates all the BF players use.
Doesn't feel worth it, to be honest. Unless you want to go for some super tight build.
I mean, it might be interesting to do something like Armenians or Georgians on this map, and like take the boar on your way to going forward and bring a mule cart with you.
It might be interesting. I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, he will see the lack of HP on Acro Scout, and he immediately turns around. He's like, come back here. And gets a nice little hit, too. Downhill, I think, on one of those. And the boar's coming in. All right, Steak, don't run into the TC while you're luring this boar in.
Yeah, will he remember now what patch he's on? He had his reminder in the first game, but now it's all up to him.
I think he'll know. It's funny that Sato did it on his first game. I shot a deer on my Wellsprings game as well. It's just like, it's been around for 3 days or something, right? 3 or 4 days.
It's already messed everything up.
Oh no!
Oh, Boar was walking back. He can block it with the scout. You'll get there with the scout.
He doesn't save himself very much time at all.
And Vils going forward. Vils going forward for Acro. He's doing Loom, and he'll be up fast as the Malay. So he can go for that fast feudal, keep the fish boom, and apply some pressure. And then just kind of feudal boom as the melee.
Yep. And he knows that Steak was luring in that boar. So luring in the boar, basically, I think it just implies that it's a fast castle type of strat. If you're going for that, it's probably not worth it if you're going for feudal age pressure. And the berries, I think the berries are always forward on this map, right?
Yep. And also, Acro knows now that Steak probably had to use that scout to help with the boar lure, so he's pretty confident these vills aren't going to get spotted.
Yep. It is fairly easy to wall off this map if you're going to wall like Steak is. And you're generally on a lot of wood anyway because you're going for the fish. So let's see if he can complete this. The scout's going to come in. The scout's going to get the feudal upgrade. And that villager is not going to be able to wall in time, I think. Here come the vills from Acro. Steak's in trouble.
He's in.
He's trying to go for a forward dock. I think he's trying to go for a forward dock.
I mean, Steak can block that with the fishing ships if he tries to go there. This...
Maybe.
I don't know. Was it right of Acro to run in? Maybe he should have just tried to do like a barracks or a range and go for a fast forward.
I mean, he's Malay, right? So he's going to have more villagers on average. Is it the worst thing in the world to idle 6 villagers and completely mess up his build here with just a little bit of pressure like this? It doesn't feel that bad. It's obviously not ideal. Like, he probably wanted the dock there, but still not the worst thing ever.
Yeah, and speaking of fish boom, he does have 7 Japanese fishing ships in this pond.
True. Only 600 food left, though. I'll have to start investing into the traps pretty soon. Let's see what the follow-up is here from Acro.
Yeah, second dock. He's just wanting to fish boom himself.
Mm-hmm. I think if you're gonna have like a forward like this, and you're gonna be fish booming, you gotta do something about the sides. Outpost with town watch or wall them off somehow. Because all of your attention is going to be here. It's way too easy if Steak gets to Castle Age for him to come forward with something. Like a siege workshop and some rams or whatnot. Way
especially
too easy.
Since the passages have gold and stone and wood in them. So you don't even need an eco at home. All of your forward vills can be your eco.
Damn, unfortunate for Acro. He's pushing on the wrong side here. The gold and the wood eco is all over on the other side from Steak. There's not a big threat. Like, Steak's going to go for a tower anyway and some skirmishers because he's nervous about this. But at the end of the day, like, this tower push isn't really too threatening here for him.
Yeah, we'll have the defensive tower in time for Steak. Well, there's gold on both sides of the base, so it's kind of tricky. You can't really push in 2 places at once in feudal if you're going for a fast tower rush.
Mm-hmm. But it would have been nice if he got lucky and found
yeah,
the one with
and he had the stone,
the lumber camp and the gold, right?
Yeah, or at least the stone that's on the other side, because then there wouldn't be any stone for Steak. At least there's no stone where he walled, so it might be tricky to keep doing more towers.
Ooh, Scout is in the back from Steak, harassing the fish. That's an easy wall off if he brings the villager over there. The Scout's gonna escape. It's not the biggest concern in the world.
I might run into Vills. They'll get a couple hits on it. Okay, 6 HP left.
Not so bad.
Okay, I'm just looking at those Vills and I see there's like 1 tile of desert next to them, and that just tells me something went wrong in the map generation. The desert wasn't covered. I see that, it just sticks out to me.
Time to check the code, dude. Time to check the code.
That's Bazzi's job. Honestly, this tournament.
Shameful. Bazzi, you should be ashamed of yourself. 1 tile of desert, disgusting. Honestly.
On this jungle map. Okay, well, there are the fish traps now for Steak. Nothing disrupting his pond.
There's not a lot of short fish left. It's just very expensive. That's why Malay are so nice. Cheaper fish traps. Very, very tough to balance. But like I said, Steak's played a lot of BF. So he's probably got a general idea of how to balance the fish eco with whatever else he's doing very, very well.
Yeah, and then stable also for Acro, so 1 of everything. And remember, this is the old patch, so the skirms don't have their production time nerf, and the skirm defense is exactly what Steak's going to go for.
Skirmishers are so boring. Just go up the castle age, bro. You don't need skirms. So dull.
Acro even trying to go scouts to stop this. But, well, I wonder what's he actually going to get from the scouts here. Because it's really just going to slow down his castle age timing.
I mean, yeah. He makes a couple scouts. He keeps the skirms at a respectful distance, I guess. Still retains some sort of map control. He will be up at about the same time as Stake, most likely. And he's using the market now. Probably needs to sell a little bit more wood. He's canceled the second scout, and he's going to be up before Stake if he clicks right now.
Ooh, and Acro losing that tower fight, the skirms were right under the base of the tower, and they sniped off a few archers as they ran away. So double stables looks
elephants,
like
bro.
Gonna be elephants. Gonna be elephants.
Yep. I don't like the fact he has no walls, though. Just even one single layer of palisade keeps your base somewhat safe behind. And no fish traps really for Acro either. Stake's got the fish trap set up.
Yeah, and Acro's gonna run out of fish here.
Yep. And then there's no food for the elephants. I do like the fact he's taking the second berries. That's going to be nice, but no wall in the center, man. Those cav archers are going to hit hard.
They are, and also no farms for Acro. No defensive towers. He doesn't have any stone. So whatever army comes forward for Stake is just going to have a field day running around Acro's base.
I guess he sent the scouts back. He did send the scouts back. So they can they can distract at least, and maybe early warning system for him. Elephants are on the way. The eco is a little underwhelming here, but it's a Siege Workshop follow-up, and the armor is in for the elephants.
I feel like that has to be monks here now, right?
Stable, right?
No, he only sees the first.
Siege, maybe? I mean, Cav archers can deal with the elephants to an extent once you get enough. He's going to see the second stable now, and he's going to see the elephants. So let's see what the response is from him. Is it a monastery? It's spearmen and Cav archers.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because they don't have that extra armor now. This is all the armor they're going to get, and Cav archers will at least do damage there, even if they have a lot of HP.
Yep. I wouldn't mind
a tricky
seeing
thing though.
Yeah, Mangonels are really tricky. Like, he has to clear this up. He has to respect this push. And it's going to be hard to kill all this army. I would not mind seeing Acro just sending, like, 11 villas to stone. 10, 11 villagers. And trying to hold this push. And then get a forward castle to follow this up. I think that might be nice, but he's not doing it. He's got to make fish traps now, man.
He needs to spend the wood on the fish traps. At least they're cheap for him, but... Yeah, I mean, look at his food eco now. It's one patch of berries and a couple of fish traps. And he's trying to go elephants, even if they are cheap.
I mean, it's enough to keep Stake at home for the time being. He's going to go forward with a couple cav archers, and this is what I'm talking about. One palisade wall, man. One palisade wall through the middle would have been so nice, and bye-bye food eco on the berries because the cav archers are going to make their way there. Oh, no. Acro. Oh, boy. That's not
That is a disaster. That's a total disaster on the berries. And I feel like these elephants are always going to get, but somehow Stake just needs to click pikeman and then he's fine. And he might even be fine now.
Man. Oh, he got the snipe.
Gets the mangonel. Oh, the cav archers can hit the fish.
Really good. Oh, God. I mean, the wood lines, he's not doing anything. He's just leaving his wood and his gold completely exposed. And if you're Stake, you're like, okay, I can feast anywhere on this side. I can hit anything I want.
He's focused on this push. He's focused on the mangonel. Those are some good mangonel shots on the pikeman. And he gets another mangonel.
Okay, it's possible. It's actually possible now. Let's see what he can do. The elephants can come in and attack the TC potentially. The pikemen are still there, but this is a lot of elephants. This is 9 elephants plus the mangonels.
He's losing the bills on his gold.
He's just going for it. He's losing everything at home. He doesn't care. He's going for it. Does this work? No.
There's the mangonel. He gets a trade. Can he get the next mangonel? Can he get the next mangonel? He needs to shoot. He gets it. There's the GG.
That was a disaster, and it was quite sudden. So it lives up to the tournament. Tie set, 1-1. Nice job, Steak.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
That Cav Archer raid was so devastating.
Yeah. How many kills on them? Casual 15. 3 on the scout. Oh, yikes.
That's a
That's
42
the thing, though.
to
Like,
16.
if he had one palisade wall, it doesn't stop the Cav Archers forever, but it delays them a little bit, and then you can wait for a little bit more before you feel like you need to push. Once the Cav Archers are ripping through your gold, you're like, well, I might as well go now, because it's never getting better for me. A nice attempt. I mean, 1-1 is fine. Like we said, it's going to be an even set, so...
Yeah, this is one of the better first round matchups we get. I think these are fun matchups for the round of 128 though, because it gives people the option to still get snipes. Even if they're not going to win a set, they still have the chance to pick up wins.
Mm-hmm. I think that was almost everyone's goal that was going in as like a very low chance. Just get one win, you know. It's sudden disaster. You can do it. Our base got a win. I got a win. Like, there's definitely wins to be had there against far superior players.
Alright, so that was triple tunnel.
And the next game is going to be... Looks like Koala. I love Koala. Great map. And it's the cutest map, maybe.
I think that's true. What other maps could possibly be as cute? Although if you did see that in OG's final, what was the map? Canberra game. That map was just like a smiley face, like the two eyes from the bases, like the little nose from the water.
It's a really weird generation. Yeah,
it was
really,
straight
really
at 90 degrees.
With a 9 degree. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not common at all.
You've no idea how many bug reports I get from players when they see maps like that.
Dude.
Complaining it's too close.
Dude, this is not a very cute koala. This looks like a grumpy koala. This looks more like a snubble or something than a koala. This is a weird one. Anyway, here we are. They're playing without spec delay, which is against the rules. And Steak is coming forward with an eagle, and he's laming the boar. He's laming the boar. Acro's not going to be able to stop that, I think. Maybe?
And he does stop it. He's not committing to it.
Let's go.
Okay, interesting.
So
he
Steak
definitely can lame on this map.
Free. Yeah, and Acro might even find the 2 sheep or the pigs. He misses them. Damn.
Well, he did disrupt the deer push a bit at least, but he will get that boar in. So my Armenians, I was thinking Armenians would have been saved for Skakuza. We have seen them there quite a few times.
Mm-hmm. And it feels like a lot of players are going to play Fast Castle on this map. It might be Fast Castle for Acro. I don't think it's Fast Castle for the Mayans here. This will just be a feudal play for Steak, most likely. Unless his whole plan was to lame. That's probably a big part of it, right? To have the eagle.
With the eagle.
But
yeah, and the boar,
to be honest,
the boar's always our forward.
Civs without redemption. Like, I don't like civs without redemption here. Mines don't feel like they have the greatest castle age, right?
Yeah, especially against the fortified churches. I mean, a couple of those come up and then all of a sudden you can't push. And then you're trying to go imp against the Armenians, who will, I mean, potentially, imagine if you get 7 relics here with that free relic.
It would be nuts. But that assumes that you're actually coming forward and are able to snipe those. It's going to be pretty difficult, especially if Steak's playing into feudal military. I
guess the other way to play this would be maybe like FC into Eagles. but that feels like a big risk to FC here.
Oh god, yeah. But what if they play into like scorpions? Then you're just like, and walls, right? And they just come out with a big mass of them. It's gonna be so difficult. Or they play into longsword even with our minions.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess really if you're Maya, the thing you do against longswords would be plumes, right? But that's kind of tricky to get to these days. Especially like on 1TC, you're locking yourself into that castle eco if you're mining all that stone.
Yep. Did you watch the warrior set earlier?
Yes.
Against Stark? Did you see the build he went for on Acro? That was beautiful, bro. 16 villagers with Mongols up to Castle Age. And like it was so efficient at the end of the game. I think the only things he invested into was his age ups, the 13 villagers he made, a mill, a mining camp, a market blacksmith, and then a castle.
And the castle.
And that's it.
Yep.
He didn't even make a house because he had the castles. Like, and it was bare bones eco. It's crazy.
And to top it all off, Stark killed the boar with his TC, so he was extra behind.
Yeah. And he docked the shorefish at the top rather than the fish at the bottom.
Yeah, did you see the doubt game on that map?
I saw this screenshot on Twitter. Was it from Nikop? He's like, only one pro player could manage to...
And it was doubt. No. He decided he'd push an Ibex back with his scout on the way from capturing his castle, and he didn't send a vill to the other one. And he was against someone who was prepared, and the scout went straight for that castle.
Did he still win?
He did still win, yes.
How? How do you win that? I do not understand. If they get a castle,
it was close though.
That game.
It was pretty close. It was. I think it was a bit of a mistake that there weren't petards added in with a ram push. It was a ram push that almost destroyed a TC, but the castle needed petards when it was that close.
So neither player is going fast castle. They're both going for infantry. Militia on the way from Stake. It's a men-at-arms push, and it looks like it's going to be men-at-arms from Acro as well.
I mean, this map can very well be men-at-arms skirmishers.
I honestly think this is a fast castle map. I really do. Like, the deeper we go in the tournament, I think we're going to see more people trying to do it.
I mean, there definitely is room to wall yourself and take your gold. I think it's hard, because the berries are almost always forward on this map to get the food to pull it off consistently if you're going to be losing the mill.
But I think, like, if you time it correctly and you have the correct build, you can always get, like, 3 bushes from the berries before they show up.
Yeah, and here's Acro. He's scouting the bottom by that house, and I think he's going to see that it's open. So forward range from Stake, and both players getting their drushes in for the most part now. Acro maybe going around the long way.
If you're Armenians, you can almost just go to the outside edge of the map. They're probably never going to check it for the gold. You just want a couple of villagers on it with a mule cart.
Yeah, just send a mule cart out there.
Militia coming in on the other side.
Yeah, especially as the Maya, if they're not going to have like extra scouts, it's just going to be that one eagle.
Okay, so good defense from both, to be honest. And the range is already up from both of them. The archers are coming out, or archers are coming out from Stake. It's skirms here from Acro because he didn't have access to the gold for a while.
Yeah, he will at least be pushed off of the berries, which makes it kind of awkward if you want to pump out the skirms to be losing your food right away. Oh, some pathing here. Can he block?
He's going to be fine.
He's back to the TC.
Boring. Feudal Age fight. That's not what this tournament is about. It's about YOLOing.
It's about Feudal Age skirms.
Off of my screen. And it's old patch too. So they still produce fast.
Players are going to be asking how many skirms does it take to destroy a TC. Someday we'll get to that stage.
2,400 in one shot.
That's true. That's a lot of skirms.
Yeah, it's a fair amount of skirms, unless they're Mayan skirmishers.
Then you're right. Half the number.
Pros consistently throw due to unnecessary single-minded avoidance of Mayan skirmishers.
And, well, so far, Steak is going archers instead of skirmishers, so you might be 100% on point with your analysis there. Yep. Not a single skirm queued from him.
Yep. He's going to have to switch into skirm. You can't play archers against skirm. Not on this patch, anyway. Maybe on the new one, you might be able to do it, but on this one, it's going to be real tough, and he's got to make some eagles now. But the men-at-arms are still here from Acro. So the men-at-arms are going to control those numbers, and I think it's both of them realizing they probably can't do much damage in Feudal Age. It's going to be more or less a stalemate. And they're producing army just to keep themselves stalemated in the center.
It's kind of a weird thing where like it feels like Steak has the numbers, but just because of the skirms, the archers can't really be used in the fight. The archers are all going to go down.
This is the standard engagement, archer versus skirm. The skirms just run right through the melee units, and they don't care, and they snipe all the archers. And now that you don't have any archers, your men-at-arms and your eagles are going to struggle.
Yeah, not a cure in the world. This is what we've
been seeing for the last 6 months.
Yep, skirms. And then that eagle even takes a couple of whacks from that man-at-arms. Now more skirms from Acro, just going full skirm. I mean, Steak with the better eco so far, though. He is up by a couple hundred res collected. Still have to deal with the skirms somehow, and he's just going more archers. More archers, no Maya skirms.
I was expecting some YOLO attempt, fast castle. This is very disappointing, Acro. When you watch this, this is very disappointing. I'm not amused.
It's just skirms, and 2 archers here from Steak. He's breaking them off. Maybe gonna try to hit the wood line on the right, but it's just 2 archers. What damage can that really do?
Oh, no wood upgrade for either.
They need to pump out those skirms, Dave. They can't afford that upgrade.
Skirms are efficiency, okay? 2 archers in the wood line back here? This could be really annoying. He's gonna pull everything away. Oh, wow.
You can just fight that.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Or just like delay it until you get 1 skirm back there. He's housed. Oh boy. Oh boy, he's busy at the front side. The men-at-arms he added are getting value, for sure.
Oh, he also has an archer queued in front of the skirms, so he's not going to be able to clean those archers right away.
He's going to lose another vill here. Damn, dude. 2 archers getting some serious value. Fletchy now coming in for him. He might lose another villager here. GG call.
He's going to call it.
What?
Those 2, I thought, okay, it's only 2 archers. This can't be that bad when he's going skirms, but that was everything at the same time. Housed with an archer in front of the skirm production. He couldn't get back there, and he lost at the front at the same time.
I don't like this meta gameplay. This is a
John
Slow tournament.
My player didn't even need skirms. What's going on?
Well, good job from Steak. He did defend very well against that, and he obviously had more of an idea of how to wall his base and how he wanted to wall his base. His gold was easier to wall. Acro just wasn't set up, right? So the mule cart had to run. That kind of screwed up his timings with the production, and then he'd small walled the wood line instead of a wall to the TC. And it's just a way more comfortable position here for Steak than for Acro, because the archers can't come into Steak space and do the same thing.
Right, and it feels like Steak was ready just to wall all the way in front of his TC, all the way to the wood line on the right, even had the houses going up there. Whereas Acro, I mean, you look at that blacksmith and the 2 houses next to it. If those 2 houses were over on the right, he gets like 3 or 4 tiles of palisade and he's safe. The way he walled that wasn't really prepared for it.
Yeah. It is a very quick map, though. You're going up quick. You're very close to your opponent. So you're like, there's so many things to focus on there. If you're going to play Feudal Age, you can understand it. He just needed a moment to settle down and think, okay, how can I best secure my base? And he never got it, I guess. But that's a win for Steak on his home map. Acro picked Steak's home map there. And now he's got his 2 coming back. Arena and Skakuza.
Get this scoreboard updated. So Steak with a bit of a comeback after losing that first game. As you said, out of home maps at this point.
Did they host without spec delay again? No one tell Nilly.
Yeah, no one let him know.
No one tell Nilly. We'll know if you narc.
This is where it's one of those both players are equally responsible for the settings thing. So maybe we just need to make them replay the games until they turn on spec delay.
I think that both players should be disqualified and I should take their place. I think that's a good ruling, honestly.
Maybe we got to go by win percentage in the first round, and everyone who lost like 3-2, they're first in line. Then the players who lost 3-1, then they're next for the replacements.
I think there was only 1-3-2.
Yeah, I think there was only one.
Because Nahuel showed up so late, they gave him 2-0.
Yes.
For GG out.
I think did Valesa get 2 losses? He showed up late too. I forget if he got 1 or 2 losses. I mean, to be fair, if you are Valesa in the round of 128, you kind of just get a free like 29 minutes to show up late if you're confident.
That's very weird for him though. There must have been something happen because
I think he had another tournament that ran late at the same time.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he's usually very punctual.
Yes,
he is not a guy that shows up late for sure. Okay. Portuguese versus Bohemians on Arena. And it's not chickens. It is Ibex. Oh, this changes everything.
Alright, let me find the game. There we go.
I hate chickens.
I enjoy the funnels, but otherwise I don't like chickens.
The funnels are funny and making up names for them. But, like, the chickens just completely screw with some civs builds, it feels like. And if there's spawn, like earlier today, there was one, I think was it Remco? I can't remember who it was.
I think was it like Stark Warrior?
It might have been. And like one player had chickens. Yeah, it was Stark Warrior. It was Warrior's chickens, I believe. One player had chickens that could easily be funneled, and the other player had chickens that would have required the biggest engineering project of Dark Age of all time to funnel them. So it's like he couldn't even do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the downside of Arena not having the back wall. It's harder to funnel your chickens.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe what we just need is whenever there's chickens, you also need the back wall to spawn in on Arena to make it fair.
I mean, with the new patch, we don't have chicken funneling anymore, right?
Do we? I mean, we have chicken pushing. I think the chickens are just bugged on the new patch because you can push them.
Yeah, but I think it requires 2 units, right? I haven't actually seen it. I've only read
I just saw the Phosphoro video. But it's really slow. But you get all of them into the TC if you push them properly.
It was borderline worth anyway. It's probably not worth now.
So I feel like the sheep, the deer, and the boar all have very like distinct ways of interacting with them. Not necessarily intended, but like you scout the sheep, you lure the boar, you push the deer. And if the chickens don't have the funnel, they're just like extra berries.
What you should be able to do,
nothing really there for them,
is gather a few berries, then they have the berries in the basket, and then they slowly leave a trail of berries towards the TC, and the chickens follow them.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, but it costs like 10 food to get the chickens to like lure the chickens back with the little breadcrumb basket or berry crumb basket or whatever it is.
Yeah, I like that. Or what do chickens eat? Like, what types of food can we feed to chickens to get them to follow?
Insects. They eat seeds. They would eat berries. Chickens would eat berries for sure.
So what if we like plop down some farms? Can we use farm food to lure them in too?
I mean, you could use grain, yeah, to lure them in. It could be anything, really. I don't know if they would. I think they would eat boar meat. I think chickens aren't very picky about what they're eating.
Okay, I like this idea. I think we can do something with this. It's like you know, like in AOC when they added the footprints into the snow and they advertised in the manual and everywhere about that. It'd be like the same thing. Like you're leaving a trail for them to follow. I like that idea.
Exactly. Would chickens eat
So-
cooked chicken? Is the question. I think they would.
Could you send a Vil then just like to hunt? Would they eat raw chicken? Can you like hunt one chicken and then get the other chickens to follow?
Bro, I think the answer to the question of would chickens eat is just generally yes. Like anything, literally anything. If it's edible, they're eating it.
What about this? What if they follow, but they only follow like deleted villagers? So you got to leave a trail of like dead Vils for them to follow.
Yeah, but then they'd like pick away at them a little bit. I don't know. There'd be some delay. I don't know.
Well, that's
What
the math
if you
question.
set up a farm and it was too near the chickens, and then they slowly came in and started like destroying your farm?
They stole the
And you'd
food
have to
from the
manage
farm.
the chicken populations.
Oh, that's a good idea. I think we could actually go to, like get some good ideas with chickens and how they interact with the rest of your eco. Make them more
I mean,
fun
all
than
the
just
other
replacement
animals now-
berries.
All the other animals now have like their own thing, right? Like the
Right.
Komodos give some bleed damage and whatnot. The polar bears have more HP now. It's like everyone else has something, but they didn't give anything to the chickens. I think this is good. I think this is a good strat. We need proper chickens.
Yeah, we do.
But if chickens are doing all this stuff, then we need some like spitting attack for the llamas. We need to go
Oh,
full
definitely.
board, dude. The goats could just be like on top of your TC and you can't get them. They're just like sitting on top of your buildings.
Like
never
they
wanna have
like at the
goats
top of the
ever.
TC. Like up that little ladder bit, somehow the goats are there and the Vils can't get to them.
And like the goats like periodically come in and steal food out of the hands of your villagers. Yeah. Okay, so we're on arena. Nothing's happening. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be monk push for Bohemians, maybe. Is it organ guns for Acro? I don't know.
Probably.
No, it's gonna be stable for Acro. Boring.
Boring meta play on
Cat
arena.
play. Yeah.
Well, I guess the one thing I like about the Portuguese in this 1TC matchup, if it does go imp, is that they can add in the Vitorias, and all of a sudden they have eco that isn't restricted by the one town center limit.
Ooh. This is Acro's home map. You guess he feels comfortable
is.
on arena.
I always feel like
Blacksmith.
the stable is a weird thing to do on 1TC, because usually it's a few scouts, and then you're adding in 2 TCs and booming behind it. It's not
I
as
think it's all
common on
just
normal
about map
arena.
control. Yeah,
Yeah, but the
it's
same
just
thing,
about
it's not
getting
as common to
relics,
follow
right?
it up with monks or another push.
I mean, it's for relic control, and I guess on 1TC, the relics are really, really nice. Kind of makes up for the villagers you can't make, right? And also, like, you want to have map control on this. Because if the Bohemians have map control, then they just forward castle you and you die.
Well, here are the 2 forward Vils, no loom for stake, going forward. And he's confident he can quick wall the Vils to keep him safe from scouts. Even abandoning the farms, he doesn't need any more food. Just to go forward.
There's a bear. There's the little polar bear on the way. He's bringing the scout back. That's annoying. That'll delay him. I don't think 2 villagers can take a polar bear, bro.
With the scout, definitely.
Without some, like, guns, I think they're struggling.
Well, the scouts got it. Oh, but maybe not 2
Oh,
scouts.
the scouts are here. Oh, no, dude. Oh,
No
dude,
loom.
The scouts are paying off. No loom. Those villagers are dead. This instantly pays off for Acro. And now Stake has to make the monasteries at home. I think he's going for a barracks, and this is a disaster.
Yeah, now he has to go spears plus monks, and that paying attention to that bear when he needed to be getting quick walls ready for the scouts, it was just devastating.
Yep. You gotta scout the bears early if you're gonna go for a play like that, and then you have to put a palisade over them, like the old trick, right? Just to remind yourself they're there, and you take
Right.
the wide route around them. Damn, dude, this is a chalked build.
Yeah.
No.
And now, let's see, double monastery at home. But that's obviously not the build he wanted. He wanted the monks in the middle for map control and able to get the relics more quickly and not have to bring them all the way back here.
I mean, Stake or Acro should definitely just go to a monastery right now. Get as many relics as you can, and then you know it's going to be super slow for Stake to get back into this game and apply any pressure to you. You might even be able to like then focus on Imp. Just a couple monks to grab the relics, and then try and go up to Imp yourself. Controlling spear counts. He's going to have monks to heal his army. That's fine. Taking damage. That's really good.
Yeah, picking off that spear without losing a scout is great. And 1 HP left, but that's all you need.
Yeah, you can't really get loom guys before you go out. That screws up your build's timings. You have to have more villagers on gold when you're going up to Castle Age.
Yeah, especially with the chickens. If you get one of those maps, at least they didn't have to worry about that here.
Yeah. Loom just completely screws with everything, and then you lose the timing advantage. It looks terrible if you lose your villagers like that, but like 70-80% of the time you get to a spot without being contested at all.
Yeah, and if you're paying attention properly and you can get quick walls, even if the scouts come forward, you can then just build the monasteries if the vills are walled in. So like, if you were absolutely perfect with your micro, you don't need loom there, but that's easier said than done.
It's fairly consistent. Like I've seen it happen so many times, and it's so rare, even if the other player's making scouts, for people to lose their unloomed villagers. It's very, very rare. It's like 1 out of every 10 games, and that's perfectly acceptable failure rate if you're going for a build like this.
Yeah, and people don't go archers on arena anymore. That used to be a thing back in the day. Like you do 5 archers on your way up, and that can pick off the vills, but you don't see that anymore.
Even if you lose your vills to the archers, you're perfectly fine with that. You're like, okay, he's going archers. I don't care. Like, even if you lose the vills to that. A couple relics coming in already. That's 2 here for Stake. So he's done well to snag 2, but it feels like the other 2 going to be Acros. And this is fine. And I think Acro can now focus on Imp. Yep. Resources looking really, really solid.
Yeah, he will need a second building.
Victoria's could be massive. I don't think we'll see many of them, but on a single TC map, Victoria's are disgusting.
Yeah, we see that so many times in the Rage Forest games when you have Portuguese on the flank. You're able to get up, get the Victorias, and then 1 TC play on the flank with Eco behind it. And Stake's going forward. I think he knows that if he wastes too much time, then he's going to be facing Victorias. The only thing for Acro, he needs to realize that he needs a second building other than the monastery.
Oh yeah, true. Goes for the market now. University should be the play, or Siege Workshop probably helps keep you safer. He's going for the University. I mean, if you're planning on Feitoria, you don't even need to worry about that stone and that gold at the front side. You can just take this gold here, and then you get redemption for your monks if you see a siege push. And you go for a Siege Workshop of your own with 1 mangonel, then you start adding the Feitorias at the back.
Yeah, you do need stone for the Feitorias, so it can be awkward that both of his stones are forward. His second stone is outside the walls on this side too. And there's a neutral stone like in the middle of the map, but they're both guarded by bears again.
Okay, so Imperial Age is coming in. Now the question is, what does he prioritize after the Imp click? He's got to get some scouting here. I don't like the fact his light cab have just been sitting in the base the whole time. He has no information on this, and this is a lot over here that he needs to prep for.
That's piping in the ram, so that'll be extra speedy and extra attack.
He should have seen this a long time ago.
Yeah, there it goes. Double rams. Monks behind, so we can't wall.
Atonement
he doesn't have a way to stop this
Atonement
now.
is in. Atonement is in.
Okay. Maybe Atonement's how
4
he stops
monks
it.
targeted for conversions. And is there Atonement for Stake? Oh, this is the worst, dude. When you're monk pushing and you don't have Atonement and they do. Oh, this is horrible. Stake's coming back. He's going to eject
he didn't break the conversions,
from
though.
the Rams. But he's not converting anything, so those monks are going to have full faith by the time they're converted. And they can just convert something else. And they can heal.
I like having going down to the spears. I have no idea what's happening. Everything's on 1 or 2 tiles.
Dude, it is all jumbled up. This is the stoppable force versus the movable army. Spearmen against monks. And he's just out healing the damage.
Well, spears do not kill monks, unfortunately, for the spears.
Delete! Oh man, this is not comparable to the epic monk war we had earlier, but I still enjoy it.
I do too. And I guess this is good for Acro. He's just buying time to get imp. The only thing, oh, look at his farms though. He is microing this so hard right now. He's not paying attention to any farms. Puts all those vills on the mining camp.
Stone.
And
Devotion's coming in. That's huge.
That's for can go for a defensive castle or can use the stone for Fetorias. You gotta decide how to spend it. It's a bit cheaper to go for the Fetorias and they help your eco right away. And if you feel like you're fending off the push without the castle, then that's what you go for, the economy.
Dude, Spear Monk just feels so underwhelming so many times because of this, right? You can just convert the Spearmen and they don't have bonuses against the Monk and you can out-heal their damage.
Yeah. Or you can just ignore them, right? Like you run away and you heal.
But now he's got Spearmen to potentially kill the Rams. So he's got something to deal with the Rams now, even without Redemption. Still no Feitoria for him. I would have loved a Siege Workshop instead of that University from Acro. And I think this already would have been cleared. State calls the GG because Acro is an imp with more monks, but still, if he had gone for a Siege Workshop there, Travis, instead of the University, he would have had a Mangonel and he would have absolutely cooked him. Because Redemption was not in for Stake, and he would have needed to get Atonement and Redemption.
Yeah, and nothing researched at that university, I don't think. So maybe the workshop in that case would have been better. Well, we thought this was going to be a close set. We have a tied 2-2 set right now. Last home map will be Acro's.
Man, finding those villagers so brutal, right? And then having Atonement first. There's always that timing thing with Atonement. It's like if the defending player has it and the aggressor doesn't, it's a complete turn.
Yeah, and it was that awkward spot where if you he was trying to run away to break the conversions, but he was just running into the light cav.
Yeah, it was really well played. All right, Skakuza. Is it Lithuanians against Goths?
You don't go Italians here, right? Like, I guess it has to be. I was kind of surprised to see Armenians not saved for this map, though. This is where I've seen them being used.
I mean, I think it's just Skirm. I think it's just, like...
That's where Lithuanians are good.
You push in enough Ibex or Zebra or whatever, Ostrich, to get yourself to Feudal Age, and then you go double Archer range Skirm. And that's probably the play that he's going to attempt to do. This is on old patch, so old skirmisher production time. And likely the play from the Goths is like the no lumber camp barracks to instantly go after the hunt. But like you can push in enough hunt while ignoring the militia. You never have to go to the middle in Dark Age.
Yeah, and you can use your scouts to get
the food for the skirms
push.
later. Yeah, it's the food for the skirms later that hurts.
Yeah, that's where the berries in the back, they're not efficient, but at least you have enough of them that you don't need farms. So you can still get the skirms out, even if you're kind of idling the ranges a bit.
Yeah. This is only the 5th best of 5 that goes to game 5 so far. Yeah, and 2 of those were free wins. Because players were late. Still no spec delay. Disqualified from the tournament, as John Slow would say. Maybe they should do a duck race to figure out which one isn't disqualified. Okay, so we're in.
That's
Lithuanians for Acro, Goths for Stake, and both just pushing. And I predict that Stake will go for the barracks without a lumber camp and just take the straggler trees. And I think Acro is going to go, like I said, for the double range skirms.
Pretty common build, especially with the straggler trees having 200 wood, so you get twice as much wood from them as you normally do. And already you see him pushing the hunt to the TC. I feel like longer lasting hunt is great for the Goths if you're going for this strategy where you're not milling the middle. Like if you're milling the middle, then you have so much hunt that doesn't matter. But if you're just taking it under the TC, then that hunt really pays off over time. And yeah, there's the Veil on the stragglers. This looks like the barracks build.
I think once you get a few more villagers on hunt, it's always better. You can almost always double push zebra or ostrich if
On
you
this
go a
map.
little bit deeper into the patch. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you go a tad deeper into the patch, you can almost like the 2 ostrich lined up there, you can double push those for Steak if he goes over to the side, but he's not doing it. And even if it's like 4 tiles away from the TC and it's not the cleanest push ever, it's free food underneath there, right? So it's really, really solid. They're not doing it.
Yeah, there's the barracks. He sees his gold in the back, so he'll mine 10 gold. You can go for the drush.
It always sucks, like, not being able to take your scout off of that hunt at the, like, for the first 5 minutes of the game. Because you can't find the goats at the back. You have to scout with only a goat, right? Like, you can't see what your opponent's up to, nothing. It's just full-on focus on pushing
Steak
the hunt.
missed. Look at how Steak missed those 2 goats in his scouting in the back. It's just a perfect line. They're hidden from right there.
Tiger, hidden goat. At least he's got a good berry setup. Really, really solid berry setup.
Yeah. Now
You
you can.
Once the militia are out, then you can you can go forward with the vills and take the hunt if you get enough wood for a mill.
Yeah, and you have the instant loom with the Goths, so it's safe to go out there.
Kill
I've seen so many times
with your militia. Don't run into the TC. No!
Well, that is exactly what you don't want to do, especially since the TC is like the same spot almost every time. You see the houses in the tree, you gotta sidestep.
Yeah, and there's the barracks for Acro. Does he have enough food to go up to feudal age? He's gonna try.
Lame some goats at least.
It's gonna be real tight. It's gonna be real tight here. Oh boy. Get on the goat, bro. And he queues another villager. So the militia did kind of screw up the build already. If he had gotten one more zebra pushed in there, he would have been in a much better position. And now he's in that weird spot where you want to keep your TC running, but you also want to go up to feudal age.
Yeah,
and so it's like,
you have that
make
feeling
a decision. Do you idle? Do you make more vills? I think you idle here.
Idling now. Yeah, he's close enough. He has enough vills out of the TC. He can idle.
Yep. But now, how are you going to afford the skirms? Like, it's going to be tough,
you go to berries
man.
now? He's going to push in one more ostrich.
Yeah.
This is a lot of laming now. I mean, there's so many, it's hard to lame them to the point where they can't take any ostrich or zebra.
Mm-hmm.
But he's getting close to that. If the scout can disrupt the push, that'll be something. His scout's already lower on HP.
Still more. Still more for Acro here. He's done less walking around. Nice pushback from Steak. Beautiful. Not a lot of food in the bank by the time he gets to feudal.
And I mean, he's in the middle with the mill right now. How long does that last if Acro gets up? Acro's going to get up, he'll get skirms. And Acro, I mean, he's walled enough. He doesn't need to chase the militia in his base. If he's just going skirms, he doesn't need to go out to gold either, so there's fewer spots for him to defend.
Yeah, I like the setup here for Steak. It wasn't a perfect rush with the militia dying to the TC, but he's got a good timing on the lumber camp. A lot of people delay that even more, and I think it's wise of him to just go for that now. And he's getting some food in from the middle, and the production here for Acro is going to be really stalled out. And skirms need numbers to be able to do damage to villagers. So the villagers in the center are still somewhat safe.
Yeah, that they do. And he's up to feudal. He's the Goths and he didn't do loom before going up to feudal.
Can't afford it.
He can't afford it, only 42 gold.
Too much time. Yeah, too much time.
Well, normally skirms don't do anything, or don't do much damage to vills because they have 2 pierce armor with loom, but if you don't do loom, not only is it less HP, it's no armor. So those skirms will actually be pretty scary when fletching comes in.
Oh god, this might be the biggest throw ever. Not getting loom as Goths while you're taking all of this hunt in the center. Oh man.
He sees the feudal age. The scout can't do anything now. It's too low on hit points, but maybe the skirms can.
Oh yeah, he doesn't He doesn't have the gold. That's right. Yeah. Just realized that.
He's moving 3 vills to gold now. He has to mine it. And, I mean, if he does loom, he can't afford men-at-arms right now with the 3 militia out.
Mm-hmm. You know what? You can have men-at-arms anyway if you just send all of your male villagers forward to fight once you get loom. Could be good.
Once you get loom.
Acro's on the hunt now.
And those faster-moving Lithuanian skirms are out. And now you're the Goss if you don't have good men-at-arms numbers. Which he doesn't really right now. He's lost them to the TC, to the skirms now. You're already behind in skirm production. You're going to have worse skirms.
He's making more militia. He doesn't have loom still. He invested the gold into militia.
Does he realize he doesn't have loom? That's the question. He might not realize it.
I think he definitely doesn't. Sometimes as Goths, you just like assume that it's already there. You know? Like, oh god. This tower in the middle as well is going to get some good damage here. Oh, this is such a good setup for Steak, and now it's just kind of feels like he's right on the precipice of just a disastrous moment.
And you can't go through a tower war without loom.
No.
As Fletching is...
he can't range the villagers there. I think he can.
He ranged them on the sides right now.
Here comes loom. It's in. It's in. Perfectly
there it is.
on time.
Just in time.
Perfectly
Just in time.
on time. It's like he calculated it. He ran the numbers. He did it. Militia are coming over. Men-at-Arms upgrade is coming in. This is a big moment. This is the game right here. Either way. It's a big moment.
Bill's going down for Acro under the tower to the Men-at-Arms. Getting damaged, but they all go down.
Yeah, and it feels like it might be better for Acro. He just needs to keep his skirms underneath the tower. The Men-at-Arms going down is a big deal, right? And there's no stone now to repair for Steak.
No, it's not. He's out of stone completely. Acro's still 75 stone, not mining any.
Tower is going to stay up, so that's safe hunt here for Acro. More villagers dead, but Steak is running from the hunt in the center, and that's a big deal. Steak needs steak.
He does, and he does have the mill and the berries in the back. He does have a couple of goats he can bring back to his TC. So he's not out of food yet. He's just floating a bit of wood that he could use for farms, but right now all the hunt is just going to be turned into skirmishers. Even just one range, they train fast enough, you'll get a lot of them.
Better skirms for Lithuanians too, just faster. And Fletching's already in, right? So this is just really good setup here for Acro.
Yeah, not having Fletching
is being added.
Yeah, not having the blacksmith either too. It's going to take time to add that in.
Honestly, with this many villagers on food, you could even go double stable scouts and just like full all in here.
And I mean, that wouldn't even be too bad for Lithuanians in the long run if you're thinking maybe the game goes castle and you want to fight for the relics.
Scouts coming out. Still not a lot on wood for either player. Still no wood upgrade for either player.
And no eco upgrades at all for either player.
Yeah,
it's the skirms. Like we said, they're too expensive. You can't afford the eco upgrades. You need skirms.
Oh boy, if he doesn't have Spearman here, Steak is going to be caught really off guard by these scouts if he comes into the back of Acro's base. Acro's going to need like 3 scouts though. 2 is not enough.
And not in this pathfinding.
No. Forging on the way too. Ooh, boy. How quickly does Steak see the stable? And if he does, how quickly does he turn around? Go elsewhere.
He sees the scouts coming now.
In. Oh, that's not a good spot to be with the skirms. Near the villagers. That's not good at all.
Bill's tried to wall or anything here.
Spearman coming out, but the skirms are meeting up with the scouts. Oh boy. Steak had such a good spot, it felt like early. Really good situation, but skirms are good.
Skirms are very good. That's even in the John Slow tournament. It's about feudal skirms.
Yeah. And you know, he would not appreciate this skirm war at all.
Not at all.
I wonder, like, on the new patch in the next round, Skakuza, it feels like it's going to be a completely different game, doesn't it?
Well,
You
how
can't
much
lame
does that...
the hunt anymore.
Well, I mean, you can lame it, right? If you're killing it with the militia that far from the TC, you're still not taking it at the TC, right?
Yeah,
I mean, how much does
true.
just a production nerf really hurt skirms if you're still kind of limited by your food income?
I think it does. I think it does a lot, honestly. What is it, like every 5th skirm or something? You're going to have one less?
Do you think maybe you just go 2 range skirms then and can make up for it?
I mean, he should have gone 2 range skirms on this game. It would have been disgusting, bro. But, I mean, he's got the scouts with forging and armor now.
Yeah, now skirm plus scout is hard to stop.
Very hard to stop. You have to keep making the spearmen to keep them honest, but the spearmen are just going to die to the skirms. And it's so frustrating to micro.
Yeah, and the scouts never have to take a fight against the spear. You just stay to the back.
Just kill the spear. You can engage with
Like
the
that.
scouts against literally everything, even up against the men-at-arms. You got the armor, you got forging. And unfortunately for Steak, he's going to lose all of his army here again. And GG called from Steak. Good job
GG.
from Acro. That's the first legitimate 3-2 I think we've seen in the early rounds.
I think it is, and I was looking at this matchup right from the start, saying these players were very evenly matched, and that's what
Yep.
we got. Even this game 5 was back and forth. Comes down to the skirmisher.
This was the most meta set that I've watched as well. Like, by far, the most meta set I've seen in this tournament. I'm sure we'll see more of them, but I would have liked some more YOLO type strategies. Would have been fun. Or fast castles or something like that.
Yeah, I saw some light cav, some skirms. What more do you want?
Yeah. All right, dude. I'm going to head off for the day. Thank you for co-casting with me. I appreciate it. Hopefully we can get some more in. I love this tournament, so I know you'll be covering it as well.
I will definitely be. And I think there is, for people who dropped out of the first round, there is still a Silver League that someone's organizing if you want to get more sudden death action.
I saw that. I saw that. Maybe I'll join. I don't know. All right, bro. I'll see you later, man.
Might just hang up your spurs after that win against Lucho, though.
Yeah, sure. I'm done.
Quit on top.
I'm done, dude. All right. Have a good Sunday night, man.
See you later.
Peace.
All right, so thanks to Dave for co-casting. Also, again, shout out to John Slow, who is not casting today because he had a toothache and just had a root canal. So we had everyone winning their home map that set. And it's Lithuanians over Goths. Ooh, okay, so we've been streaming just about 8 hours today. And Dave, thank you for the shout out. And let's see. Oh, the Otter, thank you for the raid. Were you casting that? Yeah, the Otter picked up a win today against Dark. Went for the straight Petard play. A play I was looking for on that map for a while and finally saw it. Thank you, Slammy Lol, for the follow. Thank you everyone also who followed during that set. Wasn't reading that during the co-cast. Let's see, we had CBD123 and YDV. Thank you for the follows. Acro OP. Oh, you were casting the DM. Right. Nice. That's been going on too. I haven't had time to watch that with everything I've been doing. But everyone get some love in the chat for Otter, because he took a game off of Dark, and that's an accomplishment there. Almost took a second game with that castle drop on Skakuza. Alright. So we're gonna end the stream now. We'll end stuff on YouTube and raid someone on Twitch. Oh, and thank you Up312 for the sub. Thank you very much. And goodbye to YouTube. We'll see you more during the week. We'll have lots more of this tournament coming up over the next few weeks. We're just about done with the round of 128, and we have one round a week for the next few weeks.